this is like him trying to deflect or distract away from something. So maybe we should think about that. What could he be trying to distract away from?
I don't think it's all due to. I don't think it's all because of the Epstein files. I don't think that's the main reason or cause
Like, why
that
else
he's
would he
trying
do
to
something like
distract.
this? It literally makes
Because
no other sense.
we already know that he was in the files. That's not new news. We already
Yeah,
know
but
that he
like
was in the
that's a
files.
constant distraction, right?
No, I think there's other forces that are stopping from the files to be released completely, and it's not really just him. And
What forces?
I don't know,
Because there
maybe
is
the
a
federal
literal
government, the
law passed through
FBI.
Congress to pass this.
Maybe the FBI is just holding back information just because, of some regulations or some privacy, you know, stuff.
Some privacy stuff, regulations. No, the Epstein Files Transparency Act literally says what they can and can't release.
Okay, so why hasn't he been impeached yet? If you guys say he's such a bad guy, why hasn't he been
He has literally
impeached?
been impeached before. It's just that the Republicans wouldn't follow through with it. And also, like, that's
Okay.
also true now. So, like, it relies upon his cabinet, relies upon Republicans in Congress, and I don't think that we have enough Republicans in Congress and people on his cabinet that would be able to do so.
Uh, no, I don't know about, I still think the Iran war is honestly, it's good for us. It's just temporary
How? In
that the
what way?
strait is closed, and then once it opens back up, I think we're good.
In what
And
way is it
plus, we're
good for
having
us?
peace talks, so I think it's gonna get better.
In what way is it good for us?
Well, having some sort of, fear in the Middle East helps us because that way we don't get, people, countries don't make nuclear weapons and they don't attack us.
Countries don't make nuclear weapons and attack us. We could have done that through the JCPOA. We already had that established. So, what objective do we get out of going to war with them that we would not have been able to meet without going to war?
Do you believe in like the moral standpoint? Do you think, the corrupt IRGC government, how they're killing civilians and, thousands of people every day? I heard it's like in the numbers of 30, 20,000 people a day that are dying in
Uh,
Iran.
I don't think there's a 20,000 a day number that you could
I think
attribute
it's
to it.
thousands. That's
But
what
yeah,
my
but like,
friend, he's from Iran. He
wait,
said
wait, wait,
that.
wait. Can you let me finish? 'Cause I don't want to make it sound like I'm defending the IRGC. I'm not. I'm just saying I don't think that's an accurate number. But the IRGC is absolutely indefensible. Of course, I think that they're horrible. I don't think U.S. military intervention has led to better conditions within the region. I think U.S. military intervention has actually led to the conditions in Iran.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were gonna go. Honestly, we were gonna go to war with Iran anyways, and I think
No, we
going
weren't.
to
That's
war
no,
now
no, no,
would.
no, 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 no. Nope. I will not allow you to do that because that's no evidence of that being true at all.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris was gonna be any different? Do you think
Yeah,
she
she
was gonna
disagrees with
start
the
the
war with
war?
Iran. She quite
Yeah,
literally has
she
said that.
says that on social media, but she's also paid by the lobby.
That doesn't mean she does absolutely everything. You understand that, like, the Biden administration quite literally said no to attacking Hezbollah, right? When Israel came and said specifically that they think that there was evidence that they were going to attack the United States.
Well, Biden was also losing his memory, so I
Well,
don't think
Biden
he
said
was really in
no.
charge.
Biden literally said no, but Trump says yes. So apparently, who's the sleepy one here?
Well, I mean, I
Who's the
wasn't a huge
sleepy one
fan of
now?
him either, to be honest.
Who's
I
who's the
wasn't a
sleepy
huge
one
fan.
now? Answer that question. If
No,
Biden
I
says
think Trump
no
is
and
very
Trump says
confident in
yes,
what
who's the
he's
sleepy
doing.
one now?
I think Trump is very confident. I think
Confidently
he's
saying
shown.
yes to Netanyahu whenever Netanyahu asks?
Um, See, with Israel and all that stuff, I don't believe in any of that. I don't think we should be helping Israel at all. But
So then
with
why do
this
you
war,
support the
I think.
candidate that does so to the greatest extent possible?
But I think that's like almost all of the politicians. They're pretty much controlled by the APAC.
Okay. Now,
They've been
if you think
paid
that
and
they're
everything.
okay, but do they equivalent? So, if they're both paid, the way that to distinguish between or make a distinction between the two is to see how they act. Okay, I'm referencing how they have acted in the
Hmm.
positions they take. Would you like to reference that?
How they've
Because if
acted
that's a
like who?
disqualifier, you wouldn't vote for either side.
Mm. So you're saying you would really vote for Kamala Harris over Trump if they were
Absolutely,
to run again? That's
absolutely, she's the
insane.
preferable candidate by far.
She was during the first term. Oh, not the first term. During Biden's administration, she was actually the one running the whole thing. She was like the major part of the.
You said she was running the whole thing. I don't think you have evidence for that.
Mm, do you have evidence otherwise? I mean, Biden was
Yes,
kind
Joe
of
Biden was in
losing memory.
office
He
and
had
running
like dementia or
things.
something.
Joe
He
Biden
could
was in
barely
office and
stand
running
up.
things. There's no evidence that he has dementia. He has not been diagnosed of that.
Mm, well, you said Trump's. Wait, is Trump diagnosed? I don't think so.
No? Did I claim he has?
No, I'm just saying. Like, I think Trump's definitely a better candidate.
If I think
I
if
think
anything,
he
Trump would
really
be
showed, like,
closer to a
especially with social media.
diagnosis.
He utilized social media and kind of portrayed like us in a good way. That's what I think.
You're saying Trump uses social media and portrays us in a good way?
Yeah,
Really?
I think so. I mean, not in the sense of all this,
Can you
silly
take a look at the
posts.
screen you're looking at right now? Do you see this? Trump
Yeah, I do
uses
see that.
social media to make us look good. Trump uses social media to make us look good. Donald
Yeah,
Trump
man,
uses
you're
social
just
media all the time to make us look so good as a country.
okay.
I'm
I don't
sorry, that is
think
ridiculous. That is absurd to say. After
I think
that,
that was
after the
just
fact
a
that Donald
silly
Trump's called for the
photo.
execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders.
I wouldn't take those photos seriously. I think he was just joking, to be
Okay, wait,
honest.
wait, 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 wait. Do you think these types of jokes are okay to make? And also, does this make us look good on a world stage? He's literally depicting himself as God. As
Actually,
literally
let me look at it real
God,
quick.
bro. I'm
Actually, let me
sorry.
look at this
Say
photo.
you think it's a joke. Isn't that incredibly narcissistic?
No, it's not. What?
What? Are you serious? Depicting yourself as
How is it
literal God?
narcissistic that I think that him like
Depicting yourself as literal
posting?
God, bro.
All right, he's probably not. I think it's more like a king. I don't
Like,
think
this
he's
isn't like
depicting
me
himself as God,
claiming
to
I'm
be honest.
Jesus, bro. This is like a literal, like, imagery depiction of, like, trying to actually reference him as God. And also, by the way, he claims to be Christian. And he's also
Um,
the president of the United States. Okay? This isn't
he's
some random content creator on TikTok. This is the
he looks more
president of
like
the
a king.
fucking
He doesn't
United
look like he
States.
does. When I actually look at that photo, he doesn't really like. I don't think he's depicting himself as God. I think he's more like a king. Like the person that's running the U.S. That's what it sounds like. It looks like.
Do you think that's blasphemy?
Yeah, sure, sure. I mean, I'm not Christian, so it's like I don't have any say in that topic, to be honest.
You
But
don't
I
have say.
definitely
You can
think
still say it's weird. Like, for him to
no,
do
it's
that, like,
weird for
as
sure.
a
I did
he
say
claims
that.
he
I
claims
said
to
it's
be a
weird.
Christian himself, right? It's weird. It's narcissistic. It's pretty crazy within that respect, right?
Yeah, I would. I'll agree with that. I'll agree with
So,
that
so
point.
like,
I'll agree
doesn't it
with you
get
on
to a
that point.
point where this guy's like so egotistical and like self-centered that like you clearly see that he's Trump first, not America first? Think of the galaxy.
Mm, yeah, yeah. I mean, I see that
Okay,
point in that
okay.
sense. Yeah, but it with the Iran war again, going back to that, I think that
Wait, your whole point was that you supported him because he was America first, and now you're agreeing he's Trump first, not America first.
no, I agreed with that sense of the photo. You said like how he's trying to portray himself as Jesus Christ. I agree with you on that,
Okay,
but
all right.
I still think the Iran war is beneficial for us. It's gonna bring us oil.
But you still
All
support
sorts
Trump,
of
right?
benefits.
Like that doesn't prevent you from supporting him. Is
See,
is there
I'm
anything
low
Trump
key.
could do that would prevent you from supporting him?
If is there anything he could do that'll stop? I mean, if he like just goes and starts using nuclear weapons or something, or starts attacking countries without any reason.
You're saying if he just starts attacking countries without any reason?
Yeah, I feel like
Iran?
Israel. He got rid of
Iran,
Israel when he
hello?
needed,
Iran? Like he's literally
but
gone
that's
to
not
war with
him.
Iran?
That's not him. That's Israel. That's I
But he
wouldn't
did
blame that
so
on
on
him.
behalf of Israel. He said he wants to do this too. He did it with Israel.
So wouldn't you say that we had no choice? Israel dragged us into
No, I
war because
disagree.
they
I
attacked
disagree.
regardless
Wait,
of
so
what we
then why
thought.
did Biden have a choice under his administration?
He didn't.
He did.
I don't think he did.
Yes, he
I
did.
think I think it was gonna happen
I
around this
literally
time
just gave you an
anyways.
example, specifically with Hezbollah.
Okay, okay. Well, I don't know, man. I still don't think so, to be honest.
Why? Just because you don't want to? You just don't want to think it? It doesn't sound comfortable for you to think?
No. How about let's go back to the point about the Iran war, how it's beneficial for us and it's gonna bring us more oil. And not only that, but in a moral standpoint, we're helping the people. We're liberating the people.
Okay, how is that done in Afghanistan?
Well, this has nothing to do with Afghanistan.
I'm just asking, like, we tried 20 plus years there to do the same thing with regime change, and how did that work?
Afghanistan had a lot of other factors involved. It wasn't just
Such as?
America. I think it was just many different.
Such as?
Pakistan was also after Afghanistan. They're at war right now. I think
Okay, so
there's,
wait,
well, not in that time frame, but I'm saying Afghanistan just had a
wait.
lot of
You understand the Taliban took
destabilizing
over
effects
Afghanistan,
from
right?
all or, huh?
The Taliban took over Afghanistan after we left
Yeah, and then
immediately.
Pakistan's right now they're fighting the Taliban. So
Okay, well, I don't know what your point is.
my point is that we're Afghanistan is pretty much run by Taliban. So we need
They
to,
are
we need
because
to attack them
and you
and like
understand.
get rid of them.
We need to, so we need to go back to Afghanistan. You know, Trump is the one who set up the agreement to pull us out, right?
Yeah, I think we do. We need to go back and we
We need
need
to go
to
back to Afghanistan. That's what this guy's advocating for. So you want forever wars?
not forever war.
These
I
are
mean,
forever wars.
we
We've
need
been.
to
How
go
long have we
fix
been in
things. We need to go
Afghanistan, dude?
like we need to go like form a better government over there. We need to fix. We need to help
Okay,
them out. That's what
yeah,
we
but
need to
like you
do.
understand that has. I don't think that that's your interest. I think your interest is you want oil.
Not me. I just want gas
And also,
prices to go
would you
down. To be
enlist?
honest. Yeah. No,
Why not?
because I'm not fighting for Israel. Hey, just because I support,
So why do you want someone else to?
I don't want nobody to. But
You
it's
you
not. We don't have a
literally said that
choice.
we should go to war with Iran. You know, U.S. service members have died, right? Over 13.
Yeah, but we don't have a choice. We
There's
have to
literally.
do it
Yeah,
no
we
matter
do.
what.
We
We
do
have
have
to
a
fight.
choice. We didn't have to go to war with Iran.
Well, they're gonna start drafting us, and you're gonna be
Wait,
one of
wait.
them, man.
Okay, are you trolling?
No, I'm not. I'm being 100%. You're
So
gonna be
wait,
one of the people drafted.
you think the draft dodger is going to start drafting us? If you get drafted, would you go? Or are
I
you
would
going to
have no
dodge the
choice.
draft just
Yeah, I
like
would
Trump?
go. I would go. I mean, I would have no choice.
Okay, well, what's wrong with me dodging the draft?
Well, you're American. Why are you dodging the draft, man? You're more American than I am, to be honest.
Okay, you're definitely trolling.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. I just choose to believe that that person is not real. Okay. If you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, you intentionally send a guest request to everybody, you will get blocked. Just letting you know. If you intentionally send a guest request and you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you. Just letting you know. Barbara, thank you so much for the Viking Hammer. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do
32.
you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? Oh, wait.
Trump all the way, man.
This guy has a really fucking weird profile. Let's go to the next individual. Gid, thank you so much for the push. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
I mean, right now, no, but like,
Okay, nice. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen the TikTok screen. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, I will block you. Just letting you know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, of course. But
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006, 427.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Mainly because his border policies, because before he was in office, or like the 4 years he was not in office between 2020 and 2024, we had a lot of illegal crossings, and I felt like
He was
a
in
lot
office in
of,
2020 to 2021.
or 21 through 24, I felt like there was a lot of problems with the illegal migration. And I
So it
supported
ended
his
under
policy.
Biden's administration in 24?
No, there was a lot of illegal crossings
But you
during
just said it
his
was only
administration.
until 2024, meaning by the time that Trump got in office, it was already fixed.
No, it got fixed right when he was put in office. When he put Tom Homan as border czar, I felt like it got fixed pretty quick.
Okay, but
As you
like,
can see,
what
border
policies
crossings
did
are
they
zero.
pass to address this?
The Remain in Mexico policy. That's
Okay,
one
that
of
existed in his first administration. Did you know that?
Well, yeah, the border crossings were all-time low when he was in
And
both terms.
you know that that's only applicable to asylum seekers who are coming through a legal process of immigration, right?
But everyone was seeking asylum. Everyone just said, "Oh, I'm seeking asylum." When could we say, "Oh, it's actually legit and it's fake"? Because everyone's seeking it.
Okay. So if they have an invalid asylum claim, the better way to address that is by making the legal process go quicker, right? So
Oh.
if you make the legal process go quicker, which is what the Democrats wanted to do through the bipartisan border bill, and Republicans were on board in supporting that until Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the very bill
Would
because he
you
didn't want
say
Democrats to get a win on the border.
would you say Kamala would be doing 100% better with the Iran war and
She
all
wouldn't
of
have
this
gone to
other
war with
stuff?
Iran, so she would be doing
So
way
what would
better.
Kamala
Absolutely.
be doing?
She'd be focusing on this country in terms of access to healthcare, childcare, housing
But what has she
affordability,
done?
making
What
things more
accomplishment has
affordable.
Kamala had? Like,
What's
what has
up?
she actually done?
What has she done?
Yeah, what has she done? I feel like she's done nothing except like sleep her way to the top, in my opinion.
Oh, okay, that's a
She's actually
ridiculous thing to say. There's no evidence that she quote unquote slept her way to the top, but she had
Well,
the
she
most
was in
tie-breaking
San
votes of
Francisco
any
and
vice.
that
She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people who are on Medicare. Now, to answer your point, you said she quote unquote slept her way to the top. What reason do you have to believe that?
she's been with like I can't even name the politicians she's been with. I would have to look it up. I don't have it on top of my head, but she's been with quite a few politicians throughout her days from the 90s, and I would consider that
Quite a
sleeping away
few
at the top.
politicians? What evidence? What are you referencing? And also, by the way, being in relationships with other politicians is not evidence that you slept your way to the top.
So going from mayor
Wait,
to
so
like
who did
a
she? Who did
governor
she?
to politician, I think that's pretty
Governor?
much
She was never governor.
No, I'm saying the people she's been with.
Who?
I said I would have to look it up. I'm doing something.
I don't know what governor
Look it
she's
up,
been with. I
look
don't know
it
what you're
up.
talking about. If people typically reference Willie Brown, right, and there's no evidence because of her relationship with Willie Brown that she then became into a position of power. Like that's a ridiculous thing to say. Just because you've met someone and you might get even a employment through the context of your like knowing someone doesn't mean that you slept your way to the top.
But how could
That's
you
out
say
of the
Kamala's
relationship that you
for
had.
America when she like doesn't even she's never
Wait, I have a
even been to
question.
the border?
I have a question. Do you think Melania slept her way to the top?
I think she's a model that Trump likes, and he got his model.
So
Like,
do you
she
think
didn't
that
go.
Melania
She didn't
slept her way
say,
to the
"Oh, I'm
top?
gonna specifically go for
Wait, so
Trump."
can I have an answer to the question? Do you think Melania slept her way to the top?
No,
No? Okay, so if
she's a
Melania
model
didn't sleep her way to the top, then why did Kamala Harris?
because Kamala Harris isn't a model. She's like she just came out of nowhere.
What, so?
Melania is a model
What do you mean
from
Kamala
another
Harris came out of
country.
nowhere? She was a senator, a district attorney, an attorney
Yeah,
general, a
that's what I
former
just said. She
prosecutor.
went from she because each
That's
level
not
she was at, she was
nowhere.
with a
What do you
different
mean that's
person that got her
nowhere?
there.
Hey dude,
She
what do you
was
mean that's nowhere?
she was with a different dude that got her there each position. She's a
Not true.
DEI
You're
hire.
just
No
making
one
this up.
actually
You don't
put her
even know the
there.
names of any of the people you're referencing.
Who put her in the election? Who decided? Oh, she can go run in the election versus Trump.
Well, she got enough specific support in terms of the Democratic Party within 2020, where she became the
Who,
vice
Obama?
presidential candidate, right? Because of the fact that Joe Biden selected her as the vice president, and due to the level of support that she had, because Joe Biden decided to step down at that particular time, she steps up because under the Biden-Harris ticket, if the president steps down, the vice president steps up. No one decided to run against her. 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. And by the way, if you cared about the democratic process, you wouldn't support the guy that actively tried to send false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020. How about
Well,
you
you
reference
can't say
that?
Kamala and Biden didn't even like Kamala, and Kamala didn't even like Biden because in their
What
primaries,
do you mean they
Kamala
didn't
was
like
calling
each other?
Biden racist. Look it
Not
up.
true.
Kamala
Not
was
true.
calling Biden
Do you want to
racist
bet?
during the
Do you
primaries
want to
because he
bet?
got dropped out first.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah, we could bet.
How
Search it
much?
up. Search it up. Wait,
How much
what's
do you
our
want to
bet?
bet?
Wait, what's our bet? What's our bet?
You said that she claimed that he was racist in the debates.
Yes.
So
In their
if do you want, how much
primaries.
do you want to
Yes.
bet?
Let's bet $10.
More than
Do you have
that.
Zelle? Do you have
Give me
Zelle?
more than 10.
20.
More than that. 50 bucks.
$50? Okay, let's do $50.
Okay. She
Okay,
explicitly said that he's not racist.
She says she called him racist in their primaries. Let's
Not
look it
true.
up. Find the clip.
No,
Find
she
the
said
clip.
she said that he's not racist.
She said, "Oh, he's not racist."
Yes,
Look up-
literally.
I will look
She
it up
said
and
that
show
she
you.
doesn't think that he's racist, but she disagrees with him. That's it.
No, she called him racist.
Wrong.
She did call him
Wrong.
racist.
Wrong. She explicitly said that he's not racist. Do you want me to play it?
Let's play the clip. Play their primary clip. Look up. Kamala calls Biden racist in primary. Let's play it.
Okay, I got you. Alrighty. Here we go. AP News right here. Kamala Harris did not call Joe Biden a racist on the debate stage.
I'm waiting for the clip. I'm not.
Yeah, it tells you the clip.
Can you send me it? Like, is there a link I can?
Yeah, I just told you the article.
Can you exit me off here? I'll get
Yeah, and it literally says, quote, it says, quote, she began her critique by telling Biden, quote, unquote, I do not believe you are racist.
Bro,
$50, cough it up. $50, cough it up, buddy.
Parker.
Cough it up. $50.
Red. Parker, I don't want to quote red.
Okay,
want
I mean,
clip
okay,
played.
I'll play it. I'll play it. You're just being a little bit ridiculous. I'm literally giving you an AP News article on this.
Oh yeah, and by the way,
Be quiet, be quiet.
We've also heard, and I'm going to now direct this at Vice President Biden. I do not believe you are a racist.
There's a different clip. That's after. That's a different.
No, this is literally that day. This is that day. This is at the Democratic debate. You want to know why I know that?
No,
Because it shows the infographics on the screen, my guy. Look at this. Take a look. Take a look. Do you see this? What does that say?
Says Is this the vice president?
It says Democratic debate. That's what it says, buddy.
Let me.
It says Democratic debate.
Hold on.
You want me to play it back?
Dude, there's like 50,000 clips.
We've also heard, and I'm going to now direct this at Vice President Biden. I do not believe you are a racist.
$50. Where's it at? Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Woo!
No, but I'm
$50.
Let me find the clip first.
Go ahead. I just gave you the clip. I just showed you on the
You're showing me
screen.
a 5-second clip.
Dude, I showed you on the screen and you're not acknowledging it.
Hold on.
That's literally what she said at the debates. I also gave you an article from AP News.
Here, I found one. Wait. Hold up. Let me plug my headphone.
And I would like to see where you have that from, because this is literally from the Democratic
The clip
debate.
I'm watching right now is from The Root on YouTube. Hold up. Let me watch it.
Okay? I'm watching the actual debate.
Hold up.
Hold up, everybody. Hold up, everybody. He's just going to be, having cognitive dissonance.
Hold on. It's playing.
It's playing? Yeah, I'll play it. I'll play it one more time for you.
It's in the same clip. It's in the same clip.
I'm going to now direct this at Vice President Biden.
Watch the whole clip.
I do not believe you are a racist.
Okay?
And I agree with you when you commit yourself to the importance of finding common ground. But I also believe, and it's personal, and I was actually it was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me. So I will tell you that on this subject, it cannot be an intellectual debate among Democrats. We have to take it seriously. We have to act swiftly. As Attorney General of California, I was very proud to put in place a requirement that all my special agents would wear body cameras and keep those cameras on.
And by the way, I just want to clarify. Kamala Harris is right here. 100% right. At no point is she wrong there. And also, nowhere does she call him racist. She explicitly, in this clip, says, I don't believe you are racist. That is the first thing that she said, and people still sit there and misrepresent what she said. Why do you choose to do this? You now owe me $50 because you are so hard-headed, because you wouldn't acknowledge that you were wrong. You wouldn't acknowledge that you were misrepresenting the facts, when if you took literally one Google search, you would have found an AP News article proving you wrong. You would have found the clip where she says in the first part of the clip that literally she believes that he's not a racist. Where did you even get this idea from?
From her saying it.
She's
She's saying there, I don't like how you handle there's two black
Yeah.
senators. Is that not what she just said?
Wait, you understand that she can say that she disagrees with him without calling him racist?
Well, I feel like every point she's ever made versus Trump, it's always talking about some minority.
Okay,
and
wait. Why are you?
this.
So are you? You admit that you owe me $50, right?
How do I owe you $50? She's calling him racist.
Really?
Right there.
No, she's not. Wait. If she says I don't believe you are racist, is that calling him racist?
So you don't. So if
Wait, hold up.
someone
Pause.
says
Pause.
something,
Pause.
that
If
means
she
they
says I
actually-
don't believe you are racist, that's calling him racist.
well, I could say, "Oh, I don't believe you're racist," but then I can go and call.
Wait.
someone
Pause.
that
Pause. 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 Pause.
racist.
Pause. Pause. If you say that you don't believe someone's racist in a serious sense, that means you don't believe that they're racist, correct?
Well, do you believe anything she says is serious? She's a joke.
This is a democratic debate. She's clearly being serious.
Are you sure? Because she
Absolutely.
changes her accent at different debates. Depending
Code
on
switching
what
does not mean you are not
protest
serious. Like, stop being ridiculous.
How does that not mean you're-
Hey, can you stop pivoting away because you owe me the $50? Like, this is embarrassing. This is clearly because you don't want to acknowledge the fact that you were wrong. Like, at this point, this is blatantly obvious. I played the clip and you're denying reality.
Do we not? You played the first 4 seconds. I said, watch the rest of the
I
clip.
played the whole clip.
And
Hey, dude, I just played the whole clip for you.
I
Think
disagree
you're
because the
amazing.
way you treat these 2 senators and what they ran on, is that not
That's not
basically
racism.
saying, oh, you're being racist towards these
No,
senators?
no,
So what would you
that's
call
not.
That? What would you call it?
She's saying she disagrees with this, but he's not racist. I don't
So
know
what
why
would
that's
you-
so
what would you
complicated
call
to
it?
you.
What would you call it then?
What?
They're trying to
She
stop
disagrees.
violence for poor kids, so
She
what would you
disagrees.
call it?
Wait, no, let me clarify. The position that he was holding was that specifically doing that, right, didn't incentivize legislators to create plans to then integrate housing, right? Because housing was the necessary element to integrate, right? Is that housing integration would then lead to school integration. And that busing people didn't fix the idea that we needed housing integration. Now, the argument that Kamala Harris is making is that you could do housing integration while simultaneously having busing at that time while there's a sort of transitionary period. So I disagree with Biden there. Kamala Harris disagrees with Biden there. But that disagreement with Biden there doesn't mean that Biden's being racist. Does that make sense?
So what is Biden being? If Trump was to do that, all the Democrats would be, "Oh, you're racist. You're racist."
That's not true.
I feel like it's so hypocritical. Like,
Trump
we
literally
can't
back
vote-
then at that time wasn't renting to black people because they're black.
Is it because they're black or because of what
No,
happened?
it was
to the
literally
property
because they're
value?
black. Yes, that was determined by the court case.
Okay,
get-
would you say
They literally got a settlement.
there's a high-
Trump
okay,
was
not even a
Trump had to
racial
write in the
control.
newspaper that he was now renting to black people.
Okay, can I say something about that? If you're renting a home in, let's say, any country or not country, any state in the East Coast, and there's a high crime rate there, why would you want to rent or like have a property there if there's a high crime rate? Of course, you're gonna sell it and sell all your land and want new investors.
Can I explain why you're completely wrong here and why you have no clue what you're talking about? Because they had testers, specifically people who are white and people who are black with the same conditions, right? True about them in terms of income, everything else, right? Specifically, go into these areas and they would literally say to the white people that there are openings, and to the people who are black, they would say that there are no openings. And quite literally, they would mark the applications of the non-white individuals with the letter C to reference person of color, right? Specifically to not rent them, because of the fact that they're not white. Okay, so that's explicitly what this determined. That was what was happening at that time. So this whole point that you're making of like, oh, liberals would specifically be all crazy if Donald Trump actually did this. Donald Trump did worse.
So it's bad to say, "Oh, I don't want to rent to these people because maybe they won't pay their rent or there's high crime rate. I don't want
Wait,
to sell."
when you put
That's
C on the
disappointing.
applications of non-white individuals, what is that supposed to mean? So that they
Because
didn't
you
rent
see
to them?
their income, you see if someone doesn't
Nope.
have a job, you see
Nope.
if they
These
can take
testers had the same
Medicaid.
income.
So you're saying they did a test and there was, I think I've heard about that
Yes.
test where they had a black family, white family, and the property value was completely different, correct?
Nope, it wasn't.
It wasn't that one. I heard about that test in California where there was.
No, we're
They
talking.
did.
We're talking about Donald Trump.
So you're talking about Trump picking a white family over a black family just because they're white?
Yeah, literally his business, right? Not renting to black people because they're black. And then he literally had to apologize for it in the
he
newspaper
said, "I'm
and
not
take out an
renting to
ad
black
for that.
people
And then
because
also
they're
say
black."
that now he is renting to black people.
There's no way Trump said, "I'm not renting to black people because they're black." There's
You
definitely
understand that
different
dude, I've
context
already
to that.
explained this to you. You're just purposefully not engaging at this point. Where's my $50?
I am engaging.
Where's my $50?
$50 for what? She called him
Dude,
racist.
you explicitly lost that bet.
She called him racist.
She literally said, "I don't believe you are racist."
I don't know then what saying.
How dishonest do you have to be? Are you Christian?
I would say I believe in God. I wouldn't say I
So then
follow
why are
him.
you lying?
How am I lying?
You're
I
explicitly
specifically
saying
said
that she
I
said
said
that she's
Kamala
that he's
motivates.
racist when she explicitly said, "I don't believe you are racist."
Does.
Here, can you tell me what she just said here?
In this campaign, we've also heard, and I'm going to now direct this at Vice President Biden. I do not believe you are a racist.
Can you repeat back what she just said?
She said, "I do not believe you're racist," but
Oh, okay. There you go. So you've now conceded. She says she doesn't believe that he's a racist. Given that given that you've acknowledged that, can you send me the $50 to my Venmo or PayPal? I'm waiting for Where's my $50?
Can I say?
Where's my
you can't-
$50?
you
I am
can't say,
waiting, dude.
Where's my $50?
Where is my $50?
Parker, you didn't win there. Sorry to tell
Yes,
you,
I
you did not
did.
win
I
there.
explicitly
Because,
won.
okay, let me say
Where's my
this.
$50? I'm waiting. Where's my
I say
$50,
you're
buddy?
not a racist,
Hey, buddy.
and then you-
$50, and you owe me $50. I'm waiting with $50. Pay up, buddy. Pay up, bud. Pay up, bud. I won. You lost. Admit it. Don't sit up here and do this. This is the most obvious win. Anyone who disagrees with me can still acknowledge that I've won.
You keep muting me.
You're actually wrong
You
here.
have the God
Okay?
power to mute.
I do. And you will constantly be muted.
Odd man out. I wish this.
You are objectively wrong right now. Okay? Objectively
Whenever I'm
wrong.
odd man out. Hit me up on God. Hit me up. I will win that debate every single time in person.
You just lost. And it's caught in 4K.
You're chat GPT, looking up clips. We can debate in real life anytime. I know you're in LA.
Jaden, I didn't use chat GPT. And I would never meet you in person. You're an insane lunatic. You owe me $50.
I don't owe you $50.
Yes, you do.
I was right on what I said. No, I
Jaden,
don't.
you quite literally admitted you were wrong by literally acknowledging that she said this.
I do not believe you are a racist.
Did you not hear my analogy at all? You keep cutting me
I do
off.
not believe you are a racist. I do 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 not believe you are a racist.
I can play a clip of Biden saying we need to deport all the illegals a million times too. We can do the same thing. We can do this.
I do not believe you are a racist.
I can play clips of Biden. Hey,
I do not believe you are a racist. I do not
dude,
believe
you are a clown. This is what you do to everyone. You try to display
I do not
clips.
believe you are a racist. I do not believe you are a racist.
Yo, let me know when you're doing an odd man out, please. You will not debate me in real
I
life.
do not believe you are a racist. I do not believe you are a racist. I do not believe you are a racist.
You got cooked, buddy. You literally just absolutely got cooked, bro. Like, yeah, I'm playing the same clip over because you owe me $50. I know you want to see me, you want to meet me in person. I would never meet you in person. You are an insane lunatic. If you can't pay up on seriously, if you genuinely can't acknowledge that you were wrong here.
I have met in person though. That's the thing.
When?
At Six Flags, I've seen you multiple times at Six Flags.
Bullshit.
California. On God, I've seen you. Right after the election, I trolled you in person about the election. I have a picture of it. I saw you with
I
your
don't believe
girlfriend.
you.
I saw you with your girlfriend at Six Flags.
I don't believe
California.
you.
Six Flags, California. November 2024. You were there. I saw you twice in the same month there. I talked to you for 20 minutes. We had a little debate.
I did not talk to you for 20 minutes. I know that's bullshit now. By the way, I was actually believing it was possible up until the point where you said we talked for 20 minutes. I've actually genuinely never sat and talked to someone for 20 minutes at Six Flags. Not once.
Well, you talked to me.
No, I didn't.
You're like, oh, you guys are Trump supporters. That's what you said.
I don't remember this at all.
Maybe not 20 minutes. That's over exaggerating. Probably like 5-10 minutes. We were talking about the election.
I only remember one time where I sat and talked to someone at Six Flags, right? And it was like a group of like younger guys, right?
That was a group of 4 of us. It was
I talked to them for maybe 4 to 5 minutes maximum.
Then that was probably us. You were walking towards the entrance from Goliath. That's the way we were walking. We talked for like 5-10 minutes.
No, the people were walking to Goliath.
Yeah, I was walking to Goliath, and you were walking.
You
away
just
from
you just you
Goliath.
just you just contradicted yourself.
No. You were walking to the entrance from Goliath, and I like.
No, I wasn't. I was walking. I was literally walking from Goliath out of the park.
That's what I said. From Goliath to the main entrance.
You're contradicting yourself. Okay, I'm
Oh
gonna.
my god! I just said Goliath. To
You're
the
a
main
waste of time.
entrance.
Why are you lying?
I just said you were walking from Goliath to the main entrance of the park.
No,
and
you
I'm
didn't.
walking
You said
to
I was
Goliath.
going from the main entrance of the park to Goliath.
Oh my god! That's not what I said, bro. But okay, if you think that's what I said, okay, that's not what I said. I said you were walking from Goliath to the main entrance of the park, and I was walking from the main entrance. I just got there. That's what I said.
Okay.
And it was right after the election, literally the next day. It was on a Saturday.
Okay.
And
You owe me
we talked for like
$50.
10 minutes. So I'm not lying, but
You owe me $50.
I don't owe you $50.
You do owe me $50. Like literally, this is 4K.
How is this 4K? You're playing a clip, and I said she called him racist.
Hey, dude.
By what she did by.
Okay, I'm sorry. How dishonest you have to be? Like explicitly, she said, "I do not believe you are racist." You have got to be trolling at this point.
Did you not hear what I said about someone saying, "Oh, you're not racist," but then they do something completely different?
Nothing about what she described there said that he was racist.
So her saying, "Oh, they're the black kids and in California taking the bus because they don't have money. You defunded it or whatever you said."
She said, "I disagree with the fact that you oppose this particular bill, and this is why I disagree." That's not saying he's racist.
So is his action not racist? Is what she's calling out?
No.
So who?
She explicitly said that she thinks it's not racist.
Okay, did you not hear what I just said? If someone says you're not racist just because they're on TV, but then what they do is completely different.
Okay, wait, hold up. So your claim was that she said that he was racist. That was your claim, right?
No, my claim was
You're being dishonest.
Did you not?
You are being so dishonest. It's unbelievable. If you actually act honestly.
Then let me talk. I said Kamala Harris in the primary debates before she got completely eliminated, the first out, she was calling Biden racist by what he's doing. And I said, roll the clip. And you played the first 5 seconds. I do not think you're racist. And I said, play the whole clip. Watch the whole thing. She's calling him out for discriminating against senators who are DEI hires because they're black.
Okay, wait. So, Jaden, you just quite literally just did racism. You know that, right? You just assumed that they're DEI because they're black. You just did racism after claiming that Joe Biden engaged in racism. Do you hear yourself? You're doing that right now.
Racial. What? I'm saying what she said.
She never said that they were DEI hires.
I'm just translating.
Exactly. You added that on top. You said that they're DEI because they're black. You quite literally said it out loud. You just did racism, bro.
So it's wrong to say DEI?
Yeah, to say that people are DEI because they're black. Yeah, that's wrong.
Well, if you're running on just because you're black, that's DEI to me.
That's not what she ran on.
No, not Kamala. The senators. She was talking about.
What senators were they?
She didn't name them. I don't even know.
So how do you know they ran on that?
Because she brought it up. Watch the clip.
She never said that.
Justice. That's what she said they were running on. That's how they got there. And she said.
With you when you commit yourself to the importance of finding common ground. But I also believe, and it's personal, and I was actually it was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of 2 United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the 2nd class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me. So I will tell you that on this subject, it cannot be an intellectual debate among Democrats. We have to take it seriously. We have to act swiftly. As Attorney General of California, I was very proud to put in place a requirement that all my special agents would wear body cameras and keep those cameras on.
Okay, so nothing in that statement did she say that Joe Biden is racist. And the only way that you can try to say that is by completely denying reality and denying what you just heard, okay? at this point, you're either rage baiting or you
I
are
asked him
genuinely
Denzel. I asked him
unwilling to make a
Denzel.
point because you actually, right, can't acknowledge that you're wrong.
I asked
Those are
him
the only
Denzel.
two things that could
You
possibly
said
be
you
true.
already do have Zelle.
No, I don't. You either can do Venmo or PayPal.
Cash App?
No, I don't.
PayPal?
Yes.
Bet.
Alrighty.
I'll send you.
I better see it. I don't want to continue this anymore. I can't actually. Mentally can't do it. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. The fact that it took that long to get him to acknowledge that is absolutely crazy. Jackal, thank you for the $2, by the way. Yeah, literally. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I'm kind of on the fence at this point. If
Okay.
I'm being honest.
Okay, like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, at this very second, I haven't really looked into Kamala's policies at the moment.
Kamala.
Yeah, sorry about that. Um, I did vote for Trump, but I'd kind of not vote right now. But the more that I research, I feel like I would definitely vote for Kamala.
Okay. Glad to see that you would vote for Kamala Harris. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say I don't know what that guy.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
June.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support
I have a
Trump?
question for you. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you think if you were president, you would do a better job than Trump is doing?
What state do you live in?
What do you say?
What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
11:05.
Nope, not even close. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. It is 10:05. I live in California. Alrighty. Do give us a quick second to get some people up here. If you send a guest request intentionally, you don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, you will get blocked. Just letting you know. You will get blocked. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you send a guest request intentionally, don't meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, you will get blocked. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
Oh, you're good. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here.
Hey,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 43.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support
Okay.
Trump 100%, and even more than that. And I don't want to cook you, Parker, but even more than that, I support Trump because of who's under Trump, and I'm talking about JFK Jr., brother. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh my God, are you Q?
Am I Q? No, I'm Tim. Are you Q?
I meant
Are you,
like
are you Q
you
ball?
believe in QAnon.
Do I believe in QAnon? You
Yeah,
don't
like
have to
of
be.
course, like if you think JFK Jr. is alive, which JFK Jr. is clearly dead, right? Then you would believe that.
I think JFK Jr. is alive. Do you think JFK
Yeah, so
Jr.
you're
is dead?
QAnon. So let me just
No,
thank some people, and
you're
then we can move on to the
QAnon.
conversation. Ashley, thank you for the
You're
$5.
QAnon.
Thank you very much. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Thank you so much. Azula, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Give me some W's for them in the
What up,
comment section
Zula?
right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Azula. Thank you. Thank you
Hey,
very
thanks,
much.
Zula.
As well as Aubrey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you on PayPal.
Look at
Emma, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really
Emma.
appreciate it. Thank you.
What
Hopefully
up,
we can
Emma?
change their mind. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Hey, give Emma some W's.
Yeah, make sure to give some people some W's. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you very
All right.
much.
All right. So, are we going to talk about
And by the way, do
politics
you
or are
mean
we going to talk about
RFK
QAnon?
Jr. or do you mean JFK Jr.?
I mean RFK Jr.
So RFK Jr. Yeah, okay. So why do you like RFK Jr.?
Why do you not like? Do you hold on? I'm not trying to answer your question. What I need to see where you're at, Parker. Do you not like RFK Jr.?
No.
Do you not like Kid Rock?
I'm not as familiar with him, but sure.
Do you not like Kid Rock songs?
I haven't really listened to Kid Rock songs. I'm
Do
gonna be
you
honest
not
with
know
you.
that Kid Rock is now not a Southern American country singer, rock and roll guy? He's
Okay, are you
RFK
trolling?
Jr.'s right hand. No, I'm not
Hey,
trolling. Don't
tell me
troll
why
me
you
back.
support Trump.
I support Trump because he put brilliant people like RFK Jr. in power.
RFK
And
is
I'm just
not
waiting.
brilliant. How is RFK brilliant?
How is he not brilliant? What's not brilliant about
Yeah,
RFK?
he said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism when there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooked that indicated no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account siblings and genetics.
He also said people have been telling us forever that the H drug was going to kill you, and he said that he snorted it right off the back of a toilet bowl seat. He's
Okay,
fine.
you're
He
definitely
said,
trolling.
I'm not trolling. No.
They're definitely trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigga.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Luis, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you very much. Let's go on the next individual here real quick, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Help get it out to more people as always. Let's get on to the next individual here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I do. I've had a debate with you before, but you kicked me
How long ago?
because, well, it was a month ago, but you did kick me because.
It's too recent. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, this is Colt Boy, man, rapper from North Carolina. I live on the beach, and I've debated with you before.
How long ago?
Probably like a couple of days ago.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
My name's Evan, and I love Bettina. And
Alrighty, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Do just give us a quick second to get some people up here. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. I think Trump supporters are done. They're done. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Okay. We're just getting trolls right now, everybody. Honestly, I'm not surprised because, like, after what happened last night, not surprised. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah,
38.
Do you support Trump?
I used to.
Okay. Hey, everybody, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
My name's Evan, and I love Bettina.
Dude, I don't know why these people keep doing this. It's ridiculous, dude. I don't understand how they find it fun. What happened last night? Literally, Trump posted a picture depicting himself as God, so, on social media. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Oh, because I'm part of the military-industrial complex, and you'll see what's going to be happening here soon.
Are you trolling too?
No, I'm not trolling at all.
Okay, what part of the military-industrial complex?
So what I see happening right now is us restructuring our country to be more powerful than we already are.
What part of the military-industrial complex?
What part of the military-industrial complex? The one that moves into areas and basically takes control where control needs to be taken. And it seems like you're a guy that's never been part of that, anything that like that, and you kind of just sit.
I don't think they're being serious. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Stupid people, quite frankly.
Alrighty, everybody. I don't know if we would even get a Trump supporter today. We'll see. We'll see.
My name's Evan, and I love Bettina the Philippines.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Quite frankly, I am appalled that you speak of.
Morgan, thank you for the train. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Cookie King mogs you.
Alrighty, we're just getting a million trolls. Have we even got a serious debate yet? I actually don't know. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Parker, you're
Oh my god, Jill's in the box, bro. Oh my god, these are the only Trump supporters left. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 17.
You're gonna be 18 plus. You know, part of me is kind of curious to know what she thinks as a Christian, though, but I'm not going to bring her up. I'm definitely not. Ashley, thank you for the hand tar. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Thank you very much for the lemonade. Thank you. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Palestine, free Palestine.
Based. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everyone.
Ooh.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
No, but can I ask?
Did you get the $50? Nope. Thank you so much for the corgi. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love you, brother.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. I got a harassment and bullying flag. How? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
29, but do you have to restart your live or something?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, do you have to restart your live because of the flag or no?
No, it should be fine.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna come back. Okay. Yeah, I support it because on a real note, he denies some things about science that I actually agree with him with.
What aspects of him denying science do you agree with?
Multiple different reasons, but primarily because, the big talking point is the birth count is low. But we were lied to about the consensus. Like, the population count is not what it says it is. That's a lie.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because they say there's 9 billion people, but if that was true, because I looked it up on Grok, there's been about 117 billion people that ever lived. So that being said, they would run out of cemeteries by now. And I have my equations. I did a math equation. I have evidence to support my.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
Yup.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
1992. 1994.
Let's go to the next individual, everybody. I'm trying to get someone up here. I do apologize. It's really difficult today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yup.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2000 and... I'm a hard right.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Hold on, I got music playing in the background. Give me 1 second. I just got a tab over.
Alright, if you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Help get out to more people as always.
Now, what was your question?
Yeah, so if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Trump for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, there's many reasons, but I mean, right now with the way he's kind of handing it to the globalists is big. I mean, the way he moved the pieces around to shift America to maintain its superpower status, because we were close to getting knocked off the #1 spot, which is a huge problem for everybody, you included, even if you're not a Trump supporter. That's a big deal. That'll affect everybody in this country for a very long time. So it's very important that this country maintains its #1 status in the globe as a superpower. But with everything that he's been doing, I know you don't agree with the tariffs. A lot of people don't. But what hasn't been said, because it's all been silent for a very long time, because it worked. Other countries opened up trade from America, for American goods to get shipped in that weren't able to be shipped in. Yeah, there's, the tariff costs and all that did decrease because we made concessions back and forth, just deals, shifted where we got products from one country to another that was willing to negotiate and make deals. China opened up soybeans, which is unheard of, to allow America to sell soy. I mean, so it worked. It worked. And now we've got the whole Iran issue. And that's a problem. It's been a growing problem for 40 years. So it was either Trump deals with it now or another president deals with it later. So
Wrong.
it's either
So I think you're wrong here. Can I explain?
It would have eventually happened, whether you like it or not.
I disagree. Can I explain why you're wrong?
Mm.
Yeah, so I don't think that there was any imminent threat of us being attacked by Iran. I think Trump was the one who originally pulled us out of the JCPOA, which had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. If you truly wanted to prevent them from having access to a nuclear weapon, you would have agreed that the JCPOA should have stayed in place. They have more enrichment of uranium now by significantly higher extents compared to what existed under the JCPOA. It was 3.7% maximum enrichment under the JCPOA. Now it's like over 60. It's around 60%, and they haven't built it up since the original strike around 8 months ago, so there was no U.S. intelligence indicating that they were getting even closer to it since then. But again, if you didn't want them to have nuclear weapons in the very first place, you wanted to prevent that, the JCPOA did just that. And if you don't want to, you said, oh, the big issue is that they got rid of the sanctions. Well, did you know that they got rid of the sanctions under the 10-point plan that they would specifically agree to, and that Trump was saying that that was something that he would agree to? So we would have gotten less objectives met through the context of the war than we got through the JCPOA.
Yeah, but they were never supposed to enrich past what was it, 20 or 30%?
3.7% through the JCPOA, but Trump pulled us out of that agreement. That's his fault.
Because they weren't allowing inspectors to go in.
They were.
NATO
You're wrong.
wasn't. No, they weren't.
Yes,
Even
they
under
were.
Biden, no, they weren't because
Yes,
they
they
had
were. Trump
secret
signed
sites.
off on it.
No, they weren't.
Trump signed off on it. You're wrong.
They were not allowing inspectors to go in.
Yes, they were.
NATO inspectors were
You're
supposed
lying.
to go in. I'm not lying because
You are.
they were. This was all during Obama's presidency, and this was like big news.
Okay.
So what do you mean?
Yeah, you're claiming that this is big news, but you're wrong. I've already explained how you're wrong. You don't want to actually respond. You just said it was big news.
For one, NATO wasn't enforcing getting the inspectors in there. Iran was not being transparent with their enrichment.
Wait, what is your source?
You look. You got the computer in front of you.
You're the one that's making the claim. I'll give you time to go look it up if you'd like.
Overwatching news broadcast for the last, I don't know, 20 years.
Then go ahead and find it.
I don't have sources right in the back of my head.
You don't have to. I'm giving you time to go look it up, sir.
No, I'm not doing that.
Why not?
You got the computer. You look it up.
You're the one who made the claim.
I'm not doing it. So.
You're the one who made the claim, though.
Anybody that's older than you has lived through this entire thing, and we all know. We all seen it. We all seen the headline news. We all watched it on TV.
The people older than me disagree with you. The people older than you disagree with you.
Well, with the ones that sit on the side of the road holding fucking no king signs in a constitutional protected country. Yeah, okay.
You understand that we're arguing against king's existence. We're arguing for freedom, and we're arguing against tyranny, which the Trump administration is engaging in. Trump is a wannabe king.
Parker, you, Dean, and Johnny should all band together and get with Indivisible and 50501, since you guys are all in bed with them fuckers. You should get in there and you should tell them, hey, maybe we should rebrand this No Kings into something that makes fucking sense. Because it doesn't make sense.
Okay, I do think it works. It totally makes sense. And I'm not in bed with Indivisible. I don't have the ability to contact them.
I'm pretty sure you are solely in bed with Indivisible. I know Dean, I know you are, and I know Johnny. You're all buddy.
Dean knows the person in his local community, but that's about it.
Why do all, you're all, because Johnny goes to the activists, he does all the protesting with Antifa and shit out of Minneapolis, and
okay, I don't know why you're bringing this up as it relates to me.
Because you guys are all just like to talk about. You're all disingenuous, and y'all like to spew propaganda bullshit.
How am I spewing? What propaganda have I spewed?
Dean uses IRGC propaganda.
Sir, what propaganda have I spewed?
Every leftist talking point.
Okay, such as.
Do you call Trump a pedophile?
I do think that he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think he's been charged with rape?
I think he's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. He got a settlement with the Epstein estate. I think that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I think he's sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. I think there's very good reason to believe these are applicable. Plus, he bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in. Now, let me ask you this question, because I think that you specifically can't actually tell me why anything I just said is false. You're just going to try to say that you don't like it.
Young girls. That was Miss America pageant, and they were grown women.
You don't know if it was Miss USA or Miss Teen USA in the statement that he made. I'm talking about the 18-year-olds that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in. So I'm talking about the fact that Donald Trump said that he did this, and then it was corresponded to be true specifically by individuals that were involved in Miss USA and Miss Teen USA.
Are you talking about the documents that the FBI has gone through and said they're fake documents, fake letters?
No. You're trying to think about some things within the Epstein files that were determined to be fake. No, the things in the Epstein files that I'm referencing were being scrubbed by the DOJ because they realized that it literally, they credibly accused Trump, and they got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So this person was determined to be credible by the FBI. There's multiple interviews that they have. They're also not releasing the conclusions associated with these interviews, right? And a bunch of the files are not being released. Around 3 million files have not been released. Okay, half of the files.
A lot of those files is child pornography.
Well,
Why do you want child pornography
redact
being
that.
released to the public?
That can be redacted under the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
They've redacted a lot of stuff, but you guys just sit here.
But why did they release that? You know that actively the Trump administration released that without redacting it, in some instances. So like if that was the concern, I don't understand why that they would have done that in other circumstances. Plus, if you're addressing this again, you actively can redact that. So I don't know what your point is.
Because they're not going to blatantly put out child pornography and then redact it, so people can try to hack it and go through and unredact it, and then now it's all of a sudden the White House put pornography out there. I mean, come on, you just got to
Wait,
use your brain.
I just explained. By the way, it would be CSAM. And by the way, if you're referencing what's it called, the situation, you're saying, oh, they wouldn't want to do this because then this would be an argument. They already did do this. I just explained that to you. Okay.
What did they do?
They literally did release victims and even victims' bodies in some of the circumstances because they didn't redact them. So if the concern was that they didn't want to issue these with redactions or whatnot, they wouldn't have done that.
You're calling people's identity and child pornography like equivalent?
CSAM. And when you say identity, I don't think that that's the same. I do think that they didn't do the bodies of individuals as well. I'm not just referencing the faces.
I don't understand your argument.
I'm saying that they literally released pictures, including victims' bodies, in the pictures without redacting it.
Bodies, as in like dead people? Are you talking about alive?
Like,
people?
Do you have a body? Do you have a body?
So you're saying people's identity was released through photos?
That's part of it too. Yes, but I'm saying their bodies as well weren't redacted.
Well, that would mean their identity. That would mean that they have been identified as a specific person, which is more than likely going to be a witness's name that was put already on the document, so they've been identified as
I don't know why this guy's not responding to any of the points I brought up.
What point did you bring up?
I just brought them up and you're not responding to them. Again, the whole point that I'm bringing up is that you just try to claim that I spew misinformation because I spew every leftist talking point, but you can't disprove what I'm saying right now.
Yeah.
Okay? Secondly, I have a question. Are you Antifa?
No, I'm not Antifa.
Why not?
Because I think they're pieces of shit.
Really? Like, I mean, Antifa just means anti-fascist. You're not anti-fascist? So are you neutral to fascism or are you pro-fascism?
Well, we don't live in a fascist country, and I'm not Antifa.
So I'm just asking, if you're not anti-fascist, are you neutral to fascism or are you pro-fascism?
We don't live in a fascist country, so I'm not understanding your relevance.
I do think that Trump is a fascist, but can you answer that? You cannot live in a fascist country and still be Antifa, right? Like, for example, do you think that we were? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that we were Antifa during World War II when we fought against the Nazis?
Trump is working within the bounds of the Constitution. He is working within the powers of the executive. Everything he does, and if he was such a fascist, every time a court order comes out and then restricts him from doing something, why doesn't he just do it?
He actively does try to undermine the Constitution. He's done so on countless occasions. He's called for the termination of the Constitution. Now, there are limitations and there are checks and balances, but what you're not understanding is that I'm just asking you, are you against fascism?
Fascism, as far as being a Nazi, yes.
Are you against fascism?
I'm against Nazis, yes. I'm against.
Are you against fascism?
What are we identifying as fascism?
The 14 points of fascism. Do you want me to read them off for you?
Go for it.
I got you, bro. Including identification of enemies and scapegoats as a unifying cause, powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for the recognition of human rights, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for the intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections.
I'm against the corruption and fraudulent elections. I'm not against being a patriot, which means you love your country, which means you're a nationalist. I'm not against the military being powerful, so I don't really understand what points. Where do you get these points of fascism? Where do you even get that list?
Lawrence Britt, a political scientist.
Like, well, some of those don't make sense because some of those is what every country uses. Because you're not understanding a powerful country without a powerful military.
Sir.
Make sense.
I'm not having an issue with us having the best military in the world. That's not the issue. What you're not understanding is that it's all of these points together. It's not just one point alone. It's all of these points together that then make it fascism.
Okay, so all the points aren't together. So no, I'm against fascism as a whole, and what you're saying with all the points together. So.
Okay, So it's all these points, or most of these points together. That's what I'm saying. That's what fascism is.
So you said all the points have to be together, but now
Most of
because you
them.
say this, but you said all of them, but now not all of them.
It could be all or most.
So now you just moved the goalpost.
No, I was saying that prior. I was just clarifying.
No, you didn't. You did not.
I did, but it's okay.
No, you did not. You just moved the goalpost.
I literally already did say that.
You said now most, which
No,
means now
I
you're.
had already said that.
So all right. So what is the most that you're saying right now? What are the points that you say align with the Trump administration?
Oh, I think all of them do.
Well, you just said most do.
Well, I said that only most have to in order to deem you as a fascist.
That is not true.
Yeah, if most of these are applicable to you, you're a fascist.
Then that
Right?
would mean.
But if all of them are
that would
applicable
mean
to you,
under
then
your
you're
logic,
still a
that would mean-
fascist.
Then that would mean every country is fascist under your
No.
logic.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, not every country does. Powerful continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, identification of enemies such scapegoats, a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion, government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for the intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections. I don't think that's every single government. I think this is uniquely the Trump administration and other fascist ideologues.
Well, you just said only most have to.
Yeah,
So which
only
would
most
mean
have
more
to
than
be applicable to them
50%.
in order for you to be a fascist, but all of them are
So-
applicable to Trump.
So what is considered most in like more than 50% is most? Would you
Yeah,
say?
that's what most means.
Okay. So you can take half of that list and you can say, oh, well, I think he aligns with this, and this, which is going to be what most countries would identify as with
How
those
about
points.
this? Most is the highest amount. Let's just clarify that.
Okay, so now we're changing the goalpost again.
What? I'm just telling you what most is. I just was clarifying. How am I changing the goalpost?
That's what you guys do, man.
Because
You
there
just
is a difference
stick-
between most
stick-
and majority. I just wanted to clarify, just in case there was a little bit of a dispute there.
Well, when most is majority, because
A majority can be the most, but it's not always considered the most.
most is majority, because you can't have most of something and not be the majority. So it doesn't
Well,
make
no,
sense.
because the majority alone might not be considered the most in of itself, but it might be a part of the most. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. Because if
Like, can I give an
something
example?
is the most, which means it's the majority. Because so if I have 6 red jelly beans and you have 4, that means I have most, which means I have the majority.
I agree. I agree. You have a majority and most in the scenario.
Well, that's the
But
same
for
in every
example,
scenario.
let's say we divide it amongst 3 people. I gave you 7, I have 6, and someone else has 6. Okay, you have a majority, or not? What's it called? You have the most, but you don't have a majority. Does that make sense?
But now you just moved the goalpost again, because now you're
It-
saying there's a third party.
What? I'm just explaining. How's that? I'm moving the goalpost. I'm explaining something to you.
We're
I mean,
two
in that
parties
scenario,
taking
you have the most, but you don't have the majority.
When you only have 2 options, the most is the majority. You can't add a third option,
Why can't?
because now you're just jumping into hypotheticals.
But hypotheticals are relevant towards us understanding these things. And if it's 2
Hypotheticals
scenarios in the
are
first place, it's
not-
also hypothetical. If you just consider
Hypotheticals are
2, it's
not
also
relevant.
hypothetical.
Hypotheticals
I have a question.
Hypotheticals are only good whenever you want to critically think about something.
Yeah, you don't want to
with
critically
the
think, huh?
with the thought of lack of information to help you come to a common sense understanding. But it doesn't mean that all of a sudden, because you have hypotheticals, now you just know what happened, because that's not true. It's still guessing. Hypotheticals are not facts. So
But they're relevant towards demonstrating what you think to be true and explaining things to other people.
it's not. It's good as an explaining point to maybe get your point across.
That's what
but
I'm
it's not-
doing with
it's
you
not
right now.
facts, but it's not facts.
This is a fact, right? Because I'm showing you that the logical implications of what you just described to be true.
By most being the majority.
Yeah, because if you say that, I think that there's a distinction between most and majority, and that's the distinction I was trying to make. And you were trying to say that, like, I can't explain that because I can't bring up a hypothetical to explain that. Like, that's just really weird.
Well,
All
we
I
were
did was
just
give you a
talking
basic
about-
example to demonstrate. Like, this is a kindergarten example, by the way.
No,
it
it's
was
not,
it was to
because-
demonstrate that you could have the most in a scenario, but you don't have a majority. Like, I don't think that's a complicated thing. Like, for example, Trump had the most votes in the election, okay, but he did not have a majority of the votes.
Okay, but we're jumping off of we're going off.
Is that a
track on-
No, seriously, is that a complicated thing that Donald Trump had the most
No, I
votes, but he didn't
understood
have a
your
majority?
point. But how did this whole conversation start in the first place? About you saying that the Trump administration aligns with most of the points that you said.
No, I said the Trump administration, the Trump specifically himself, I believe aligns with all of them. I said you can be determined to be a fascist if you hit most of them.
So he has to align with all of them, but most of them.
Almost all of them. How about that? Is that more clear?
So, yeah. Your
It
logic
doesn't have to be
behind
every
all
single one,
fascist
but
thing is
almost all of them.
ridiculous.
Now this is irrelevant. Donald Trump does apply to every single one of them, so
No, he doesn't.
he
You're
does.
bullshit.
And I can explain that to you, but I think that would just be a very long conversation with you because I don't think you already understand the very basic things.
No, I totally 100% understand.
Like I was just trying to establish this with you. Are you against fascism?
I am against fascism. Yeah.
You are, so you're Antifa.
I am not Antifa.
Yeah, you are. If you're against
No.
fascism, you're Antifa.
I don't know.
Yeah, you are. You're Antifa.
You may call. You may call.
You agree with me. We're Antifa, right? We're against fascism.
What I call Antifa is the morons in Minneapolis banging on like
But
fences.
wait,
knocking
but
shit
you're
over and
Antifa.
assaulting people.
But you're Antifa. All Antifa means is anti-fascism or against fascism.
No.
That's all it means.
Maybe the 1940s term of fascist, anti-fascist.
So would you agree that the U.S. was anti-fascist when fighting against the Nazis?
Maybe in the 40s.
So they were Antifa.
Maybe in the 40s, but nowadays.
So to clarify, do you think we should have been Antifa during World War II?
Should we have been Antifa? No. For America.
We shouldn't have been Antifa? You don't think we should have been against fascism?
You just said we are Antifa because we went to war. So what are you asking?
You just said we shouldn't have been Antifa.
No, I didn't say
In
that. I
World
said,
War II. That's what you were saying.
No, well, you're asking if we should have been like identified as Antifa. No, we're America. We're American military, so we're not going to identify.
We're not Antifa. We're America. What are you saying, bro? You can be America and be Antifa.
Well, that's why we went to war in the first place. To take out Germany, right?
What are you talking about, bro? Some people are saying
Talking
it's
about
lagging.
Germany.
Are we back, everyone, on YouTube? I don't know why it was lagging for a quick second. We're back, though, everyone. I apologize for that. But yeah, the guy was saying such ridiculous stuff that it literally made people go crazy. Let everyone know to refresh in the YouTube chat, if anything. I don't know why that happened. That was so weird. There was no lag on TikTok, only lag on YouTube. That was really weird.
Because you keep talking about Antifa. You can't talk about Antifa on YouTube.
Yeah, you can. I talk about it all the time. You should be against fascism. Is that a complicated thing?
What does fascism got to do with anything? Why? Because your opinion is Trump is fascist? I don't understand. Where are we going?
Well,
with
actually, I mean, you're the one who came up and said that I'm misinformation. I spread so much misinformation that I believe in every leftist talking point. Which, by the way, I'm a liberal, so I don't believe in every leftist talking point because I'm not a leftist.
That's what a fucking leftist is, a damn liberal. What are you talking about?
No, there's a distinction between a leftist and a liberal. A leftist is anti-capitalist. A liberal believes in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations.
You don't believe in capitalism and you're on here taking money from people? Bro, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Dude, I told you I'm a liberal, meaning I do believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations.
Oh, you said you're anti-capitalist.
No, I said that I believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations.
Okay, so you believe in capitalism with social nets and regulations.
Social safety nets and regulations, yeah.
So you want to regulate capitalism? So you
Yeah.
want to do what Kamala was saying with the
Kamala.
whole what was that?
Sorry, I was trying to look at the stream to make sure that it wasn't having issues. It sounds fine. I don't know why so many people are saying I'm muted in the YouTube chat. Just tell everyone to refresh. Actually, I'll just tell them. Refresh if you can't hear. Okay, alrighty. Keep seeing what you're saying.
Oh, so you agree? What was Kamala? Or no, was it Kamala or was it
Kamala? Just say
AOC?
Harris. Just say Harris.
I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
No, say Harris. If you can't say her name correctly, say Harris. If not, I'll kick you.
That's how I say it. Didn't kick me. I don't give a fuck.
I will. If you do it one more time, I will kick you.
All right, Kamala.
Okay, why do you do that? Why are you such a child? I'm gonna kick you. Like, why do you act like that? What's the point? What a weirdo, dude. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, but
What's your birth year?
like 2007,
And what month?
December
Okay, you said you're how old again?
19.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Aaron, by the way, thank you so much for the $3, by the way, on Venmo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's great to hear, Aaron. Oh my gosh. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? That's amazing to hear. W's for Aaron in the comment section right now. That's great. That's great to see that they've changed their mind. Alicia as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lily, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I'll have to make sure to look into that. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Justina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $40. Thank you so much for the trolls, Galore. I know it's really bad. That's what I need. I need to do the do blinks. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Of course, thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What is going on YouTube? I literally just lost like 500 people on YouTube because there's random issues on TikTok. I mean, on YouTube. Like, there's literally no lag. I have no issues at all. What is going on, dude? This is so frustrating, bro. It's like I have no lag. If it's TikTok not working, it's YouTube not working. If it's YouTube not working, it's TikTok not working. Like, I don't know. It's just so frustrating, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2004.
And what month?
December 16, 2004.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mostly because I'm not like a Marxist or like communist dude, so I don't really.
Can you define communism?
Yeah. So, German ideology, Marx describes communism as the progression past the state of affairs or any state of present negation within a capitalist system.
So, do you think that Kamala Harris advocates for going past capitalism?
Yeah, for sure.
Nope.
Okay, why's that?
She's never advocated for that. Give me a single quote for advocating for that.
I don't even think it's about quotes. Like at any point, like when you try to disrupt any capitalist progression for like you say, like regulations, like bank regulations, or
Okay, wait. So, are you a libertarian?
no?
So, you do you believe in any regulations within the market?
Yeah, I do.
So then, are you a socialist?
No.
You just said that any levels of regulations within the context of capitalism makes it socialist.
No, the progression of capital. So, like for example,
Okay, so then when Trump wants to own 10% of Intel,
hold on, buddy.
yeah. So when Trump owns 10% of Intel, is that socialism?
No, you have to let me finish. So monopoly, right, does not progress capital. I'm sorry, does not progress capital. It just stagnates and becomes secular capital. So like it's not necessarily the
Okay,
case.
I think you're trolling me.
There's no.
Let's go to the next individual. And send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
In my late 20s.
Do you support Trump?
I did about almost a decade ago.
Okay. If you don't meet that criteria, please don't send a guest request, everybody. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I know. I think that they're really scared to debate right now after what happened yesterday. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. What happened yesterday? Trump posted a Truth Social picture of him depicted as God. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you like bread?
Here, let me put it on the screen. Dude, I have to have literally infinite patience to deal with people on the internet. It's so frustrating. Like, I genuinely don't understand what all of the people who troll get out of trolling. I really don't get it. Like, it's such a waste of time, dude. What are you doing with your life? Genuinely. Like, leave me alone. I don't care to put it on screen anymore. I lost it. Whatever. Like, leave me alone. I just want to get debates. Please leave me alone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
April 15th, 2006.
And how old are you again?
19.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump mainly because of border control, and I voted for him because of course, his promises for tax. But I don't know. It was mainly because of ICE. I think that if you're an undocumented immigrant, you should get out of the country and come here the legal way.
Okay. So if someone violates the law, you think that they should be held accountable for violating the law?
Yeah.
Okay. So why did you vote for Trump knowing that he was not going to be sent to prison given that he was elected president?
What do you mean?
He was convicted of 34 felonies and he wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him.
But they weren't proven.
I'm sorry, they do sound young to me too. The thing is, I'm so annoyed with people because I don't know whether or not someone's too young because people will come up and lie to me when they're too young, and it's so frustrating, and I feel horrible because if I'm wrong, I feel like I'm being so rude. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Somewhat. Yeah.
Okay. If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
June 20th, 2004.
Okay. And why do you support Trump? I can hear you swept out of the app.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Why do you support Trump?
Sorry. A lot of issues, I would say, probably mainly, obviously, immigration and some more. He's definitely not the greatest on AB, but he's definitely way better than Kamala would have been in.
Kamala?
So,
Just say Harris. So why so?
Because Kamala was.
Just
trying
say
to make
Harris.
I'm sorry, Harris. There you go. Harris was trying to make it so everyone could just have them, and they're all fully accessible. And Trump made it to the states, up to the states.
Okay, and
And
so
I don't
you
love
support that because it reduces the amount of abortions that occurred, or what is the reason?
Yes.
So if I could give you evidence that doing this led to an increase in the amount of abortions that occur, would you say that you would stop supporting that abortion policy?
Well, how would that even work? I'm confused.
Yeah, if I could give you evidence that more people got abortions, there were more abortions after the fact that there was an overturning of this policy, overturning Roe versus Wade, and it was left up to the states, would you say that you don't support leaving it up to the states? Because your whole goal is to reduce the amount of abortions that occur.
I mean, I wouldn't say I would allow people to have them, no. I would say they just shouldn't be accessible, period.
Okay.
If that was the case.
So, but the point is that if you knew that leaving it up to the states, like that specific policy and leaving it up to the states, led to more abortions
Okay, but that
occurring,
doesn't mean go
would
to
you
a
stop
system that's
supporting
already
it?
broken. Yes, but that doesn't mean go to a system that's already
Okay.
broken.
Yeah, but like I'm asking you, if you
And I'm
compare,
conceding to you. I'm conceding. I don't love Trump. I don't
if
love
you,
MAGA.
then if
I'm
you
just
don't agree
saying
with Trump's abortion policy, why do you support Trump?
because it's like I just told you, it's better than what Harris would have been.
For what views? Are you saying for Christianity?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. It's just in general. I know. I just told you I don't love MAGA. I'm not a Trump MAGA everything. Thank you.
Okay, so like,
That
what are
doesn't
your
prove
thoughts on
anything.
this?
That doesn't prove anything, bro.
What are your
Like
thoughts
that's
on
how
this?
you know you have no argument. You're just like, oh, look at this graphic photo of AI. Like, what does
No,
it have
this
to
is
do with
something
anything?
Trump posted to his own Truth Social. You know
We're
that,
in the
right?
middle of a debate, and you pull up a graphic AI photo of Trump. Like that's supposed to
Okay,
like
let me tell you,
cook
because
me or
maybe
something.
maybe you don't know. Trump posted this himself to Truth Social
I
last night.
understand. Great. Trump's not a great person.
Yeah, he's
you're
depicting
not the
himself
first
as
person.
literally God.
Oh my God. I understand. But does
Yeah,
that
so
mean
and you're still willing to support him?
because he would have ran the country better than someone else who would have destroyed us?
You said
Yes.
you think he's more in alignment with Christianity, but you admit that this is. Do you admit this is blasphemy?
Oh, 1000%.
Is blasphemy unforgivable?
I don't think any sin is unforgivable.
You don't think blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable?
I just told you I don't think any sin's unforgivable.
Well, in your Bible, it literally says that.
It says a lot of things in the Bible. That's why it's for interpretation.
And you don't accept it even though it explicitly says that?
Guess what? It also explicitly says that all sins will be forgiven under the covenant and under
It
forgiveness.
says all sins
Under faith.
but blasphemy.
It doesn't. After it says that, it does not say but blasphemy. It
Yeah?
does not.
Then give me a single quote that says that about all sins. Give me a single aspect of the Bible that says that.
What do
And I
mean?
promise you,
That
you'll
says
see it.
That says all sins are forgiven?
Yeah.
Okay, that's so easy.
Go ahead.
It's gonna disconnect me. I don't have my computer like you do.
Okay, it's fine. I won't
Can
be able
you
to
look
hear
it up
you.
since
All
you
you have
have
to do
your
is
computer on?
all you have to do is find it. Tell me that. Come back and tell me the title. That's all you have to do. And if you end up getting kicked out on accident, just send a guest request right back, and I'll make sure to bring you back up.
I appreciate that. Let me go.
Matt texted me, bruh. Yeah, Matt. I know, right? By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Tori, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. For Trump has spent more time. Well, that's an interesting thing there than in church. I think that's probably true. That's
And I
actually
quote,
probably
all
very true.
sins-
What's up?
And I quote, all sins can be forgiven through faith in Jesus as you repent and repeat under the covenant.
Wait, no. Tell me the specific verse, and I'll look it up and read it. And also, can I read off Matthew 12?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you can. Wait, guess what? Guess what? Can I give you another point? Since you want to talk about sins that are so unforgivable and like,
Yeah, go ahead.
and then since you want to say like, oh, he said this in an interview a million years ago. How about can you condemn your boy Dean for me, the racist Dean? Since you love condemning people about things they said 20 years ago, can you condemn Dean for being a bigot racist? Can you do that for me?
I think that you can stop being a racist over time. I think that you can acknowledge your behavior and you can change that over time and advocate against those things when it comes to things like that. Absolutely. And I do believe that if I bring up specifically,
when our buddies do it.
no, I don't think so. I think you can acknowledge this. Like, for example, Joe Biden's not my buddy, but I can acknowledge that Joe Biden's done the same thing and taking accountability for the actions that he's engaged in the past that are racist and then advocated against those things. And he's not my buddy, but I can acknowledge that. And I can acknowledge that for anyone who can take accountability for those particular behaviors when it comes to things like
That's
that.
a great point. That's a great point. So then why
But
do you
I think there's a
why do you call
difference
Trump a
between
rapist?
I think there's a difference between that and like sexual violence. I do think when it comes to
So then
sexual
wait.
violence, it's
That's great. So
unforgivable.
then why do you call Trump a rapist?
He is a rapist.
I thought you couldn't say that on TikTok Live. I don't know the rules.
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Wait. He was found liable, or he paid out a lawsuit?
He was found liable, like he was forced to pay by an entire unanimous decision of all 9 people in a jury.
Wait. So then why didn't he go to jail?
Because it was in a civil court, not a criminal court, because it was beyond the statute of limitations, which means after a certain amount of years that you can't try them in a criminal court regardless of the amount of evidence.
So it's almost like he wasn't convicted of it, and
he was held civilly liable, like I already told you.
Okay, you can be held civilly liable about a million things that you didn't do just because.
Wait, but like this is good reason to believe that this is applicable to him, and we can talk more about that. But I just want to go back to the point that you brought up, or a point that we were bringing up. Matthew 12:31, 32. Matthew 12.
You don't want to talk about condemning people, so I'm just like, I don't know why you don't do the same for your buddy.
Like I just told you, I think that you can actively acknowledge your.
I just told you that Trump didn't even do it. And
Trump did. He literally did. He was held liable. He was held liable of doing so. Hey, dude, I can acknowledge that, but when it comes to things like that, I think that you can change, right, your behavior over time. I think that you can change in terms of who you are as a person over time.
I just genuinely don't understand why you don't give anyone on the right like that same grace.
I do. If someone on the right, if someone on the right, listen, if someone on the right specifically has done that, right, that specifically, and by the way, Dean was on the right when he did that. You know, right, like he was a kid and he was literally a right-winger at that time. So I just want to clarify, like, I do give grace to right-wingers. If you were saying I'm giving grace to Dean, Dean was a right-winger that I was giving grace to in terms of changing his mind. By the way, when I first was friends with Dean, he was still a libertarian. So he wasn't like a Trump or anything when I met him, but he was a libertarian, right? And he wasn't like left-wing ideologically yet. What's up?
Okay, so if he apologized for all that and did all that, but he was still right-wing, would you still be friends with him?
Well, when you say right wing, like conservative, like would I still be friends with Dean if he was a libertarian and he actively like advocated against that? Yeah, I was. He was libertarian and I was still friends with him.
Libertarian is very different than right wing.
What? Libertarian is right wing in this context because he was a right wing libertarian.
Well, okay, what's your definition of libertarian?
Yeah, so when I'm saying libertarian, I'm literally meaning like they believe in free markets. Right, capitalism.
That's it?
Yeah, that's pretty much libertarianism, yeah. He literally was libertarian because he thought it would produce the best outcomes for society. Like, so let me just clarify. That is technically a right-wing ideological position, right? And I was friends with him at that time. So I did give him that grace. So I'm not just saying that this grace is only afforded to liberals. I think you're using this to pivot right now.
No, I'm just wondering then, why can't you give that grace to Trump then?
Because the behaviors that Trump engaged in, specifically 1, he hasn't taken accountability for, 2, hasn't advocated against, 3, continues his behavior till this day, and 4, right, when it comes to things like sexual violence, I don't think that those things can be changed. Right? If someone has engaged in sexual violence, I believe that they should be put in prison for the rest of their life.
I thought you said blasphemy was the only unforgivable sin. So now
I'm not Christian.
So now you're changing the fucking movement.
Hey, dude, so I'm not. Dude, are you serious? Are you serious? I'm not Christian.
But
you know that, right?
That's what you were saying.
Yeah, so I believe based upon my own position. I believe based upon my own position that it's unforgivable. I don't get my positions based upon the Bible.
So yeah, you're right. It's all whatever you make up.
Yeah, that's my morality is descriptive of my personal values. Yes.
As long as you're not hurting anybody, right?
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. But I do think that like the notion of like we have our own understandings of morality is legitimate. Like subjective morality is true. Again, this is all a pivot. Can I go back to the fact that Matthew 12:31 through 32 says that blasphemy is unforgivable? Look up Matthew 12:31 through 32.
I know the verse, man.
So what does it say?
That's not a gotcha. That's not a gotcha.
What does it say?
Like you just said. I don't know it off the top of my head.
It says that blasphemy is an unforgivable sin.
I know it's the only.
Again, dude, I'm not Christian. I'm just telling you what your own religious text tells you because this is what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump explicitly posted a picture of him literally depicted as God.
So you don't think, okay, that's great. But you don't think it would have been more sinful for me to support a party that murders more children than the Holocaust did? You don't think that would have been, you know,
So I don't think
more
that
simple?
I don't think that there's going to be that much of a difference between the amount of abortions that occur under Harris versus Trump. That would mean you could say that it was the Holocaust or something, which is a crazy thing to say.
Look it up.
While simultaneously, hey, dude,
past
sir, let
20
me please finish. Let me please, because you understand that leaving it up to the states doesn't limit all abortions from happening. Also, it's led to an increase in abortions. It's led to an increase in abortions since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So that's a thing to take into consideration. But in terms of specifically what you just brought up, an unforgivable sin is unforgivable. A forgivable sin is forgivable. Which is more forgivable, an unforgivable sin or a forgivable sin?
But I thought you said you don't.
I'm just
care about
asking you a question.
Christianity.
Hey, dude.
I thought you said you don't care about Christianity.
This is an internal
Now you're
critique of
trying to make it all about Christianity.
Sir. This is an internal critique of your position. I'm using your own position against you, which is what you don't realize. I'm asking you, based upon your own view, which is more forgivable, a forgivable sin or an unforgivable sin?
Well, in my view, all sins are unforgivable. So you can say.
Wait, they're not.
this
Wait, are you
one
Christian?
quote Says,
Well, you're Christian, right?
You do realize the Bible contradicts itself all the time?
Wait, hold up. Are you
do realize
Christian?
that, right?
Are you Christian?
You do realize the Bible contradicts itself all the time?
Are you
right?
Christian?
Yes, that's why I know this.
Okay, all right. I don't know why. So, by the way, you can't say it's forgivable and unforgivable simultaneously, and say that also every sin is unforgivable. That's not
what
true.
The Bible literally says, though.
Okay, does God forgive you for your sins? Hey, does God forgive you for your sins?
Yes. That's
So it is
exactly
forgivable.
Why do you? That's exactly why I'm not talking about fucking Trump's blasphemy.
So the unforgivable. That's an unforgivable sin, though. I've already established that. That's true. An unforgivable sin.
You said that's and maybe in your broken view of Christianity, but I just told you.
I'm not
You're trying to
Christian.
tell me
I'm telling you what the Bible says.
What my worldview is.
It is, yeah. This is what the Bible says.
Okay, and so your worldview is just whatever I tell you it is.
No, I'm telling you because you're Christian. I'm telling you here's a verse in the Bible. Of course you have to hold to a thing in the Bible given that you're Christian. I just know the logical implications of your worldview, and I'm able to use those logical implications against you.
There's also other verses that say all sins are forgivable. So I have to uphold to those
No,
standards.
wait, what verse?
Guess what? It's not for me to judge.
Sir, what verse?
Guess what? Oh my god. I don't need to pull up every fucking verse, dog.
I just want one verse.
I don't have it. You can not believe me, you can believe me, I really don't care. I don't need to show you every Bible verse to show you I'm right.
Okay. So and also Mark 3
Are you honestly going to tell me
Mark 3:29? Hey dude, Mark 3:29 says, "But whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will never be forgiven. They are guilty of an eternal sin."
Guess what? That's for God to decide. I'm not God. You're the one who's trying to be God and thinks your morality is whatever I make it because you think you're God. I'm not God. So guess what? That's for God to judge. That's for God to either forgive or not forgive. Guess what? All human beings are created and are supposed to forgive everybody.
I should Photoshop my face on top of that. That would be really funny.
Forgive.
And post it. Would you guys say you should support me still?
God.
Should I Photoshop my face on top of that picture? No, I'm just kidding, bro. It's business, actually.
You probably would.
Hey, but I'm not president. I'm not president. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not president. I'm also not Christian. So like, so that makes more sense for me to do than it makes for the president of the United States to do. Like, this is just embarrassing for you guys, right? Like, I think it's really embarrassing.
That's like me saying, "Oh, I can kill somebody." I'm not the president. I'm not the president, so it doesn't matter what the hell I do.
Hey, I think that there's a big distinction between.
It's not an argument.
Wait, if an atheist if an atheist engages in blasphemy, are you saying it's just as bad as if a Christian does? Right, from a secular perspective or from a non-Christian perspective? No, it's not. Why are you showing us your dog, bro?
Because she's cute.
Okay, they are pretty cute. Not gonna lie.
I know, man. This is something you'd probably kill.
What? What do you? How? Why are you thinking that, bro? You think I would kill your dog, bro? That's crazy. Why do you think that?
Y'all support babies in the womb dying, so why wouldn't you support other dogs dying?
Because a dog's sentient. An embryo is not sentient.
You do realize science has there's literally scientific proof that it's.
Hey, by the way, hey,
life happens.
Christy Gnome, where you at? Christy Gnome, where you at? Christy,
talk about
are you here?
creativity.
Are you here, Christy? Christy Gnome, are you there?
Life starts at conception, man.
What's up?
I said life starts.
Christy
at
Gnome has
conception,
entered the chat. Come on, bro. Your own side did that, right? Like Christy Gnome, remember?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, you have no clue who that is. Interesting.
I don't.
Here. All right, so by the way, you think that Trump upholds Christianity to a greater extent, right?
Somewhat, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you think that while simultaneously he engages in blasphemy, which is an unforgivable sin.
We just went over this, but yes.
So, wait, why would you support Trump if he's engaged in unforgivable sins and Harris hasn't?
Why would I what?
Why would you forgive Trump and support Trump instead of supporting Harris when Harris has not engaged in unforgivable sin and Trump has?
Because she wasn't going to allow the whole world to sin. Did Trump make a law that said everyone can commit blasphemy? No.
No, but he literally
Kamala
did it
was gonna
himself
make a
and
law-
perpetuated
but
that.
Kamala was going to make a law that everybody could have AB. Or if I can say that, whatever.
No, so you're saying allowing access to abortion, is that immoral?
Yes.
Okay, so when God allowed
Not
for
in my worldview.
so when God allowed people to have free will and to get abortions, did he do something wrong?
But that's literally the whole purpose of everything is free will. Without free will, there would be nothing. There
Wait,
would
so
be
when
no-
God allowed for abortions to occur, God didn't do anything wrong?
Bro. This is like the most basic Christianity question. It's like a 5-year-old in the church. If God was real, why would bad things happen? If God's real, why would bad things happen?
Yeah, these are legitimate questions that you can't account for. So a 5-year-old owned your entire worldview is crazy.
No, it's bro.
Yeah, like actually though, if God is literally perfect, why do bad things happen? That's actually like a legitimate, valid question.
Guess what? Guess what?
Like you understand that God could have stayed perfect
can
in
I
its
answer the
existence
question?
prior to creation without even creating any sin, right? Due to the fact that they didn't create any humans, and they would have stayed perfect by themselves.
Oh my God. Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I speak? Because without free will, we wouldn't be humans. We
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
have
so
a soul,
allowing
we wouldn't-
people to get
we'd just be
access to abortion
robots.
is not morally
And
wrong.
can I
Thank you for the
speak?
concession.
Oh my God, can I speak?
Well, I thank you for the concession.
And actually, there was no evil in the world. But then obviously, if you've ever read a Bible, Eve ate the apple. Now we live in a broken world. Now there's sin. Guess what? Now you also have free will. But also, guess what? From struggle, from bad times, that creates good moments. You ever heard the saying, bad times create good men? Good times create bad men?
Okay, so
No
when God
fucking
existed
shit.
alone, there were only good times, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why didn't God stay within that world? Because when God chose to create human beings, God then created the conditions which led to bad events happening, bad things happening. Bad things would not have happened if God never created in the first place. If God just existed alone, everything would have been great, perfect.
And that's exactly why y'all's worldview always ends up in the whole literally domination. If you ask leftist or feminist or any of y'all, like, okay, what happens if we all just stopped having babies? Y'all be like, we all die, so what? The world's evil anyways, who cares? That's literally your worldview. It's like,
That is not our
so
worldview.
what? Who cares?
That is not our
is.
worldview.
That's basically what you're saying.
So
Bad
this is
things
what's called
happen,
a
so
straw
like,
man fallacy.
So what?
This is called a straw man fallacy because you can't engage in an actual meaningful intellectual discussion with any of those actual ideological positions. You have to represent them as
You're
if like
asking
we think
5-year-old
everything is
questions, like,
evil
why
and we're
bad
totally
things
okay with like the
happen?
world being blown up. Do you think that we're okay with like nuclear holocaust? Do you think that as an atheist that I'm okay with nuclear holocaust
sorry,
just because I'm an
you're cutting out.
atheist?
Probably. Why not? Why wouldn't you be?
No,
That's
I can have
exactly how I feel when
morality
you
without
ask
being
why
Christian.
bad things
My
happen.
morality comes from me. It doesn't need to come from some religious
bad things
text.
happen.
Listen. My morality does not need to come from any religious text. My morality does not need to come from a 2,000-year-old book. My morality can come from me as an
And that's
individual.
exactly why your reality is the same as a 5-year-old. It's
No,
whatever
it's
makes
not.
me happy, whatever, as long as it's not hurting me, whatever makes my hedonistic desires happy, that's your worldview, bro. That's exactly why you're the child.
Well, you just
Your
follow
whole
God's.
mindset
You just follow
your whole
God's hedonistic
ideology is
desires.
hedonistic.
You follow God's
Your whole
hedonistic desires.
ideology is hedonistic desire.
Your ideology is hedonistic.
Ideology is
What do you mean?
hedonistic.
Wait, so listen to this. Listen to this. In 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. Is that not hedonistic?
Do Christians go off the Old Testament?
But do you
Or
think
do
that
we
this?
live like Jesus?
Do you think this is an
Are
event?
Christians taught to go off the
Listen,
Old
sir,
Testament or live
sir,
like Jesus?
sir. Do you think this is an event that literally happened?
Great. Are we taught to do that, or are we
Do
taught
you
to
think
live
that
like
this
Jesus?
is an event that literally happened?
Yes. What does that
Okay,
have to do
so
with anything?
if God did command them to do that, you believe it was good for God to command them to do that. That's hedonistic to me, because that's literally genocide of an entire people group, including the infants.
So
you go based upon whatever God's hedonistic desires are based upon your own worldview. Hell, if I were Christian, I wouldn't hold such a crazy worldview like you do. I would say that didn't literally happen.
So if people are doing crazy immoral things and
He's cutting out. While he's cutting out, I'm going to thank some people real quick. Danielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much, Danielle. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, surprisingly, there's people supporting it who are even Christians. So this guest is doing that right now. Wes, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Wes. Give me some W's for Wes in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The best way to respond to that is by saying specifically it's not in reference to specific gay marriage or any specific gay relationships, and that's specifically going to be referencing like a certain type of Greek word that's in reference to sexual immorality, right? And like negative circumstances, not specifically just typical gay relationships. And there's nothing in the Bible that says that gay marriage is wrong. And also, 1 Corinthians is written by Paul, not by Jesus. Peter, thank you for the $40. Thank you very much for please explain to this clueless jackass that being held civilly liable still includes a jury and evidence. That is very true, Peter. Thank you so much. Go to W's for Peter in the comment section. Joe, thank you for the $5 for pieces. Thank you very much. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Allison, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you for my dog had an abortion. W to your dog. Crystal, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Crystal in the comment section right now. Thank you very much for have you seen the video of Trump saying that he was a doctor in that Jesus post? Wait, I have to see. Laura, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So did you see that Trump is claiming the Red Cross worker and Jesus in the AI? He was a Red Cross worker and not Jesus in the AI photo? Janet, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No fucking way. That's really funny, actually. Tori, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Said, if your God is real, they are the most evil being ever to exist, especially considering the things that have happened to children, the things grown adults are so ready to excuse with, quote unquote, he gives the hardest battles to the strongest warriors. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. I definitely do disagree. I think it's good to take the positive things, but I do think it's absurd given that we consider it's an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God, given that they know all of the evils that happen in the world. It's a byproduct of the actions that they originally engaged in through creation of the universe, etc. Like, and they do this all knowingly too, because they're all knowing and all powerful. They could have created conditions otherwise. Could have sent us all directly to heaven. EQ, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For the Second Amendment is literally thou shalt not unto thee any graven image. Sorry, go ahead. You're saying?
Bad things happens, that means God not real. Because bad things happens, that means God bad, God not real.
I mean, I actually genuinely do think that that's a good argument to say that, like, there really couldn't be anything evil in the world, given that there's an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect being that created the universe, because they existed alone prior to creation, and they could have stayed in that existence where everything was perfect, but they chose to go into a reality in which is imperfect, which is quite literally contradictory. Like, you can't desire to create a world in which is less desirable to create. If we agree that flawed worlds are less desirable than flawless worlds, then God would have never created in the first place. Like, it's literally incoherent. If the world that we exist in is flawed, since you acknowledge that there's sins within the world, you have to acknowledge that it's flawed.
No shit. We live in a broken world. That's the whole basis of the Bible.
Yeah, I
Is that
understand,
why
but
house is why
you don't
things
realize
happen?
that that's
It's
a
because we
criticism
live in
of
a
your own
broken
worldview
world.
as well.
No, that doesn't even make sense.
Regardless, I don't care to change your mind on Christianity right now. The point that I'm making is that Donald Trump does not uphold Christianity. Donald Trump, quite literally, is engaged in an unforgivable sin. From your own perspective, you can't even defend this guy. He's actually a Red Cross worker, everybody. He's a Red Cross worker. He's just healing the sick. He's a Red Cross worker. Okay?
I could never support someone who's okay with transing kids, who's okay with
Nice pivots, by the way. Nice pivot, by the way. But by the
AB in the
way,
womb.
he could
Who's
support
okay with
someone held
everybody
civilly
just
liable of
having
sexually
free
abusing a
access to
woman.
AB?
He could support someone credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. He could support someone who said he dated a
I would
10-year-old
love to
girl in
see
10
it.
years.
There's
He
more
could support
proof of
someone
you being
who
a
bragged about
racist
walking
than
into
there
the
is of
changing rooms of
helping a
naked
pedophile.
women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls saying he was 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in. You'll literally support him, even though he's engaged in all of these actions, literally towards even minors, and yet you're going to sit there and act like
Maybe if they were
we
true.
specifically, because we think that it's okay for kids, specifically who are trans, to be trans, right, is something wrong. When you say, quote-unquote, transing kids, right, you're meaning that we're making them trans? Is that what you mean?
You know, clinical doctors and psychiatrists and all those therapeutic things. They're literally not allowed to. If a kid comes in and says, "I have gender dysphoria" or whatever the hell craziness, they're literally not allowed to say anything opposing that view. They have to say, "Okay, you should be a boy." They're not allowed to.
That's not true.
And that is true.
That's
Look it
not
up,
true at
it
all.
is true. It's in
Not
Canada
true.
and America. In Canada and America, that's true.
Not true. A single source.
is true.
Can I see your source?
Look it up. You have the computer. Mr. Type Away Man, you have the computer. Look it up.
There's nothing. I looked it up. Here, I'm looking at it right now. I can't find it. Where's it at? It's blank, dude.
Oh my god. No, hey, y'all haters in the chat, notice
I'm
how
looking
he
up.
didn't
It's
look this one
literally
up.
blank right now,
Notice how
dude.
he didn't look this one up.
It's
Y'all
blank.
in the chat, notice how he didn't look this one up.
It's literally blank. How about you look at it? It's your own claim. I don't look up other people's claims. You look it up yourself. You can go find the source. I'll thank some people in the meantime if you want to go take the time to do that.
You literally did earlier.
Well, I'm not doing it. Would you like to go find it? It's your point. I can't hear you when you swipe to the app. You just got to find the information, then come back. Gibbon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for Zealous Pretend, as though that the critique that God can't be good because evil exists is an elementary and lazy, but have self-contradicting belief system enables horrible arguments like the one made. Very true. Thank you very much. Alonzo as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, give it a second, everyone. He's going to find that information real quick and realize that he's wrong. So to just give him a quick minute, everyone. And by the way, for all the Christians in the chat, type a 3 in the comment section if you think that this is blasphemous.
Did I ever say it wasn't?
I just want to see the response real quick.
And look up the
Okay.
Look at the study.
Okay. Now for all the Christians in the chat, if you think that blasphemy is an unforgivable sin, type 2 in the comment section.
Guess what? Do I forgive sins? Am I God? Do I forgive sins? Wait, am I God? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know I was God, Dean. Oh shit.
My name isn't Dean. My name isn't Dean.
Oh, Parker, my bad. Same nigga. My bad. I'm really black. Why are you making that face?
Sorry, whenever I'm on the live and I hear the word, regardless, I have that type of response because of the fact that it's typical in the times in which I hear it are people who are trolling on the live stream that say it. I do know that you're black.
I know
so.
I shouldn't be saying that on live.
No. You can say that. It's not immoral for you to say that because you're black, of course. But I do have that type of. I just want to be real. I do have that type of response viscerally on the stream because of the experiences that I typically have with how people bring it up. I typically have that type of response, so I apologize.
I get the 4-year-old coming on live raging. But,
yeah,
do you genuinely think it's immoral for a white person to say the N-word?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
What, you don't think it's wrong?
I'm not gonna cry about that, man. I don't.
No,
care.
but you don't have to cry about it to say that it's wrong. You don't have to cry about it to say that it's wrong.
I just don't care. I really don't.
Wait, so
It's
then
like,
why did you
why
even
do
bring up the
liberals
fact
love
that Dean
fighting
did
fights for
earlier?
other people? But why do liberals love fighting fights for other people? Like, oh, I'm gonna protect the black people because this is wrong. It's like, bro, like, just calm down.
I can
It's like,
have positions on things that obviously aren't applicable to me as a person. I have a question.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm not a
Okay.
woman, and I think AB's disgusting.
Exactly. So then, like,
Like,
you have positions on things in
I'm
which
not
don't
saying
apply
you
to you.
can't. But
What
it's like,
are
bro,
you a
y'all trying to
fetus?
white
Are
knight
you a fetus?
everything.
Are you a fetus? Why are you
I
standing up
just
for the
said you
fetuses?
can. I just said you
You're
can,
not a
bro.
fetus.
I just said you can, bro. Like, why are we doing this?
I'm sorry. I'm just using your own argument against you, and obviously that seems
No, but
absurd,
I'm
right?
saying, like, you get what I'm saying. Why are you trying to white knight like so hard when
I'm
it's like,
not
bro,
white
there's nothing
knighting
to
by
fight?
saying that it's
But there's
wrong to
nothing
use
to
the N
fight
word,
for.
right? I'm not white
Not that
knighting by saying it's
serious.
wrong for white people to use the N word. What?
It is. And you were like crying when the dude like said, "Come, Miss Harris's name wrong." I don't want to
I didn't
disrespect her.
cry. I kicked him off because it's disrespectful, and he's gonna keep doing it for no reason. I just said say Harris, and he wouldn't do it because he's acting like a literal child. Yeah, I would choose to not engage in a conversation with that person.
No, I 100% get that because people do be acting like children, and like I would kick him too. But like, bro, like I just like y'all be acting like the littlest things like that are so serious, and it's like, bro, like what, really? That's the hill we're dying on?
I don't say that. What do you mean by hill we're dying on? What do you mean by that?
Because if I was white and I would have said that, you would have kicked me.
Yeah, if you say that, I would kick you. Yes, of course.
And it's like, bro, that's insane to die on that
How is
hill,
that
bro.
insane?
But it's like I'm black and I literally don't give a fuck.
Okay, so that doesn't mean that you shouldn't in general. That's like saying like a woman
You're gonna
doesn't
tell
care
me
about
what I have to
misogyny.
care about?
So wait, because there are women
You're
that
gonna
think
tell me
that
what I have to
wait,
care
listen to
about?
this. Listen to this. Because there are women that think that women shouldn't have the right to vote, does that mean that I shouldn't like advocate for women to have the right to vote?
That's completely different, but okay.
How?
And most
I've had women come up on my stream and advocate that before.
I mean, it's not that crazy. Most people shouldn't vote.
Okay, so do you think women shouldn't have the right to vote?
Not specifically women, but
Okay, but that's what people. But that's
voting suffrage
what
should be
some women have
legal.
come
Not
up on my live stream and argued that.
Every 18-year-old should not be able to vote.
How old are
There's
you?
no way you genuinely believe that.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you think
I've never even
21-year-olds
voted
should be able to
before.
vote?
I've never voted before.
Do you think 21-year-olds should be able to vote?
No, honestly not.
So you don't even think you should be able to vote?
No, I just told you I've never voted before.
But okay, why not though? Why not?
How is that like a gotcha?
It's a gotcha to say that you don't think you yourself should be able to vote. Well, obviously.
You think it's a gotcha. That's my point. I'm like, how is that a
Hey,
gotcha?
hey, dude, you quite literally said you would vote for Trump if the election were held today against Harris.
Well, yeah, that doesn't.
So like, but you just said that you shouldn't have the right to vote. How would you vote without the right to vote?
Because I do have in this society I live in right now. I do have. It's not my society.
Wait, so why are you advocating for yourself to vote if you think you shouldn't have the right to vote?
I just told you I've never voted before.
Okay, so if the election were held today, wait, watch this. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Who would I rather vote for, or would I actually go to the polls?
Would you even vote in the first place?
I probably would because I know enough now.
You wouldn't?
I said I probably would because I know enough now.
Okay, so who would you vote for?
At the time, I wasn't educated enough.
But wait, you believe you shouldn't have the right to vote. So why would you vote if you believe that you shouldn't have the right to vote?
Because I know personally, I am educated enough.
It doesn't sound like it because you just said that you shouldn't have the right to vote.
Bro, if it actually was in the society I wanted, and you couldn't vote until you're 25, I would be fine with that.
That's ridiculous.
My whole point.
That's horrible. I would not be fine with that.
How is that horrible?
Because I think it's ridiculous to say.
You think every 20-year-old is educated enough to go vote?
No, of course not. But not every 40-year-old.
Why? Why should they be?
Okay, watch this. Is every 40-year-old educated enough to vote?
Majority are.
Okay, I could say the majority for 20-year-olds.
No, that's where you're wrong. It's not majority of 20-year-olds. That's
Okay, well,
where you're very wrong, buddy.
Okay, well, I don't think that's a fair point. I do think that if you're going to say that a majority of 18-year-olds to 20-year-olds or so, whatever, can't make these determinations, well, then I could probably say the same thing for adults as well.
I just don't think that's the same.
I could say for 40-year-old. I could totally say that for the average 40-year-old if you want to make that point.
And I don't think I'm not saying I have the perfect system. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I know everything. But I'm just saying there's no way in hell you think it shouldn't be like property or I don't know age or
No,
something.
no.
Litmus test. Like,
I
it
think
should be
that
something.
obviously an adult, like I think that makes sense. But like, I don't think you should have to
An
own
adult,
property.
just because you're an adult that lives here. You
Yeah,
should be able to vote.
literally, yeah. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the right to vote.
Which I would be okay with. I
That's
just told you
ridiculous,
I
though,
had the
right?
right to vote and I didn't use it.
So you understand that like we want to be able to have legitimate laws so that people can vote. We live in a democracy. The goal is not to restrict people from voting. We want to educate people to the degree that's necessary
we?
so that they can vote. Our society
Who's
as a whole.
we? No, clearly not.
Why do we
There's
think
a
we
lot
give
of people who don't. There's a
Why do
lot
you
of
think
people who
we
don't
give K
agree
through
with
12
that.
education?
What?
K through 12 education, free at the point of service, literally exists because we want an educated society so that they can vote.
So you're saying the only reason we educate people is so they can vote?
It's that, and so that they can get specialized degrees and become more productive. But the main reason is so that they can be educated to vote. Yeah.
Definitely do not think the only reason is so they can go vote.
I never
That's
said
not
that was the
only
only.
reason.
I said it was one of the main reasons, not the only.
Okay, and I'm saying that's not the only reason. So that
I
negates
never
your
said it
point.
was the only reason, sir.
So then, what's your point?
Is that it's a main reason. Wow, I feel like you're like purposefully trying to misrepresent what I'm saying here, and it's very embarrassing.
Like how you've been trying to misrepresent what I've been saying.
I haven't.
about
I've
Christianity,
actually represented
about
what you've said
everything.
completely accurately. Okay. So can you name me a policy of Trump's that you like?
He got rid of DEI. I don't know the exact. And you're gonna be like, "Oh, that's not a policy."
What
And you're gonna be
specific
like, "Oh, that's not a
DEI
What
policy?
specific policy? Bro, such a I gotcha man. Oh my god. Look
Like
at him,
I
dude.
literally. By the way,
got rid
I
of
just
DEI.
asked him like a basic clarifying question, and he's like,
And I
"Ha!
said- and I
You
said
think
it,
you
and
got
he's
me?"
like, "What's
Like,
the
yeah,
specific
I did
line?"
because you don't know the answer.
He's like, "What's the specific line that it says in every document?"
I
I'm
didn't
like,
ask for
"Dog,
that. I
he
said
got rid of-
name
he
one
got
specific
rid of
DEI policy that you disagree with, that Trump got rid of. Like, is it really that complicated? You said that you liked that he did this, and I just asked for one example. I didn't ask you
And I
for
just
each
told
line
you.
on the fucking. I never asked that. I asked you, can you give me one example of a policy, a DEI policy that Trump got rid of that you like that he got rid of?
The DEI policy he got rid of. Like how more specific do I need to be?
Well, I'm asking like what specific DEI policy. It sounds like you don't know.
I don't. I just told you I don't know it off the top of my head. I just
So,
told
so then
you. That was
how
the
how
first
can
thing
you
I
say that he
said.
liked how can you say that he liked that he got rid of these things if you don't even know what he got rid of?
Well, I know what DEI is, and I know what happens when
What
you
does
get rid of DEI.
What does DEI stand for?
Black people, white people, Negroes, non-Negroes,
Are you
everybody can
do you
be
not
hired.
you actually can't tell me what does DEI stand for?
Oh my god, because I don't remember the exact abbreviation. That's a gotcha. Everything's a gotcha with this guy, bro.
Okay. Do you want to
It's like diverse something, equality. I don't know.
So diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So
Great.
you don't even know what you're disagreeing with. This is a buzzword to you, bro.
Yay, he got it.
Like, are you okay, dude? Like, I don't know how you like are gonna come out of this conversation like, yeah, dude, I owned Parker.
Bro, do you genuinely think you own me? Because I didn't know specifically what DEI meant.
I think that it's obvious that you're just using a buzzword. If you say you like that Trump got rid of DEI, but then I ask you, name one specific DEI policy that he got rid of that you disagree with, you can't do
sorry, I
so.
don't have my
And you
computer
can't
and
tell
type
me.
everything in front of
Listen,
me.
listen,
Like, I'm
listen,
sorry,
listen,
dog.
listen.
I
And
debate you. I
listen,
don't debate with
listen,
AI.
listen. And you can't tell me like what DEI even stands for. Then yeah, I'm gonna say that like you're just using a buzzword. You just heard some random talking point, and you have no clue what you're talking about.
But if I agree with, I'm telling you, I agree with it.
But you don't even know what you're agreeing with.
I just told you. I don't
You don't
the
know.
specific definition, but I obviously know what it fucking is.
No, you
How
don't.
is that a gotcha?
You don't know what it is. You couldn't tell me what DEI is. You couldn't tell me what it stands for. You couldn't tell me a specific policy that Trump got rid of that you agreed with that you got rid of.
Say I want DEI, so that means I want DEI.
No, I'm just saying you don't know what it is, so you can't even disagree with it.
So that means I have to be for it.
No, I just said that I'm just saying you don't know what it is, so you can't disagree with something you don't even know what it is.
But I just did.
But it didn't make sense because it's a buzzword to you.
Oh,
It's
you're
not
just
even an
saying it
actual
doesn't make
legitimate thing.
sense. You said, "What do you not? What policies do you agree with Trump?" I told you a policy. You're like, "Oh, that's not
You
specific
did
enough,
not tell
so
me
it
a
doesn't count."
policy. You
It's
said
not
he got
specific
rid
enough,
of.
so it doesn't
What
count.
you said is he got rid of DEI. I said, what specific DEI policy? You said, I don't know. I said, what does DEI stand for? You said, I don't know. So obvious to me, that sounds like
And
you
then
don't
you
even
explained
know.
it to me. And then you explained it to me, and I told you, yeah, that.
Yeah, but okay, so then
there's
what
the
policy?
The policy you just fucking.
I didn't mention a policy.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I didn't mention a policy. Ethan, thank you so much for the $3, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ethan. I know, this is really embarrassing, right? Alex, thank you so much for the $25, or for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And that's absolutely W. They said that you have to go to therapy / get doctor approval if you're a therapist. And, let me read the whole thing. If you're a therapist and... if your therapist and doctors don't think you are a good candidate after 6 months, you don't get to start HRT. Yeah, exactly. I was like, you literally, like, doctors can't just, are not just saying, like, oh, I can't say anything opposing to the person at all. That's not how it works. Peter, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you very much, Peter. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Peter in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. W's for Peter in the comment section right now. Thank you very much.
A doctor will literally get fired if
He said, go ahead and just ignore the letter he wrote to Epstein, the woman who was paid out of the Epstein estate, Pam Bondi's cover-up, the letter that Epstein wrote to Nassar. Keep burying your cold head into the sand. Seriously, though, right? Hell's Pastors, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. KEL, KLE, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Brand, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Let me actually make sure I'm caught up because it's like literally not coming up.
When I looked, all right, are you happy now? When I looked it up, it said the policy was that for all federal hiring.
Yeah.
Military, doctors.
Yeah, so all they did was increase access to interviews. That's it. That's literally it. All they did was literally ensure that people would get interviewed.
So it's making a step, right?
Yeah, it's equity within interview within the interview
Guess
process.
Guess what? Doesn't that itself prove that Trump's not some evil fascist like y'all say he is? Because if he was some evil fascist, he would just fucking negate all of it and just make all the laws he wanted, wouldn't he? But all right.
So he doesn't have the legal capacity to do something doesn't mean he doesn't have the ideological perspective. Like, for example, there are fascists specifically that have ideological opinions, but they can't enforce those ideological opinions within the context of the law. That doesn't mean that they're not fascist. So Trump is a fascist. He's attempting to put his fascism within the context of the law. There are just certain checks and balances that do prevent him from doing so within certain areas. But he's actively a threat to those checks and balances. He's undermined our Constitution. He's called for the termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution. He's tried to undermine our democracy, trying to say that the election results in 2020 were completely fraudulent, even though there was 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Right? He's actually just a laughingstock. And Christian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right?
I just have a question. So when Trump's not president in 2028, are you going to say that's because he failed at being a fascist? Or are you going to say that's because he just wasn't a fascist? Which one are you going to say?
It's going to say because he failed at implementing his fascism. I don't know why he thinks that's so funny. Yeah, of course he failed in implementing his fascism.
Because it's like, bro, Trump could sneeze and y'all would like, bro.
No, like I can go through the 14 points. Sir, I can go through the 14 points of fascism, and I can describe to you how Donald Trump is a fascist. What?
I said we don't need to go through every 14. We've all seen the 20-minute long video of 14 points of fascism. We all know what it is, man.
Okay, so then if you already know what it is, then you know it's applicable to Trump.
Some aspects, 1,000%. Like I just told you.
What aspects are not applicable to him?
Told you since the jump, I don't love MAGA. Like,
yeah, but you're still willing to support him.
1,000%. Because what's the other option?
Harris.
Doom and destruction?
Harris is not going to cause doom and destruction. How is Harris going to cause doom and destruction?
Well, it all starts with the kids, man.
Yeah, you mean like
if you can't protect children, then How can you protect our nation? Like,
So
what?
Donald Trump, he was credibly accused by assaulting a minor.
Oh
Not only
my
that, but also
God.
he's not released all of the Epstein files, so he's actively not protecting children and
Wait. So
survivors.
what about the Democrats that had the Epstein files for like over 10 years and didn't say
There, there
shit about it?
needed there needed to be congressional legislation passed in order to be able to ensure that this could have been passed, and there wasn't enough votes within the context of Congress to get it passed until 2025.
Oh, so just none of them cared enough until Trump came in office.
No, there were plenty of Democrats that came out and talked about this, but there wasn't as much push for these particular documents to be released. Plus, there was also something that was It was all sealed through 2024. I just want to clarify that as well. And also, Merrick Garland should testify in front of Congress. Do you agree?
I do agree. I think all of them should be held accountable and testify. But my
Yeah.
question is, why would you blame the only man that's actually released the files? And why would you hate on the only
Because he
man that's
hasn't.
actually done something
Because he
to show us
hasn't. The
anything?
Epstein Files Transparency Act
But you
says
do
they has
realize
to
without
release
Trump,
all
we
of the
would have no
files. They did
Epstein
not
files.
release all of the files.
I understand that. But you do realize without Trump, there would be zero Epstein files. Zero.
No, there would be. Like if a Democrat were in office and there was a law that passed specifically forcing them to release
Democrat.
the Epstein files,
Big if.
I do believe that the Biden administration or the Harris administration would have followed the law, given that that's what they've always done.
Given
He's just like laughing and doesn't respond to my points.
Biden didn't corrupt the law by illegally getting his son out of jail.
That's not illegal
So
to
it's like-
pardon someone. It's not illegal to pardon someone. Do you actually think it's illegal to pardon someone as the president?
I mean, the president can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's the president.
So it's not
You don't
illegal to
think that's-
pardon. So do you agree it's not illegal to pardon him?
Do you think it's right to pardon a criminal, whether they're your family or not?
I do disagree with the idea of doing it, but I mean, if it was my family, I probably would do it. Like if it was my son, I'd probably do it for that charge. Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th.
Then why is it? Wait. So don't back up. So then why is it bad when Trump pardons himself?
I don't think Trump pardoned himself. I
Well,
mean,
not
pardons
par-
other people.
you know what I mean, though.
He pardoned violent
Yeah.
rioters who beat police officers. So the difference is that the particular violation that Hunter Biden did was like lied like on a gun registry or something like that. Like it was very minimal. It wasn't like he like committed a violent offense.
That's not even what I'm trying to get at. I'm talking about all those crimes allegedly, that Trump was on when he got off.
You mean the 34 felonies?
Yeah, got the fucking deal or whatever.
It's not allegedly. He was
Why would that
convicted.
be bad?
He was convicted of 34 felonies.
Wait, why is that bad? You just said the president should be able to pardon or do stuff like that. You know, they're the president.
I don't think
Why is that bad?
he couldn't pardon himself there because it's a state crime. You can pardon yourself from federal crimes, not state crimes, as president.
But is it not the same concept?
No, because you literally cannot pardon a state crime. You can pardon only a federal crime.
What's a pardon?
It removes the charge and the conviction.
So isn't that what Trump did?
For people who assaulted police officers on January 6th?
I'm talking
Absolutely.
about for his own federal crimes.
What federal crime?
Well, exactly. What federal crime? But the 32 or whatever that you love to bring
The
up.
34 felonies are a state crime.
Okay. So, what did he do? What did he do to get himself out of that?
He didn't. He got elected, and it didn't send him to prison. So he was convicted, and he just wasn't sent to prison because you guys voted for him. So talk about holding people accountable. You didn't hold the very presidential candidate you support accountable.
You love saying I. I didn't fucking prosecute him. Like I had any power to do that.
Sir,
like
you
what?
literally still support voting for him. Like, you think that if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you'd still vote for him. So the reason why I say that is
haven't
because
actually
you
seen-
support voting for him.
Because I haven't actually seen proof of all these 34 claims like you love to.
He's
talk
been
about.
convicted, dude.
That's great.
What do you mean you
That
haven't seen
doesn't-
proof? He's been criminally
that doesn't mean
convicted.
he's done it.
Yes, it
But-
does,
so
man.
you think
it means
everyone's
it
been
means in
convicted
most
is a
circum. No,
criminal?
I believe a criminal conviction in most circumstances does mean that someone's guilty. Can there be circumstances where someone's criminally convicted and they are not guilty? Yes, of course that can be the case. But what you're not understanding is that you'd have to have good reason to not accept the conviction in that particular scenario. In the scenario with Donald Trump, there's no good reason to believe that the conviction is false.
then why does nobody believe it?
People
Then
do.
why is he not in jail?
People typically do believe this. Why is he not in jail? Because he was elected
People don't,
president,
man.
like I told
A
you.
lot of people don't.
Okay, but most people do.
I mean, if people did, I mean, it shows. If people actually believe that, wouldn't he be in jail?
People
I
do,
mean, by your own logic.
sir.
By
People
your own
do
logic,
believe
if
it. People do believe
if
it.
people believe that, then wouldn't they prosecute him?
He was prosecuted. He was convicted.
Bro.
So people do believe it. It's just the fact that, one, it's not as bad as other crimes, so there's not as much pressure from the public. And then two, in terms of the particular crimes that he committed, right, he was elected president, so he wasn't even sent to prison within the context of the sentencing.
So it sounds like.
And Peter, thank you for the $40. Thank you so much for Trump and Bondi literally tried to close the enter case. Listen to this real quick. Peter said Trump and Bondi literally tried to close the enter case, force people to move on and ignore, illegally block the release, and then illegally redact the files. This dude is clueless. Totally agree, Peter. Thank you so much. Do some W's for Peter in the comment section. Wesley, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? And then Jasmine, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Jasmine. Absolutely. Well, oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. I'm glad that it is though. Holly as well. Thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. And Ethan, thank you for the $3. Alrighty. Off my glass. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. And I think I'm fully caught up. You can respond now. Go ahead. Actually, first, can you thank all the donors who just sent me money?
That is fire. You know what I'm saying? I can't hate on that. But I'm just saying, like, I genuinely don't understand. I genuinely don't understand how it's so easy for you to be like, oh, well, it came out that, like, he was guilty, but he wasn't guilty. So that means he did it.
That's not what I said. I never said that he wasn't guilty. Where did you get that? I never once said that.
But he wasn't actually held for the crimes.
He was criminally convicted. He just wasn't sentenced.
That happens all the time when people haven't actually committed a crime.
Not true, because they're not elected. The reason why he wasn't put in prison is because he was elected president. That's not typical. That's not very common for the president of the United States to be convicted of a crime and to not be put in prison because they were elected president. I think this might be the first time.
You're telling me the only reason he's not in prison is because he was president?
Yeah,
That's
literally.
the only reason.
Literally.
What? Can you show me proof of that? Like,
That's in the sentencing. Go read the core documents of the sentencing.
It's your claim, like you said.
Yeah, I'm telling you where to find it. Like, I'm literally telling you where to find it, dude. Like, if you could tell me where to find it, I wouldn't tell you to look it up again. That makes no sense. If you could tell me where to find it, I would look at the information.
What are his actual crimes in there then?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York. What he essentially tried to do was falsify business records to hide the hush money payments that he made to Stormy Daniels because he cheated on his wife while she was pregnant, and he was literally trying to cover that up. So it didn't affect his election prospects. By the way, I can't hear you right now. Again, if you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. Everyone helps get it out to more people. For the 3,700 people here in the stream, make sure to do so. It really helps push it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. As always, let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. He doesn't know, but he's laughing at Parker for knowing. Yep. Did you find your information, man?
Yeah, how much would the sentence actually be for that crime?
I'm not quite sure the exact sentence.
I'm pretty sure it's under a year.
Regardless, he would have been sent to prison. And I don't know where you would have seen that, because it's a felony.
Well, I just think it's funny how the only, like, actual thing you can prove him on is something that has nothing to do with the claims that you spout all the time, which is basically blasphemy of Trump's name and himself. Because y'all like to call him a pervert. Y'all love to
He
call
said,
him a
by the way, he said blasphemy, by the way. So you think Trump is God too?
The word blasphemy does not just apply to God.
Can you define blasphemy?
The word blasphemy does not just apply to God.
So what does
But
it mean?
You're deflecting. You're deflecting.
Can you define the term blasphemy?
Can you get to the point, man?
Can you define the term blasphemy?
I'll concede I'm wrong. I don't care. Can we get to my point now?
You are wrong.
Okay, great. Can I get to my
You're
point?
literally a cultist for saying blasphemy of Trump's name. That's crazy. The reason this is true, I do talk about this all the time, and I bring up the fact that you guys didn't hold him accountable and you didn't put him in prison because of this. And then I can prove all the other points about him. This is just the one I'm proving right now.
No, you literally can't, because all the claims about him being a pedophile or about him essaying a woman, I've yet to have seen any of those actually proven. And those are the things people.
Yeah, so they have been proven. I'll explain. So Trump was held liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll by a unanimous decision of all 9 people in a jury. All of them determined that Donald Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. So in a civil court, a jury determined this to be true. A jury of Donald Trump's peers. I absolutely do accept that to be true.
She likes grape.
She never said that.
You're talking. She did.
No, she didn't. You want to bet?
Yes.
How much?
There's so much proof of her saying that.
How much bet?
How much you got?
$100.
Ooh, make it 90.
Okay, $90. Okay. She said that other people think that grape is sexy and that perpetuates bad conditions within our society for grape culture. She never said that she thinks it's sexy herself. Okay, you owe me $90. Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat.
Can you pull it up?
Yeah. Alrighty.
Victim.
You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt.
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
Okay. She said most people. She didn't say herself. And you can disagree with the idea that you think it's most people because she's specifically, as a victim, trying to talk about the prevalence of rape culture and how that impacts victims. So let me just clarify that. She's specifically talking about other people, not herself. So you owe me $90.
Bro. Would you genuinely trust a woman that said, after a claim like that,
$90.
says,
$90.
after that, says,
$90. Where's it at?
after that says that,
$90. Where's that shit at? Where is that shit? $90. Venmo, PayPal. Where's the $90? Okay, I'm waiting.
Proof? That's y'all's proof?
I literally played the clip of it. Like, what's up with the second person today who lost a bet? I play the clip proving them wrong, and they still deny it. You know, Trump supporters love denying reality in 4K. Trump supporters love denying. Like, you guys are just farming YouTube content for me at this point. Because, like, you know this is going to be a YouTube video, right? Of you just literally denying reality.
Oh, yeah, tag me. At JX Playboy.
Well, I'll make sure to censor that one out. My editor will actually bleep that out.
JX Playboy.
Yeah, bleeped out again.
Ah. Got
me. You understand? Like, my editor will literally bleep that out.
Got me. At JX Playboy.
Again, bleeped out again. we can just cut this part. You know that, right? It's really easy.
You can cut a video?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So where's the $90? Pay up.
That's future technology right there.
Pay up. $90. Venmo, PayPal. Where you at, buddy?
Did I just pull a Trump?
Oh, you're not gonna pay up?
Did I just pull a Trump?
You're not gonna pay up, are you?
I got taco syndrome. I backed out.
Oh, look at that! Look at that, chat! Look at that! So out of the ordinary. Look, a Trump supporter isn't actually going to pay up. So, by the way,
like I'm not a Trump supporter.
So, by the way, you just said that you would vote for Trump over Harris if the election were held today. So that is a Trump supporter. Okay.
Yeah, I just said you're acting surprised, like I'm not a Trump
Are you
supporter.
Christian?
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
you are.
God bless.
So you're Christian, and then you are lying.
God bless. Oh, bro, really?
And you're not upholding your word. That sounds very Christian of you.
Because I made a bet online.
Yeah, and you didn't uphold the bet. Yeah, when you lost. When you blatantly, objectively lost, and I proved you wrong in 4K.
Oh, so am I going to burn now?
Well, according to your own religion, yeah.
But
you're
I thought
you're
all sins were
engaging in
forgivable.
willful sin, right?
Wait,
Unapologetically.
I thought all sins were forgivable, though.
But you're engaging unapologetically. You're not repenting.
Do I have to repent in front of you on
Yes.
You're not
That was
my good
okay.
boy.
I thought you were saying, do I have to repent? I didn't hear the on the live part. I apologize.
I was about to say, last time I checked, you're not God, man.
Yeah, but
I
you
don't
do have
think
to
you
repent.
again.
Well, I mean, I am Pisus.
I don't know what that means. But okay.
You've never heard of Christianity before?
No, that sounds like some stupid shit.
You should look into it. The Bible is absolutely life-changing.
It doesn't sound like it is.
Maddie, thank you so much for the jump gun. You should get your own version of the Bible.
It's like the Trump Bible, bro.
It's the Bible.
Bro's
Do you
got
see
the
it?
Trump Bible.
Do you like the Bible?
Bro's got the Trump Bible.
This is the Bible, okay?
Well, before I go, I just want you to do me one big favor. Since you love condemning people, and since you can't go back on a claim that's been
Okay, I'm just gonna kick you.
Just
You owe me $90. He's just gonna make the same argument that he made earlier. I know exactly what he was about to say. Like, we already went through that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I support the party of Trump. Yeah, like his. I guess I did vote for him whenever the last election.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would probably vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support I'm just more aligned with his general policies when it comes to like gender policy and social policy and like taxes, coming from like an entrepreneur. And I was just coming on here to kind of understand kind of why you have the views that you do, if that makes sense.
Okay. So Trump has made practically every metric of the economy worse off since he's gotten office. Real GDP growth is lower in 2025 as compared to 2024. Lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, an increase in unemployment rate. We actually saw a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration. We've seen gas prices go up. We've seen inflation go up to rates higher than what we saw at the end of the Biden administration, and it's going to continue to start increasing given that we are continuing with this war, along with the fact that that's just indicative of Trump engaging this behavior based upon his tariffs and his starting a war policies. So there are direct actions I can point to, things that he's done that inevitably led to these conditions. And then in terms of gender and social, I mean, I'd like to hear what gender or social policy you're referencing that gets you to overlook how bad Trump is with the economy, as how horrible his character is, and everything else like that.
Can you so when it comes to like Trump's policies and whatnot, like how did it affect the economy directly? If you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, so his tariff policies caused the increase in the cost of goods coming from countries all around the world, which are aspects of the manufacturing process in the country, which led to a decrease in the domestic manufacturing investment in this country because it increased the cost of manufacturing within this country. It also led to a reduction in the amount of workers because obviously, given that there is going to be significant amounts of costs increase in terms of manufacturing, that's going to decrease the amount of jobs associated with manufacturing that are going to be produced for the future that would have otherwise existed if the tariffs were not put in place. And then in terms of the broader market, there are plenty of jobs that rely upon goods that come from countries around the world. So if you specifically are going to get rid of that by making that cost more, it's going to harm many jobs in this country that rely upon those imports from other countries.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Do you still support Trump?
I'm not gonna. That's not a decision that I can make right now, but I appreciate you sharing your views.
All right. For sure.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual here quick, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Marco, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Katie, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rory as well. Thank you for the $2 off to make sure to look into that. Thank you very much. Skip, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Wesley, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. Alrighty. I have some people to thank over on YouTube, but let's make sure to get this next person up here real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I've literally made $140 that I won't be getting today. Literally, they're not. I will never get that money ever. I will not once. It will never happen. Okay, they're never going to pay up. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's going on, bro? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Actually, I don't support either party.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. For the 3,800 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It was good, bro.
How old are you?
Yeah, what'd you say?
I said, how old are you?
I'm 19, bro.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
What's my birth year? 6'7".
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Again, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Watch this, everybody. Why you so obsessed with me? You're always in my life. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. That guy's always in my live, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Like his policies. I think he's a good president. I think he's doing his best to make the country better.
Okay. What policies?
Let's see. Immigration policy. I like the big, beautiful bill.
What else?
That's all I got right now.
Okay. Can you name one provision within the big beautiful bill that you would like?
So the no tax on tips, better tax breaks for.
Sorry, here. Let me just do this to clarify real quick. What's your birth year?
1995.
And what month?
April
And what day?
1st.
Okay. Alrighty. Sorry, I just want making sure people didn't think you were 31. So, continue on.
Can I ask you a question now, or
Go ahead.
do you consider yourself a patriot?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain why.
Because I think I love this country, and I want this country to be better off.
Okay. I think I disagree with you, judging by the amount of hate and disrespect you and everybody else that do this. express to everyone.
So because I'm disrespectful, you think I'm not a patriot?
Yes, and it appears and looks to me like all of the people like you that do this, you guys seem to hate the country so much, and you bitch 24/7 on this app for money. Me personally, I think every one of you that do this should get sued and get a defamation lawsuit against you.
Okay, so I,
In
I,
my
I think
opinion.
it looks like I'm going to need a defamation lawsuit fund in order to be able to go against that one. But yeah, if you think I'm disrespectful, therefore I'm not a patriot, then you think that Trump, because he's disrespectful, is not a patriot, right?
I think Trump's a patriot. Yep.
But he's
He loves his
disrespectful.
country. He loves his country. He's trying to do his best to do
Is
everything in
do
his
you think Trump is
power.
disrespectful?
No,
No. Are you Christian?
no.
No. But do you think this is disrespectful to Christians?
Mm, I guess some Christians might think so, but I personally, in my opinion, don't think so. I think it's
Okay.
just like a depiction or an
So it
expression,
seems like he can't
an artistic
possibly
expression.
be patriotic because he's incredibly disrespectful to so many Christians in this country.
Do you blame him though, with the amount of disrespect and the amount of people that go out of their way and do what you guys do to try to
That is
get him
blasphemy,
out of
dude.
office?
That's blasphemy.
Yeah, artistic expression. Not really meant to
Artistic
displease.
expression.
Yeah, it's historically, people use and express Jesus in their own picture and ways in all different
Okay, well,
ways.
okay. So then, if I were to show you Donald Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats, is that disrespectful?
Well, what did the Democrats do?
They said you shouldn't follow unlawful orders if you're given them.
Okay, well, was there any unlawful orders?
Yes, but they never specified any unlawful order. For example, Donald Trump gave an unlawful order to Mike Pence, who also said the same thing. Mike Pence also said that he was given an unlawful order, and that if you're given an unlawful order, that you should not follow it, because that's what the Constitution, your oath to the Constitution, literally tells you should do. Therefore, under your view, you would think it's justified for Donald Trump to call for the execution of Mike Pence, right? And you'd still vote for him.
Yeah.
You'd still support Trump, even if he called for the execution of Mike Pence?
Well, hold on. Let's compare. You guys hate Trump so much, okay? So let's compare him to the previous administration.
That's disrespectful that you would say that you would still support Donald Trump even though he called for the execution of Mike Pence. That's disrespectful, and therefore you are not patriotic. Therefore, Trump is not patriotic. Because he's disrespectful, right?
See, all you guys do is just try to twist everything and make everybody dehumanize people.
How am I dehumanizing you?
I think it's wrong what you guys do. You guys dehumanize so many people. You're so disrespectful to women and everybody.
How am I disrespectful to women? Did I say quiet
For
picky
example,
to a woman who's a reporter?
You might not be doing it to me right now, but I've watched you guys, and there's a lot of times where you guys, even though the other people are respectful and try to be nice, you guys just turn around and call them ridiculous names, be completely disrespectful in all different ways. And I think that's wrong, and I think that you guys are not out here for good debate at all whatsoever. You guys don't come on here. You're behind a screen.
You know that Donald Trump has called
think
women
the way-
pigs, right? Do you think
I
that's
think
do you
the
think
way
that's
some of you
disrespectful?
I think the way some of you guys talk to people behind the screen, I doubt you would do it in person, face
Okay,
to
so
face.
I do, but can you address this? Donald Trump has called women pigs. Do you think that's disrespectful?
What women?
Does that matter? Is it still
It
disrespectful,
does.
right?
Context matters. You guys pull stuff out of context.
Okay, so then wait.
twist
So
things
then
all the
doesn't
time.
the context of me being disrespectful to people matter as well? You didn't provide any of that context.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm not done. You keep interrupting me. What do you do actually that benefits society? What do you
This.
think? How does this benefit society, what you're doing, being bad and not in good debate, or not faithful debates for people? How is this good for society?
It gets more people politically involved. It gets people to critically think to a greater extent. It gets people to use reason to justify their argumentation. It educates people about things that are happening in the world and current events and things that are going on.
Okay, well, the way you do it Do you feel that it could be disrespectful, and then maybe that's why it doesn't look so good for your guys' side? With how
Sometimes I'm
disrespectful
disrespectful,
you
but I
guys
think
do
that
it?
I'm disrespectful in circumstances oftentimes that justify me being disrespectful to them. But sure, there are some times that I'm disrespectful unjustly, and I definitely think back on those times and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. But
Well,
in general, like the point I would still make is that why are we holding me to the same standard we're holding to the president of the United States?
well, because the president of the United States right now, your president, he's doing good things,
No,
trying
he's
really
not.
hard to put America first. You know,
How so? How is he putting America first? I think he's putting Trump first, not America first.
I disagree.
Okay, how is he putting America first and not Trump first?
Well, first off, with the immigration, okay, so if you protect women and children, right?
Mm-hmm.
So by him with the immigrant getting these illegal criminals out of here that hold on, so I don't get banned. What do I say? So the illegal immigrants that unalive American citizens, women and children, he's actually doing the stuff to get that done, to get them out of here, so that way our innocent citizens are not getting unalived.
Okay, so
So according to
I
you, you support Kamala and Biden, the worst term ever in history, I think. Kamala and Biden directly contributed to the millions of immigrants pouring through the border. There's video evidence of where they deliberately just tear down um, the barbed wire or whatever because it was inhumane or whatever, and they got rid of rapid DNA testing, allowing for millions of immigrants to pour in, and a lot of them are criminals and they unalive people, bad people, and they just come in here. You guys support that over? Or, I mean, you guys support illegals over protecting American citizens? Is that what I'm gathering?
No, we don't support criminal murderers being let into the country. We still want to deport those that have committed murder, of course. The barbed wire they were taking down was stuff that state border patrol, or not state border patrol, state National Guard put there, which is something that they don't have the jurisdiction to do. They were taking it down because that was specifically limiting federal border agents from being able to do their job. And then also, if you want to reference the quote unquote millions of people that came through the country, the Biden Harris administration didn't cause that. That was due to economic insecurity that existed around the world due to global inflation, which then led to more people coming to this country. It would have happened regardless of the administration. But if you want to reference specifically the DNA testing is specifically for people who are trying to come over with a sponsor specifically, right? And they base it upon paperwork, right? Not DNA testing. DNA testing was invasive and useless because DNA testing does not establish that someone specifically is the a parent or an parental figure or has that particular obligation as the caretaker of a certain kid. The paperwork would do that. Paperwork is necessary and sufficient. The DNA testing is nor necessary nor sufficient. So it's really useless. It's just very costly for no reason and incredibly invasive. And then I think that Donald Trump is not protecting women and children when he actively brags about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in, when he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, when he sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, when he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, when he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcibly penetrating her against her will. All of these things indicate that Donald Trump clearly doesn't give a shit about protecting women and children.
Well, he said a lot there, huh? Let's go back to the part where he said that the Biden and Kamala didn't contribute, or whatever he said about how
Kamala,
they
by the way,
didn't
just say
contribute
Harris.
to so many immigrants pouring in, right?
Yeah, they didn't contribute to that. That was obviously the inflation at the time.
So the video of them directly tearing down the barbed wire to keep them from coming, that doesn't contribute to it?
That state National
And
Guard that put
Kamala's
that
in
barbed
charge of
wire
the
there, which
border?
prevented federal border agents from doing their job. Lana, think of the galaxy. So actually, yeah, it wasn't good. The barbed wire that was there, that they don't have the jurisdiction to put it there. And it was razor wire, not even just barbed wire. It was razor wire.
Yeah, it worked, didn't it? Why
No.
take it down?
They took it down because it was
That allowed,
restricting border agents from doing their job. Federal border agents.
but it
Lulu, thank you so
allowed
much. I really
millions
appreciate the
of
galaxy.
illegals
Thank you
and
very much.
criminals to come in.
What's
How
up?
are you not seeing that? it allowed millions of illegals and criminals to come pouring in. How do you not see that?
That's not true. So when you say that
There's
the
video of it. There's
wait,
video
when
of,
you
of
say like the
immigrants
murderers,
just
for
pouring
example,
in.
wait, so people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and who have committed all of these crimes that are obviously a threat to the safety and security of our population, Democrats also agree you should deport those individuals. But also, by the way, you're trying to take this all away from the idea that clearly Donald Trump doesn't care about protecting women and children when he was literally held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, when he bragged about sexually exploiting women, when he literally said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. All of that is not protecting women and children.
You guys just twist the context, all it is. And guess
I'm
you're
not twisting the
referencing Eugene
context. You're
Carroll.
just unwilling to acknowledge anything that I say.
Oh,
Anything that I say, you're just going to twist it
Carroll
into
here, right?
I
You're
hate the
talking about
country
case.
and that I'm just saying whatever 24/7 for money. That's what you came on the live and said. I've given you legitimate reasons why I think the way that I
Yeah.
think. I've given you context. I've given you relevant information. And all you'll think out of that is I hate the country and I am just coming on here to complain 24/7 just for money. Not because I
Well-
care about the people in our country, not because I want to make the country a better place, not because I want people to critically think more and use reason and try to look for evidence more, but because I just want money.
Well, that's for the people to decide. All the people watching and seeing all you and people like you that spread and express all the disrespect and hate. I think that's why your
Yeah,
side doesn't
Parker,
look
you're
so good.
disrespectful and hateful, therefore you should be sued.
And I think
You should be able to be sued, Parker.
with what you guys do and expressing so much hate. It's only Donald Trump. You guys only
Okay.
hate.
What justifies me being
everything
sued?
about how you hate Donald Trump so much.
What justifies me being sued?
Everything you guys are doing to defamate him.
Defamate him? Defame him? So, what
Yeah,
did I do
defame
today? What did I say about Trump that was defamation?
So for one, you guys, well, you mentioned the Eugene Carroll, right? That's what you're meaning about that. I think that whole thing was just a political motivation. And she didn't even remember like the day it happened. She just happened to bring it up 20
So because
years
I'd say
later,
that Donald
she
Trump is
won
a
like
sexual
$80
abuser?
million off of it.
You know,
So I
Trump
think it
got
was
sued
like a
for
money
defamation. Trump is the one who lost that defamation case. So how could I lose that defamation case if Trump already lost? Yeah, sue me for it. I'll win. I'll literally win because the courts have already determined that yes, he did engage in sexual abuse and defamation. So yeah, try it.
I still don't understand how you think you're just out here for good debate. Honestly.
I am.
You
I
guys-
literally
all
am.
you're
I've,
doing-
I've
all
been
you
giving
guys
you
are
reasons
doing-
and arguments.
All you guys are doing is literally just purposely dividing the country more. You're not out here being respectful. And the difference between you and Charlie Kirk is you guys mute and want to cancel people. You don't let people talk. You're disrespectful. right
Charlie
off the
Kirk
gate.
wouldn't debate me and Dean because literally we would get too much attention from that.
Well, there's videos of you debating them. So you
Yeah,
guys can
you
debate
understand
them,
that
right?
we're talking about long form debate after my
Try
Jubilee.
about it.
And by the way, you could say, okay, he's not going to debate me because he already debated Parker on Jubilee. Okay, then debate Dean. Why didn't he debate Dean?
He debated you guys multiple times, didn't he?
No, he didn't. He never debated Dean multiple times.
Or at least, how many times? There's a couple of times at least.
Nope. The only time he ever talked to Dean was for 3 minutes on Jubilee.
Mm.
Okay, I talked to him. I talked to him twice. I talked to him at Jubilee, and I got to debate him, dunk on him multiple times. And then I literally also talked to him when I showed up at a campus and caught him off guard, and he kicked me out in less than 7 minutes.
Yeah, probably because you kept cutting him off like you guys
No, I know it's because
Yeah.
I was debunking him and showing how his views are insane and how he has to justify ridiculous things.
did. Yeah.
He
You guys,
literally.
like-
He literally
You
was
guys,
trying
like,
to
try
defend
twist
Elon
it
Musk
around,
doing a
make
Nazi
him-
salute.
Make him think you guys think Charlie Kirk's racist too, which is
He is.
a complete joke. No.
Or was.
No.
He absolutely was.
So, do you think you're better at debating than Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, absolutely.
How so?
I dunked on him repeatedly in the debate.
Just because you cut him off and interrupt him disrespectfully doesn't make you a better debater, right?
No, it's not because I was
If you look at-
disrespectful or cutting him off. It's because the points I made were better than the points he made.
If you compare Charlie Kirk to the way that you guys debate, Charlie Kirk definitely looks better, and the way he debates is better than you guys because
I very
he
much
wasn't
disagree.
Disrespectful.
He
wasn't
was. He called me
disrespectful.
deranged.
Deranged. Okay, that's nothing compared to what you guys say.
Okay, what did I say that was so bad?
maybe not to Charlie Kirk, but the way you guys depict yourselves to your fellow
Okay.
citizens here
What
on
did
the
I do
chat
that was so
behind the
bad?
screen. Just look back at your videos. I'm sure you guys cut out all that bad stuff.
No, but what? Just tell me what parts. Do you know any off the top of your head?
Parts that where you guys disrespect people.
Yeah, like can you give me an example of me disrespecting someone in a manner in which you think is so bad that it's so much worse than what Charlie Kirk did in saying that I'm deranged?
All right, so the way that you guys talk to women, especially women that try to be respectful, they come up
Can you
here,
be
the ones
specific?
that I'm getting at it. Okay, so the ones that come up here that try to be respectful, maybe they're not that good at debating, maybe they're not as educated as you are, like behind looking at everything on a computer, and you guys are just so disrespectful.
But you can't
to
say
them
how
for
I
no
was
reason.
disrespectful?
You guys call them POS, stupid. I don't know if I say that
I
was
mean,
right,
if
but
someone does
whatever.
something stupid, I will say it's stupid. Or if someone is a piece of shit, I'm going to say that they're a piece of shit. That doesn't make me disrespectful to women as a whole. That means that there are specific individuals that specifically did this that were obviously insane. And by the way, you can't even give me specific examples. You're just saying a general thing of, oh, you probably called someone stupid. Like what? What is that much worse than calling someone deranged?
Are you really trying to defend that you're not disrespectful to people and that you don't say hateful
Every once in a
things?
while, I am
Because it's on
disrespectful to
video.
people, but I don't think that I'm so much more disrespectful than Charlie was there. Charlie calling
Much
me
more disrespectful.
Charlie
He
calling me
never
deranged
said
is
vulgar
just as
names and
disrespectful as I ever
name-calling
am.
like that. Charlie Kirk never said vulgar names and
Yes, he
cuss
did.
words like you do.
He called me deranged. That's literally vulgar, right?
Deranged. That ain't that bad.
That is.
Deranged. Maybe he called you deranged because you kept cutting him off and you were disrespectful to him in the middle of a debate. You
How
kept
was I
cutting him off.
disrespectful to him?
Just watch the video.
I did. How was I disrespectful to him?
Because you cut him off.
So did he interrupted me? So was he disrespectful to me?
Well, I think so. He was just responding to the 100 million things you were trying
So was
to
I.
do all at once after you were
So was
cutting him
I.
off multiple
So was
times
I.
first.
So how is him cutting me off
Disagree,
not
disagree.
disrespectful, but me cutting him off is disrespectful?
Hold on. Just plain and simple fact here, okay? Charlie
No,
Kirk.
explain. How is him cutting me off not disrespectful, but me cutting him off is disrespectful?
Because you cut him off first and he was just trying to
I don't even know if that's true,
interrupting
actually.
him.
I actually don't know if that's true. I can go back and watch the debates. I don't know if that's true.
Watch
What's
it.
up?
You cut him off multiple times first, and he was just trying to respond.
I don't
to
even think that's
100 million
true.
Things that you would say all at once.
I actually don't even think that's true, by the way. I think he actually probably did cut me off first.
Yeah, respectfully.
Yeah.
If you did. Yeah,
Respectfully, he cut me off. Okay, so do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
You see the double standards here? How you just say that I'm doing it for money, how I just hate the country, how I'm so disrespectful and rude because I do all these things, and then the same things are done by the people that you like, and then you say it's not disrespectful. You don't say it's because they're doing it for money. You don't say it's because they hate the country. So do you see the utter hypocrisy and double standard that you apply to me, then you apply to the people that you support and the people that you like? I think that's utterly dishonest and incredibly disrespectful to me.
Well, you should feel that way. So, how can you sit here and say that? Like, if you go and watch the video of you debating Charlie Kirk, and I'm pretty confident that you interrupted him first. So.
Okay, well, I debated him, and I'm pretty confident that he interrupted me first.
The reason he called you deranged is probably because you were disrespectfully cutting him off. Right?
He cut me off, so then I can call him deranged? Is that a justification?
Well,
so you know what? Every single person, actually watch this. Every single person I was ever disrespectful to, they cut me off first.
There's some...
Every single person that you're talking about that I was disrespectful to, they were disrespectful to me first.
No, not all of them. Some of them were they just couldn't answer your question, and they didn't know how to answer it because you trapped them into some
And that's just not true.
And hypothetical bullshit.
Not true. I don't just for
do.
just because someone doesn't know how to answer something, be disrespectful to them. That's ridiculous. I do not do that.
Well, go back and look at your videos.
I have. I literally recorded them myself.
Well, you probably cut that part out then because
I don't. My lives are 100% viewable on. Hey dude, you can go to YouTube and you can watch the whole stream. There's nothing cut out in the stream.
Well, maybe you're not as bad as Dean, but I know Dean is definitely been really disrespectful.
Okay, did you know that? Did you know that Charlie said that Dean was actually a really nice, really smart person, and very and was actually like someone that he would debate again? That's what he said about Dean. He said that he liked Dean actually. Did you know that?
Yeah, but what else did he say? There was something else he said about him. He said he was a good debater, but
He said that about me. He said I'm smart but
honestly,
annoying. That's what he said about me.
and he said something similar about Dean too, because he was like
No,
warm
he said that Dean was very nice and that Dean was respectful, and he thought for some reason that he was most likely to turn right for some reason, which is a crazy
Okay,
thing to
well,
say.
there's an example then. Okay, why can't he be like that behind the screen?
What do you mean?
So he's so disrespectful to thousands of people every single day, but he doesn't do that in person. Isn't that weird?
No, he didn't do it on Jubilee because of the Jubilee audience. That's literally the
Yeah.
reason. But yeah, he does do this in
So
person.
that makes it
You can
okay to
watch
do it
Dean's
behind the
YouTube
screen
videos
then?
in person. He acts the same way in person. Okay? You can go watch my videos of me debating people in person. I act the same way in person as well.
Yeah, I doubt you guys would talk to some people the way you do in person,
I absolutely
like you do
would.
behind a screen.
I absolutely would. What about what I've said would I not say in person? Exactly. You see what I mean? There's nothing that you could say that I've said that I wouldn't say in person. Because nothing I've said is so ridiculous that I wouldn't say it in person.
Well, can you acknowledge that Charlie Kirk was not racist and he was a better debater than you?
He absolutely was racist, and he got dog walked in
How?
every single one of our debates. You can't mention a single point that he ever beat me on.
How was he racist?
I can go through and
How
explain
was
this
he
a million
not an
times. This is a
American
nice
hero?
pivot, though. But specifically, Charlie Kirk is racist because of the fact that he would say that specifically because someone's black that they weren't a qualified pilot. Right? He said specifically if he saw that the pilot was black that he would assume that they aren't qualified, and he'd be like, "Boy, I hope that they're qualified." When in reality, that every single person who's a pilot, in order to get a commercial license, needs to have the necessary regulations, right, and licenses in order to be able to fly in the first place, meaning that they are qualified to fly. The argument that they're not qualified to fly is ridiculous, especially because the only basis in changing specifically who was able to even become a pilot in the first place is simply just based upon who would go into the training program in the first place, not based upon, right, specifically someone who wasn't trained. So not only did they go through a training program, not only did they get a license, but they were absolutely qualified to be in that position. So the idea that you would think that someone is black is not qualified simply for being black is literally racism. We can give countless others of examples. That's just a very good example.
Disagree with the way that you guys claim to be racist about that, because I think what he meant by that was DEI lowering standards, and he meant like wanted it to be more merit based.
Yeah, I understand, but
Not racist
that
at all.
wasn't true. That was a lie. It was a made up lie.
Disagree.
It literally is a made up lie. Like quite literally, you have to be qualified in order to be able to fly.
So
What standards did they lower? Can you tell me?
So, for example, I don't know if I get. Let me see. So, do you know about that plane crash in 2022? I think I forget her name.
What standards did they lower?
Well, I'm gonna explain what this.
So if you don't have any standards, then I don't know how you could make this argument.
Okay, so I guess the lowered standard would be like favoring. I'll use that girl that crashed in 2022 as an example.
None of
That
this is
favored
evidence
her.
that people specifically who are not white are like not qualified or something. This is a ridiculous argument. You understand that saying that a person who's a pilot just because they're black is not qualified is absolutely a ludicrous thing to say when there are federal legalized license standards and they went through the same training as every other person that is going to be flying. The argument that you are making, or that anyone would be making, that there would be a difference in that is a made-up propagandistic lie to make it seem like people who are black are not qualified for being black. That's why it's racism, okay? I can give countless other examples, but this is blatant racism.
I don't think it was racist because the way he meant it was just DEI lowered standards and he wanted
Tina, think
more
of the dinosaur.
merit-based and more independent.
But it didn't lower
skill.
standards. What standards did it
Independent
lower? You
skill.
can't tell me what standards it lowered.
So, for example, with the plane crash with the girl named Jenny, I think, or Fly Girl, 2022, she crashed the plane.
Wait, by the way, is this an
She had,
example of
like,
Charlie
way
Kirk
more
being
hours.
disrespectful?
She had way more hours than she was than the average person to graduate, but yet the flight instructor probably looked past it.
Give me
You
a
know,
source.
Google, look up
I need,
2022 plane crash, Jenny or Fly Girl, something like that.
and you're saying that they got into this position because of DEI.
I mean, one could suggest, but
Well, there's no evidence of that.
why did they still give her the pilot license if
Nothing to do with
if
DEI.
she wasn't favored?
Yeah, the scenario you're talking about has nothing to do with DEI.
There's literally a video evidence of her where she had like 192 hours, way past like the average hours that somebody would graduate. Okay, and there's video evidence where she struggled so bad to like do the basic shit for flying the plane, and yet the instructor still passed her and let her get the pilot license. Okay, there's a video where she's flying and she's with the instructor. She's getting ready to go try to land, but can't do it. Way off course. And then instead of the instructor like telling her what to do to like fix it, or if she struggled so bad, all he did was he just took over, did it for her, landed it. How did she still get the pilot license after all that?
I need a source for that. I don't think you have any source for that. Because I'm looking this up right now. There's nowhere that you can find specifically that they got into this position because of DEI.
There's actually a lot of news on that recently. Like,
What's the actual source? I'm looking this up right now, and I see absolutely nothing justifying this.
I'm not behind a computer. I can't give you like a website or a link, but I'm just explaining it to you.
But there is no source looking this up, and I literally just see.
Even pilots were covering this, and explaining it, and it was Jenny Flygirl was the woman that it happened to, and you can look that up, and I'm sure you'll find something on it.
So I don't see any evidence to believe.
Making shit up. Nope.
I do think you're making this up because there's absolutely nothing that says that they were in this because of DEI.
Well, yeah, it doesn't say DI, but one could suggest that maybe perhaps they might have.
Yeah, so you saying one could suggest is not evidence.
Okay, well, you guys suggest and make assumptions.
Yeah, but that's not evidence. So, like, by the way, you making this as a claim specifically to justify Charlie's racist statement is fucking crazy.
Look at the video evidence. Why did the instructor still give her
Yeah, the video, again, there is no video evidence that you're referencing. You said maybe, perhaps, okay? Go find an actual legitimate source, or what you're saying right now is just bullshit. There's no point to even have this conversation. By the way, you came on my live stream saying, I hate this country, and then I just complain 24/7 for money. You're complaining right now for attention.
No,
and is that evidence that you hate this country? Because, by the way, let me just clarify. Because you're not actually doing anything productive here. You're not providing any policies you like. You're not providing any specifics that you have. You're not providing any evidence or justification for your position. To me, that seems like you hate the country because you're unwilling to actually do research, and instead you're just going to sit there and complain without doing research.
I love this country. The only difference.
Then why won't you do research for the country?
Well, I'm not behind a computer right now, but anyway.
But at any point in time, I'm not saying right now. I'm saying at any point in time. I'm saying at any point in time. You don't know anything. Out of any of the things I've asked you about this whole entire time, you've had no justification for a single thing. You've had no evidence. You've had no policies that you've been able to specifically mention. Nothing.
Did you look it up?
I did, and I couldn't find anything.
Well, what search engine are you using? Is it completely favored to your narrative, or what?
What search engine would you like me to use?
Google.
Okay, I was using Google.
Well, it must be like personalized, only what you want to hear. Right?
Of course. Whenever Parker searches up something and it disproves what the guest is saying, it has to be something wrong with his specific personalized search engine. Yep, you're totally right, man. You're totally right, man. Every single time Parker says something, it's got to be wrong. Just because Parker said it.
Well, I think the viewers should decide and think about what they support and really think about what kind of person you guys are.
Okay. If you are watching the stream and you agree with me, type 3 in the comment section.
Well, of course they're gonna type 3 because they're all brainwashed. To what you
They're all
follow you.
brainwashed. So, well, I mean, I just love brainwashing everyone, you know? That's just like my favorite thing to do is just, I just brainwash people, right? So, you know,
So the
speaking of
difference
brainwashing, thank you so much, Wesley, for the $8. Thank you so much for sending me that money. Thank you so much. I brainwashed you into sending that to me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Wesley. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Now, that would be a decent argument. Thank you very much.
do you
As well
even
as
bet enough
Fossey, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I manipulated you into sending that. Alex, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Manipulated you into sending that. Thank you very much. Trey, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You said how do I go to sleep at night?
Yeah, how do you go to sleep at night feeling good about yourself and what you guys do every single day?
I sleep like a baby because what I do is better for the world.
How?
How? Because I just told you. I get more people involved with politics. I get people to specifically search things up, to look for evidence, to critically think to a greater extent, to provide argumentation for their positions.
You're involved in the politics in the wrong ways, in the most disrespectful ways, and you're effectively just dividing everybody.
No, I'm not. I don't see any good reason to believe that. But CW, thank you so much for the $5 for being brainwashed into sending me that money. Thank you so much, Yasmin. Thank you for the $5. For everyone who disagrees with me is simply brainwashed, and your search engine not proving me right proves me right. It's such a funny defense. I know, right? Steven, thank you for the $25 for manipulating me into becoming a base liberal. Thank you so much, Steven. Liam, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much for me manipulating you into sending that galaxy. Jamie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the brainwashing, getting you into sending me that money. Thank you so much. W brainwashing. Thank you very much. Mars, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for letting me brainwash you into sending that. Mama, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 for letting me brainwash you into getting that. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. The brainwash is working. Lou, thank you for the £5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Don't think Charlie Kirk liked Cambridge, England. Very true. Megaroni, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you literally, absolutely for taking that to me. Thank you very much. Zach, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for them in the comment section right now. He couldn't provide that earlier, Zach. It was diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Good some W's for Zach. Trey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for the brainwashing. Thank you very much. Liddy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 for the brainwash money. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Blanca. Thank you for the $2 for the brainwash money. Trey, thank you for the $5 for the brainwash money. Tori, thank you for the $20 for the brainwash money. Thank you so much. Yeah, they said, how are we brainwashed? Once here, this guy is justifying racism and saying you demean women while simultaneously voting for a rapist. Literally, though. Stacy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much for the brainwash money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Bullshit.
I wouldn't be able to brainwash people without you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sophia, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the brainwashing. Can we get some W's for Sophia in the comment section for the brainwash money? The brainwash $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Kenna, thank you for the $2 for the brainwash. Thank you so much. Can you thank all the brainwash donors for sending me money?
No. I can't believe people even donate to this disrespectful shit, to be honest with you.
How am I so disrespectful, man? I haven't been rude to you.
The way you guys depict yourselves to everybody, maybe not me, maybe not this time, but tons of other occurrences, man.
Okay, but like, why don't you say the same thing about Trump? Why do you still support Trump even though he's disrespectful?
Well, there's a difference between being disrespectful to the bad people that do everything in their power to freaking get rid of them for bullshit cases and lawsuits, so...
So, by the way, his justification for the distinction is literally just, it's okay to be disrespectful to be liberals. These liberals, it's so okay to be disrespectful to them. But, like, you're going to sit there and complain about me being disrespectful to you? What are you talking about, dude? And also, what about the Pope? He was disrespectful to the Pope. How do you feel about that one?
I'm not informed on that.
Yeah, before he posted his picture of him literally depicting himself as God, right? He was very rude to the Pope.
Well, I still don't know how you think you're just doing so good for society. What are you actually
I've
doing
explained.
to benefit society?
I've explained. You haven't responded intellectually to anything that I've brought up. Right? All you've tried to do is sit here and say that it's wrong for me to be disrespectful while you've justified your own side doing that. Like, it's actually, you are like the standard of double standards, right? Like, literally the complete opposite, right? Of literally the other side doing the exact same thing you totally justified, but me doing it, it's so wrong. Najia, thank you
You're
so much. I really
entitled.
appreciate the $20. Thank you very much for it snowing outside because I'm seeing snowflakes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. I just
Your
appreciate you being here.
entire
Don't worry. I
side is
appreciate you being
so
here, Najia.
disrespectful
Thank
like
you.
this.
Me too. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Trey. Thank you for the $2 for you called the Pope weak and nice pivot. I know, right? Kai, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. As a pilot, it makes me furious hearing you guys talk about flying. A pilot's license is 100% merit-based and issued by the government. Very true. Give me some W's for Kai in the comment section. Morgan, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Jaden, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely crazy. I hope that your cat is okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I hope that your cat's okay, Jaden. They got stuck in a glue trap, sadly. That's horrible. I hope they're okay now. Please let me know if they're okay. They said that was keeping them calm because that was happening in the background. That's so horrible. I hope that everyone's okay. I hope that the cat's okay. Alrighty. So dude, like seriously, I just genuinely don't understand. Like, why do you think it's justified for Trump to be disrespectful just because we're liberals? But if I'm disrespectful to MAGA on the stream, it's the end of the world.
The side is the majority of disrespectful over all the people on the right. If you look at everything, like if you go in most lives with people that are doing debates, as a MAGA, most of them are not as disrespectful as you guys. They don't mute people like you guys do. They don't call them terrible names. So just look at that as an example.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know, the reality of the matter is that I do have to mute some people. Some people deserve to be muted. Have you been muted?
No, I appreciate that, but...
So do you see what I mean? Even with someone who's disagreeing with me and saying that I'm only on here just for money, I still haven't done that with you. So, like, I do mute some people because it's literally impossible to have a conversation with them if not. Oh, Jaden said, Kat is okay. She's calmly watching the stream now. Okay, well, I'm glad. Don't mean to make anything stressful by literally bringing it up on the stream, but I just wanted to make sure that they're okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Still just trying to figure out how you're actually beneficial to society, though, instead of just...
But I've explained to you, like, do you not think it's important for us to have like, okay, how about this? You like Charlie Kirk, right?
Conversation is key.
You like Charlie Kirk, right?
Your side doesn't depict that very well.
But I am engaging in respectful conversation with you.
Right now, but 99% of the other ones don't express the same way as what you're doing now.
I do, I'm respectful with most people. It's just like, some people don't deserve that respect.
Yeah.
Okay. So can we at least like make the broader point that just because Parker is disrespectful in some circumstances doesn't mean he's not a patriot or hates the country?
Well, it seems like you do hate the country.
Okay, why do you think I hate the country?
Because all you do on here every single day is, what it looks like to me, is complain about Trump.
Okay, so because I debate people about Trump, who's the president of the United States, you think I'm not a patriot? That makes zero sense.
Yes. Hate the country. You hate everything about the country. You hate the way he's doing things. You guys just hate everything about everything with the current president.
I hate everything about everything.
Yeah.
No, I don't hate everything about this country.
90% of it.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think that Trump does. Trump's undermining our democracy. Trump's undermining our rule of law. Trump's undermining our Constitution. Trump's undermining core fundamental American values. So how could you sit there while simultaneously supporting a person undermining our core fundamental American values and say that I'm against 90% of this country? Tell me, what's the 90% of this country that I'm against? I'd love to hear it.
You hate everything about Trump's policies, everything he's doing, that it's affecting. So in a way,
But that's not the whole country. That's not everything about the country. One person is not everything about the country. Me disagreeing with Trump, me thinking Trump does bad for the country is not me hating the country or everything in the country. That's me hating what Trump's doing to the country. Does that make sense? Like, for example, when Joe Biden was in office, Donald Trump did not like Joe Biden being in office, did not like what he was doing to the country. He thought everything that Joe Biden did was the worst for the country. He thought he was the worst president possible, right? But does that mean he hated the country as a whole? And everything about the country?
No.
Okay. So even though he was disagreeing with practically everything Biden was doing, that doesn't mean that he hated everything about the country. So in the same way that you can say that about Trump, why can't you say that about me?
Let's use this as an example. Then hold on. So Trump has had multiple unalivement attempts, right?
Okay.
So has Biden had that? So in a way, what I'm trying to explain to you here, make you see, is that the left seems more violent because more presidents have been
Some of those
unalived
people, one of
by
those
the.
people that tried to do an attempt against Trump was literally a registered Republican, right?
I don't know. Disagree on that.
They
Just
like,
look back
well,
at
they,
all.
you
Look
can't
back at
disagree on
all
that. They
the
were a
presidents
registered
that have been
Republican. Not only were they
unalived.
registered as a Republican, but they talked to the
More
people that they went to
presidents
school
unalived are
with, and they were
Republicans by
known
the
as like
left.
that one conservative kid at school.
More Republican presidents have been unalived by the left than the Democratic.
Give me examples.
How many presidents have been unalived?
I don't know off the top of my head a few. The last one was
Wrong.
JFK, right?
4.
Was JFK Republican or Democrat?
JFK. I think he was a Democrat, wasn't he?
There you go.
And there was 3 Republicans too. So 3
What?
Republicans unalived, 1 Democratic. What does that
There
tell
was
you?
Abraham Lincoln, but
Maybe
Abraham
that
Lincoln
shows
was a
you that-
liberal for the time.
Maybe that shows you that the conservative and Republicans aren't so violent and disrespectful as you guys.
But the
know?
the Republican Party was not the same Republican Party today. Like that party was considered liberal for the time.
I don't know, man. You guys just. I think you guys need to like do a better approach or something.
I don't, man. I
You
can't
know,
justify it, but you guys just
you
hate the
got-
country.
Hold on, you got your group of people, okay? You and Dean. You got a
That
little
I
group of people
brainwashed into
that-
sending me money like you've never seen before.
They all support you, but I think a majority of the people that watch, majority of the people that aren't delusional or deranged. I'll use deranged because that was very respectful in my opinion that Charlie Kirk used against you. So all you deranged.
Tina, thank you for the Viking hammer.
The majority of the people watching will have their own opinion to watch and decide themselves of what they think. But I think the majority of the people can agree that you guys are not on here for good debate.
I am on here for good debates. Wait, if you think I am on here for good debates, wait, watch. If you think I am on here for good debates, type 3 in the comment section. Watch this.
Of course, your whole fan base is just going to type 3. I mean, Jesus Christ.
The issue is Trump supporters aren't here for good debates. So what you're doing is you're saying, oh, Trump supporters are coming up on the live, not trying to have good debates, right? Therefore, Parker isn't trying to have good debates. I am. I'm actively trying to have a good debate with you right now. And what you've come on my live stream to do is you've said that I'm just doing this for money, is you've said it's justified for Charlie Kirk to call me deranged, is you've said I hate the country, you said that I'm not a patriot, you said that I don't care about protecting women and children in this country, you said that I want murderers and criminals to be let into the country because of the open border policy, you said that I'm dehumanizing people, you said all of these things about me.
Well, yeah.
Right?
I completely disagree.
And they're all fake. They're all lies. Every single one of them is not true.
I completely disagree that you protect women and children, just given the fact that you allowed Joe Biden and Kamala to do that to the border, letting all
Kamala and Joe, like, what do you mean? What policy did they pass called the Open Border Act? When did they do that?
Well, there might not have been a policy, but there's video evidence of them just fucking the border.
I already explained this. The tearing down of the razor wire was because the state National Guard does not have the authority to do that. And it was limiting federal border agents from doing their job. By the way, there are individuals that were going through that way and coming into the country through that way that were seeking asylum, which is a legal process of immigration. They're allowed to do that. Okay? The argument that literally everyone that was coming in through that mechanism was illegal, was undocumented, was literally coming to this country as a murderer trying to destroy this country is the most absurd, ridiculous thing possible. Because you're talking about mostly legal immigrants. You're talking about people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. And Justina, by the way, thank you for the $20 for the Proudly Deranged Club. Thank you so much, Justina. I appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. As well as Darling, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Murray, thank you for the bouquet. Thank you very much.
Children in the United States. Gotcha.
Go ahead. You said what? Sir, you said what?
So I don't remember now.
I apologize.
You support the unalivement of innocent women and children in the United States then. Got it. Because you voted for Biden and Kamala, which let all of them
Kamala.
in.
Just say Harris, by the way. It's okay. So,
Harris.
in terms of people coming to the country, just because I support Joe Biden and Kamala Harris over Donald Trump does not mean I support women and children being murdered. I don't see any good reason to believe that. That's called a straw man fallacy. Because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris do not support people being murdered. Okay, and then coming into our country. So you understand that they still want to deport individuals like that. I still want to deport individuals like that. There is no good argument to say that we wouldn't.
Donald Trump, he secured the border. Would you guys agree with it today if he opened it back up the way that they did and millions of other immigrants poured in here and allowed more illegal criminals to come in here and unallow women and children? Would you support that?
I would support making the legal process go quicker. I would not support just allowing murderers. I would not support allowing murderers into our country. I don't think Biden's policy was to allow murderers into the country.
Yeah, that there wasn't a policy, that they just did it anyway. They allowed all of them to come in under their admission, under their leadership.
No, they didn't. So you understand that there was limitations and deportations that existed under the Biden administration, right? They still had restrictions on the border. This argument that it was completely open, they just let anyone come in, is a made-up propagandistic lie to try to convince you to believe that Democrats are okay with murderers being in the country, which is absurd. And the reason why they're trying to do this is because they don't have any meaningful policy that they are actually standing on themselves that they could advocate for, so they have to rely upon misinformation, claims, and bullshit to convince people to believe that the Democrats are trying to destroy the country when there's no good reason to believe that at all.
Okay, well, I'll ask, under Trump's first term and this term, do you think less people have crossed the border illegally versus Biden and Kamala or Harris?
Of course, I think that less people have now comparative to then, but that's because of conditions that I think are abuses of power that Trump's engaged in, not things that are good things they should have done to be able to reduce it. I think the meaningful way to reduce it is by making the legal process go quicker. But the reality of the matter is that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden still supported criminalizing undocumented entry. They just wanted to make the legal process go quicker. They advocated for a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker, but Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, because he didn't give a shit about actually getting legislation done to pass to actually address immigration in the long run. He cared more about getting elected for president of the United States, running on the fact that immigration was an issue.
So Trump, he had lower numbers with the border when he was in office versus Biden and Harris.
Yeah.
You don't think that says something? I mean,
not really.
Like, it outweighs. So
no.
What he did, in my opinion, what he did outweighs the bad versus the good. So he's closing the border, not letting the illegal criminals come in here and unalive our citizens.
Okay.
You guys.
This is so frustrating. Did you know that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens? Did you know that? So this whole argument that they're coming to the country and they're committing crimes like we have never seen before is simply not true. Plus, again, Democrats, again, like I've already told you multiple times, do want to go after people who have committed those violent crimes and bad crimes and remove them from the country. The argument that they just want to let them come into the country is literally a propagandistic lie. Please stop repeating it. Okay, I don't want to keep responding to the same point. I've already restated this like 6 times. At this point, it is absurd that you cannot acknowledge this.
Completely avoidable if they wouldn't have done that, though. So you say that the number of the immigrants they don't do as much crime or whatever, unalivings, okay? But look at all the cases that have happened where they've unalived innocent young women.
Yeah, dude, and I want to prevent that from happening, but the argument that you're providing is that that's not prevented by what you're advocating for. It's not prevented, okay? There's nothing that prevents those individuals.
They didn't cut the razor wire down and stop DNA rapid testing to allow.
Oh my God, I've already addressed this. The DNA rapid testing was specifically for sponsors, right, to determine whether or not someone was a legitimate sponsor of a child, okay? And the way to
Yes,
determine that
help
is not
with
just based upon
sex
DNA.
trafficking.
DNA is nor necessary, nor is it sufficient to establish that someone is the guardian of a child, okay? The way to establish whether or not someone's a guardian of a child is by having legal paperwork that demonstrates that. Because if you have DNA,
help with
you
sex
also need legal
trafficking,
paperwork
yes or
on top
no?
of that to determine that. So the
To help
DNA
with
rapid
sex
testing
trafficking,
is
yes
an
or no?
invasive, costly process that is literally unnecessary.
Did the rapid DNA testing help with sex trafficking, yes or no?
No. Not at all. Like,
Disagree.
literally not at all.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. We're just not gonna agree then.
Okay, but like you're not engaging with any of my points. Like any point I disagree with you, I give you the explanation for why I disagree with you. You don't engage with the argument at all. You stop arguing it and just say, "Oh, well, we just disagree." Like you
Well,
understand
I
why
gave
do
you
you
my
disagree?
reasons,
Like
but you
you have
just
to
don't care
understand
about the
why.
reasons.
What?
So I gave you my reasons. You just don't give a shit about them. You just throw them away.
You
And
didn't provide
your
reasons. I
narrative.
already responded to those.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think you should just go back and watch all of Charlie Kirk's videos and learn from him on how to be a better debater and more respectful. You and all your other
Wow. So
people like
like
you
you're
that
just
do
gonna
it.
say this instead of actually acknowledging anything I just said. I dog walk Charlie Kirk. You say he's more respectful. He was not respectful to me. He called me deranged. You keep bringing that up. We've already responded and talked about this. How about you go watch my videos and watch me debate? Because maybe then you'll learn how to actually meaningfully engage in a conversation intellectually.
I have watched you, but
You should watch me more then.
I'm not like you. I don't sit behind a computer 24/7 and take in all this massive amount of information that I just memorize off the top of my head.
You say that
I'm
like
just
it's a
here.
bad thing. You say like
I'm
me
just
being
here.
you say
Look.
me studying like it's a bad thing.
So the difference here is you
You
guys.
actually studied for the test? What the hell, bro? I'm just going at it with nothing, dude. I didn't study at all, man. Why did you even study, bro? I know that my grade's gonna be so much more dog shit than yours, but like, why did you even study, bro?
See,
Do you want
I'm
to?
just up here. I'm just up here, just trying to have a respectful conversation. You know, I'm not one of them ones that are like you, or I'm behind a computer 24/7, and I'm got all this information
Yeah.
on top of
You're
my head to
literally
engage
trying
with
to
you. So
disrespect me
perfect.
by saying that I studied. I don't
May
sit
study,
behind
but it might
a
not be
computer
respectful.
all day like you and study and memorize things all day. That's what you're saying to me, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
So you're
I'm sorry, that's not an argument against anything I've said.
even though you do all that studying and you're good at like making your and saying your words like this, doesn't make you respectful.
Okay. And me being disrespectful to you doesn't mean I'm wrong. You can say I'm disrespectful, but you can't say I'm wrong.
Well, I'm just saying the way you're disrespectful, okay, compared to Charlie Kirk. That's a bad thing in my eyes. You guys are not good faith debaters. You're not respectful. You know,
I am good
that's
faith,
what I think.
and I am mostly respectful. Are there circumstances where I'm disrespectful? Absolutely. Same thing's true for
Yes.
every other
And
person on the planet.
there's some where you're disrespectful to people that are even trying to be nice to you. I've seen that.
Okay. And I don't think you'd be able to give me any specific example. And I think it's very unlikely that it happens. And if that would happen, I would think it's wrong for me to do that.
Yeah, I don't go through your videos and just save them.
And if that happens, I would think it's wrong for me to do that. Now, can you actually engage meaningfully with what I'm saying instead of just saying, I'm not going to consider what you're saying because you're disrespectful? Like, realistically, like, thank you for the virtue signaling. I don't give a shit. You just justified Donald Trump doing that. You literally said it was justified for him to be disrespectful to liberals because they're liberals. That's what you said earlier in this conversation. So honestly, I don't give a flying fuck, dude. How about you just cope, dude? You want a baby bottle? Do you need a baby bottle? Because you don't give a flying fuck when they're disrespectful to us. So why should I give a shit when we're disrespectful to you?
Hold on, you just acknowledge that you're disrespectful to people like
I
that.
absolutely am. I've already acknowledged that.
There you go. You're exposing yourself then.
Okay, but you acknowledged that it was okay for Trump to be disrespectful to liberals because they're liberals. So how about you cry yourself a river? How about you go grab a baby bottle and actually acknowledge that you're holding us to a standard that you would not hold yourself or the people you support to?
So judging your guys' track record, if I was Donald Trump and you guys come at me with all your garbage and what you guys do to disrespect people, you don't think like he would come back with something at all? You just want him to take it all in like a champ?
Dude, he's
Is that what you want?
disrespected us before we disrespected him. What are you talking about?
Disagree. Your guys' side is just so disrespectful. Look at all the
Like, I'll give you examples.
Look at all the violent riots from your side, all the disrespect on all
How
these
about this?
lives that
Do
floods
you think
TikTok.
do you think
I
that
think, hold on, I
do you
ain't
think
done.
Tucker Carlson was disrespectful to Trump?
You guys are so unappreciative, I think, on here on this app. You know,
Of
given the
what?
fact that
Of like
Donald
Trump pardoning violent rioters, of calling for the execution of Democrats, of him calling for the termination of the
ungrateful is the
Constitution.
word I'm looking for. Ungrateful, sorry.
I'm ungrateful for how much he's fucked up this country.
No, you're ungrateful because you get the privilege to make money on this app that Trump saved for you.
This app would exist either way, because if there was a deal that got done under the Republican administration with Trump in office, there definitely would have been a deal under a Democratic administration.
I don't know if I believe
And also, by the way, I have nearly 4,000 people listening to me on YouTube. I have 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. I have 1.3 million followers on Instagram. I would be fine either way. My largest platform is my Instagram, not my TikTok.
Good for you, but a lot of people on here on this app making money on it, and they're ungrateful, just bitching 24/7.
Yeah, I'm not going to be grateful to a fucking lunatic in the Oval Office that literally tries to destroy our country from within. Absolutely not.
Grateful. Can you agree that you're grateful that you get to make money on this app because of Trump? Because he saved it for you?
Not because of Trump. Nope, Trump didn't save shit. Trump didn't save jack shit. He put it at risk in the first place, and inevitably it would have got a deal under the Democratic administration as well. If Trump got a deal, the Democrats would have got a deal as well.
Hold on, my rebuttal to that would be looking at the Democratic track record. You know, the way that they like to cancel people and cancel culture.
Trump literally calls Marjorie Taylor Greene Marjorie Trader Greene because she wanted the release of the Epstein files. You guys support him engaging in cancel culture all the time.
Okay, now you're bringing up Epstein files.
Yeah.
Let me just go back.
Yeah, and literally Marjorie Taylor Greene is called Marjorie Trader Greene by Trump now, and he's completely eviscerated her from the movement simply because of the fact that she wanted the Epstein files to be released. Who's cancel culture now, buddy?
What are you talking about? Trump
That's cancel culture. That is objectively cancel culture. Based upon your arguments, if you consider that cancel culture, it absolutely is. Zenova, thank you so much for the hand heart and for the $5, Zenova. Thank you so much. As well as Brett, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much.
Dude. You guys mute and block people all the time. That right there to me is canceling.
Mute and block people. So by the way, I block people who come up on my live that aren't debating me. I block people who say slurs. I mute people who say slurs. Okay? If you get muted and blocked in my stream, you have to either be spamming, saying slurs, or doing something unhinged. Okay? If you literally typical stuff is allowed in my chat. What?
I'm not saying slurs.
Yeah, you're not. You didn't get muted or blocked.
Right. But I'm just saying, other people do, you guys.
Yeah, because they're unable to have a conversation meaningfully. They're acting like a child. They are slurring. They are doing a bunch of crazy shit, or they're not debating me. Those are the only contexts, like, actually. And, like, I'm not canceling you by not allowing you up on my stream, right? Because you're debating me or something. That's a ridiculous thing of cancel culture. Trump is actually engaging in cancel culture when he removes a person that was literally fundamentally a part of his movement, like the whole time, like almost 100%, simply just because they made one slight disagreement. That's what cancel culture is. You can have disagreements. You can kick people off, and that's not cancel culture. What is cancel culture is completely eviscerating them out of the movement for one slight little disagreement that wasn't even meaningful. Like, literally, the wanting of a release of the Epstein files is something that Trump ran on in the first place. And by the way, Marlene, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said if I got a dollar for every time he said disrespectful, I'd be rich. Like, bro, say something else. Well, thank you so much, Marlene, for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much.
What disagreement did she have?
What'd you say?
What disagreement did she have against him that made him do that?
Because she wanted the release of the Epstein files.
When was that? I don't recall that.
Yeah, like, this was, like, literally, like, less than a few months ago. Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about this herself.
Dude, Trump released the files. Your party didn't.
Nope. 3 million files haven't been released still, even though he's legally obligated to release them.
God.
And by the way, it's because he was legally forced to do so by Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, and Congress.
Do you think, okay, 3 million pages. Let's say I put 3 million pages on your desk right now. And then
If you
ask you
legally
if you're
force me to release them, I would have to release them. That's not me choosing to release them. That's me being
okay.
legally forced to release them.
Well, you have to redact it, protect the victims. So
Yes,
if
and
I
they
put,
didn't even do that.
oh, you're cutting me off.
Sorry, I
Put three
apologize. I'll be
one-pagers
quiet.
on your desk right now, and I tell you, you got a week. But you can't release them unless it's properly redacted. Otherwise, the victims might get exposed. Okay, you think you're gonna be able to do that? So you guys are crying like, "Oh my God, we gotta release all the files right now." But it's gonna take some time, man. All the files are gonna get released. You'll be able to look at them all. You know, Donald Trump's administration is the one that directly released them. For some reason, it was never attempted under your guys' Biden and Harris.
Okay, so the Trump administration said they're done in releasing them, even though they have more than 3 million still to release. They also specifically, in order to get it passed, in order to be able to release them, they needed congressional legislation. There wasn't enough support for congressional legislation to get passed under the Biden administration. Plus, it was only able to be released after 2024 because it was sealed up to 2024. So absolutely, I think those are the reasons why not. Now, absolutely, I think there should have been more of a push within the context of the legislative branch to release it. No one's disputing that. But given that there has been a thing to release it, this is how we do it. Again, but I just want to clarify, without legislation to release it, I don't think that they could have released it based upon the policy of the Department of Justice. There needed to be legislation or some type of address to release it in the first place.
Yeah, I just don't get it, man. Like, you guys, it's just never enough. I mean, this administration released the files. You got the files. You got what you can look at
No,
now.
3 million haven't been released, even though he's legally obligated to release all of them.
Yeah, probably because they have to redact them.
You understand they didn't redact them. And also, by the way, they said they're done releasing them, meaning that they're not going to release any more even redacted versions of it. And by the way, they even made mistakes on the redactions on the ones that they even sent out. And if they don't have enough people in the federal government to redact all the files in the time that Donald Trump signed the bill in order for him to release, then they probably should stop firing people from the federal government because they fired too many people to actually fulfill the tasks that they're legally obligated to do. Plus, again, the whole idea that Trump's trying to release the files is absurd because, again, he calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a literal traitor. He canceled her from the movement, cancel culture, simply because she wanted the release of the Epstein files. That is cancel culture. Stop saying that we're the proponents of cancel culture when actively you support a guy that fundamentally upholds cancel culture to a greater extent than any Democratic candidate you could mention in the modern era. Name me a single Democratic candidate that's ever done something like that.
So recently she did that and he got rid of her for it. So if she was trying to get
You can't tell me a single example. That's not possible.
Repeat it. Sorry.
Can you name a single example at all of a Democrat doing that?
I mean, I'm sure if I go do some research, I would be able to find something, but I don't have a computer in front of me.
You
right
wouldn't
now.
be able to. There is no Democratic candidate that's done that in the modern era. That's why I'm asking that question.
I'll take your word for it then.
Okay, but like this is a blatant obvious example, okay? If you can acknowledge that this is an example, right, clearly, then you should stop supporting Trump if you care so much about cancel culture. You clearly don't care about that, and if cancel culture serves your interests, you're okay with it.
How is he canceled for it? I don't see how he is.
He calls her a traitor and completely eviscerated her from the movement because she wanted the release of the Epstein files. Hell, he did it with Candace Owens. Hell, he did it with Alex Jones. Hell, he did it with Tucker Carlson. Hell, he did it with literally multiple members of his own party.
I remember the part where Donald Trump, like the members voted on releasing the files or something like that, and then like one of the Republicans or a couple like didn't, and then Donald Trump was like, well, why is that? So then he went out of his way to have the files released.
No. He said he was asked an interview question. Would you release the JFK files? He said yes. Would you release the MLK files? He said yes. Then they asked, would you release the Epstein files? And he said, yeah, I will. So he essentially had to run on this thing that he would release them. And so like that's like a part of his campaign. People took that as like, oh, Trump's going to release the Epstein files. He's going to stand up for the survivors, right? Things like that the liberals aren't doing, for example. That's what they said. And then Trump gets into office And then he clearly is trying to prevent the release because he calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor when she wanted the release of the Epstein files. And he actively said that people specifically who want the Epstein files to be released are literally not his supporters anymore. And he doesn't want them supporting him. And that the Epstein files are a hoax. That's what he said.
What I'll give to you that is he released the files. Plain and simple.
Not all of them. He released
Alamo.
3 million. He did not release 6 million, which is the 6 million is the entirety of it.
Okay, still a valid argument. He released it. Whatever is there now, he released it.
So they
Your
didn't
part
release
didn't.
the incriminating files, but they did release some of the files that weren't incriminating, and they tried to scrub the files that they left in there that still did kind of incriminate Trump.
All right. Is there anything incriminating against Donald Trump in the files?
Yes. He was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and the DOJ tried to scrub the interviews associated with the allegations. They still haven't released the conclusions associated with the interviews.
As far as I was concerned, there was nothing credible. He's not criminally charged. A lot
Okay,
of the
if there was
stuff
nothing
was
credible,
like-
then why didn't they
a lot of the
release
stuff-
the conclusions of the interviews?
Probably because there wasn't credible evidence. He didn't get.
But they
it
did so with
wasn't-
all the other scenarios they said weren't credible.
It wasn't credible enough. It got thrown out because like it probably was. No, it was like, yeah, nothing credible. So he didn't get charged criminally. You know, the FBI, anybody could just go on there and. put
So
some
wait, have all the
bullshit
people in the Epstein
FBI
files been held criminally responsible?
Have all the people in them?
Yeah, have all the people who have been incriminated in the Epstein files been held criminally responsible yet?
No.
No? So an argument to say that he hasn't been held criminally responsible in the Epstein files is not an argument to say that he isn't incriminated in the Epstein files, because you agree with me that those individuals that are incriminated in the Epstein files have not been held accountable yet. That was a concession.
Well, the FBI is looked into the cases, and then.
Yeah, and you agreed that there were people that were incriminated in the context of the Epstein files that have not been held criminally responsible yet.
I'm not sure on that, honestly.
Okay, so now you dispute that. There is no one in the files that is incriminated at all that hasn't been held criminally responsible yet?
Oh, I'm sure there is, yes.
There definitely is. I can give you examples.
I don't look through all the Epstein files. I don't have enough time to be behind a computer that long to look at all that.
Okay, you don't have to look at all the files. Why do you keep saying that as a dispute to what I'm saying? Like, every single time I give you evidence or reason to believe otherwise, you're like, I'm not always behind a computer to see that. Right? Like, come on. I understand that you're not. I get that, but neither is everyone else who's in the stream. And yet they can understand an argument when I provide it. Like, you know, I think you can too. And I think you just realize that it makes your position look bad and you just don't want to accept it because of that. And you're doing what's comfortable to you. Staying within your confirmation bias, right? Staying within your cognitive dissonance feels comfortable to you. I understand that. But what I'm telling you is that if you want what's best for your country, if you're actually a patriot for your country, you will stand on what's right for this country. Not what makes you feel good, what is actually truly right for this country.
Well, I think a lot of people would agree that what he's doing is right for the country, you know?
Can I ask you a question? If someone's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, can we both say that it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States?
If it's actually, like, look at the evidence of that. Do you think it was?
Dude, simple question. Like, can we both say, as Americans, as patriots, as people who love our country, that if someone's held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States? I believe in that. I think everyone, regardless of political affiliation, should as well.
Yeah, I could agree with that, but.
Oh, okay, so then it would be illegal for Trump to run for president of the United States, meaning you shouldn't
Hold on.
support Trump, right?
Hold on, I'm not done. So, our response to that would be the law is broken, for sure. I don't like the evidence in that case. I don't particularly think that it was credible enough. I think it was just a money grab by Eugene Carroll. She waited 20 years right before election time.
Wait, let me ask you this question. If it's a money grab, why did she wait? Like, actually, it makes sense that she waited if she if this happened to her, of course, given that this did happen to her, right? Because of victims, it takes them decades to come out. But under your view, it doesn't make sense that E. Jean Carroll would have waited in that context because she told her friends decades ago, which they testified on in court, right? Why would she hold on to that for decades rather than just going after him then, right? If it was the case that she was trying to make money from it.
Let's just look at the possibilities. So say if she did make it up, she got the friends to agree, okay, and then a man of Trump's status, rich, they go and attack him because they can, and they win the case with some bullshit civil lawsuit with some fucking evidence that isn't very good in my opinion, and I think the law is broken in my opinion, honestly, and I personally don't think he did it.
Okay. Dina, did you want to say something real quick?
Why would he say that he wouldn't rape her because she isn't his type if he wasn't a rapist? That sounds like something that only rapists would say. I feel like non-rapists would say, I wouldn't rape her because rape is wrong.
But didn't she said herself that rape is sexy?
No.
No, she didn't. How much money do you want to bet on that claim? I feel like getting rich today. How about your life savings?
I did
How
that
much
with
do
the
you
last
save?
guest, and they didn't want to bet me on that. Actually, they did bet me on it, and then they didn't want to give me the money. That's what I meant to say.
Well,
she said that in her book, didn't she, or something?
No, to correct you, you're misquoting a clip of her speaking to Anderson Cooper on CNN. What she was saying is that what happened to her wasn't sexual, wasn't sexy. It was very violent and harmful, and it hurts. And then Anderson Cooper said, well, I think a lot of people don't think of rape as sexy, but rather think of it as violent and harmful. And then she responded by saying, no, I think that a lot of people think of it as sexy. And that's wrong, because it's not sexy. Point number one, I don't think it's descriptively true that 51% of Americans think rape is sexy. But point number two, I think that when you are a victim of rape, you are going to build your experiences in the world around us while maintaining a hypervigilance towards those that would say rape is sexy because you're a victim and you obviously know it isn't. That angers you, it pisses you off, it invalidates your experiences. So it would make sense why a victim of rape would come to that assumption. Now, an analogy to describe to you what she said to Anderson Cooper and CNN would be like an 85-year-old black person who grew up during segregation, where racism was so normalized, just about every white person believed in it very highly. Imagine that they're sitting down on CNN and they said, racism's not funny, racism is a really big issue. And then Anderson Cooper responded by saying, well, I think a lot of people think that racism is a really big issue. Well, because this person grew up during segregation and has built their version of reality around just how truly racist the world is, if they were to respond by saying, no, I think that a lot of people think that racism is funny, racism is important, racism is normal, racism is what we should believe in. Okay, well, clearly our takeaway wouldn't be that they think racism is funny. Our takeaway wouldn't be that they think racism is normal, but rather our takeaway would be that they're condemning racism and calling out those that don't. Very similar to how E. Jean Carroll was condemning the notion that rape is sexy and calling out those who don't.
Well, she accused like a bunch of other people of it too.
No, the one other man that she's accused of SA would be the ex-CEO of CBS, who she said essentially raped her in an elevator. And unfortunately, there's many more women than just E. Jean Carroll who have more than one story to tell.
Could you acknowledge that maybe possibly the law is broken and if something like this could possibly happen if it wasn't true? And somebody did take advantage of it?
There's a non-zero chance, okay, that E. Jean Carroll was lying. The same way there's a non-zero chance that unicorns live on the moon, all right? But just because there's a non-zero chance of that happening, we shouldn't believe that she was lying due to the fact that all of the evidence points towards the contrary.
Okay, so let's look at all the evidence of that case. And then if you ask a certain percentage of people to like look into it to see if they think it's credible, do you think maybe like some open-minded people might be able to look at it differently and think maybe possibly the law could be broken and have the possibility of somebody... I can't hear you. Are you muted? I don't hear you, Parker.
Sorry, I apologize. I muted myself. Like a jury, maybe.
Yeah. Or like so the scenario of it happening to anybody else. Can you agree that maybe the law could
That's
be broken?
literally
Somebody could just
That's
take
literally the point.
advantage or something
That's
like that.
literally the point of a jury. The point of a jury is to collect like 9 to 12 open-minded people who are willing to operate based on the facts, not their own bias, to then evaluate the evidence to see if it points towards a conclusion or not. So when we did that, process, everybody agreed that he's guilty.
All right. So the jury. Okay. Wasn't it happened in New York, right? Or where was
Yeah.
it? Okay. So you think the jury might have been, or do you think that the jury could have been like favored to
No,
the left?
no, because
Like
point number
how
one.
many jurors in there were Democratic? You think, or the judge?
There's a damn near statistical
Or
certainty.
how
Okay,
about
so there was
changing the law just to bring the case about
there was a statistical
in a New
probability.
York Democratic state?
So there was a statistical probability that if you were to grab a random group of 9 people off of the streets of New York, that at least 2 of them would be MAGA, Republican, or Trump supporters. So in consideration of the fact that all 9 jurors ruled Donald Trump's guilt, this would include at least 1 to 2 people who are Republicans or independents. So in consideration, that's just the political makeup of the section of New York that this court case was held in. It's around 70 to 80% Democratic. Now, my second point here will be is that then when we also consider the jury selection process that involved Donald Trump's lawyers, it becomes even more likely that more of the jurors were Republican or right-leaning, or at the bare minimum, most of the jurors don't really have a formed political opinion or were able to operate without bias, because clearly that's something they'd weed out. You're muted again, Parker.
Do you think that there could have been a
Sorry, I keep doing this because there's like a little
possibility,
bit of feedback. There was one of them that watched Tim Pool and called him center, apparently.
Wait, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
So you don't think it could have been possible that they changed the law in New York specifically to bring the case about, and it could have been possibly one-sided narrative and majority
Listen.
majority of everybody that hated Trump?
So they didn't change the law for Eugene Carroll. It was actually changed for victims of church fathers. But even if they did, I would support it. And I'd support that for a Democrat too. Let's just take like Eric Swalwell, for instance. So he has 5 credible accusations against him. Now, if somebody like Gavin Newsom, or let's imagine that the governor was a Republican, advocated to change the state law to allow for the prosecution of Eric Swalwell because his accusers say that these events unfolded 30 years ago prior to the statute of limitations, I'd actually support that, because I think that it's really important for our representatives to have good moral character, because I think that with good moral character comes the ability to genuinely care about others. And you have to genuinely care about others to properly govern a country. And it also comes with a higher level of accountability, because you're accountable to millions of constituents. Therefore, you should be able to hold yourself accountable to a higher level than those millions of constituents. So that's why I'm totally okay with changing the law to allow for legal, lawful prosecutions, a prosecution of genuine crimes in consideration to due process. All right, that is just about as democratic as it could get to prosecute Donald Trump for these crimes that he's committed, is to, instead of going on a witch trial and prosecuting him on Twitter saying that we know he's guilty, we know he's guilty, we know he's guilty, we do it the proper legal way, which is to change the law if need be, which didn't happen in this court case, to then ensure that Donald Trump had his day in court, right to defense, and right to due process.
Okay, so could you acknowledge then if the law could possibly be broken? Okay, and one person that could interpret it in a different way like this and look at everything that happened and the way it did right around election time, and how and with the evidence with that and the way they did it, do you think somebody could just look at it and interpret it a different way?
No. Eric Swalwell's credible accusations came out a month before the election, and I fully think that he did it, and that I'm happy he dropped out. I don't care that they dropped right before election time. And in fact, I understand why they dropped right before election time. Because they wanted to ensure that he didn't win the election because he's probably a rapist, right? Like, honestly, I think that the Eric Swalwell allegations really kind of put that argument that Trump supporters have been making for years now in frame for me. And it really just shows that there's a difference between me and you. That difference would be is that I genuinely care about rape victims, and I understand why rape victims wouldn't want a rapist to be in power, even if it means dropping the allegations right before the election, because now they're genuinely scared that the rapist could be in power because we're so close to it. They're running high in the polls, and it's no longer this figment of their imagination that is distant way off in the future. If they win the nomination, if they get on the ticket, if they get the support from the people, if they get the official endorsements from other politicians. And it's right now, we're 30 days away from the election. We have to drop these allegations so they drop out or lose. So even if that's exactly what E. Jean Carroll did, it wouldn't change a damn thing.
And also, do you see the difference in how we respond versus how you guys have responded? Like how someone that was deemed as on the left or on the Democratic side, and how the same type of things that were applicable to them, how we responded to those scenarios versus how you guys have responded to it being true about Trump?
Well, just quick correction. It's actually not the same thing because he hasn't been found guilty in a court.
That's true. I meant I was meaning for example, with the scenario that someone came out right prior to an election or came out after an election or something like that, where they always bring up that specific terminology of oh, it's been this amount of time after, or it's because he's in office now. They're trying to go after him. But if that claim specifically were true in situations in which we're referencing with Democrats are more likely to call that out, more likely to believe the survivors. And that's how you guys should respond too. And the fact that you guys don't respond that way is really sad. And we want to create a society where this isn't going to be prevalent on either side. This is why I said if someone's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States. And that should not be a controversial statement to you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Do you understand me? Hello? Are you there?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, so do you understand where we're coming from?
Sure.
What are your thoughts about what we've said?
I don't know. I don't really have nothing else. I don't think. My phone's getting ready to die anyway.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes, if there was actually hard evidence of something that comes out and criminally charges him, yes.
There's hard evidence of him sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants. The hard evidence would be his admission of guilt.
So you're talking about the Howard Stern thing or whatever?
Yes, the standard of evidence you asked for, which is hard, undeniable evidence, has already been met. And I am referring to the Howard Stern clip.
But I know you guys like to say for that clip, I personally don't like it either myself, but you guys
is it hard evidence of him sexually exploiting?
And locker room and what else or not locker.
Listen, just answer my question. Is it hard evidence of him sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants?
I'd have to hear the video.
Well, I mean, Parker, you want to pull it up real quick?
Yeah, I got you. Let's pull it up real quick. Give us one quick second, everybody. I think it's this one. Yeah, it is.
No, I mean, some of these. And what you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation
to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So he said backstage and then getting dressed. So you think?
Yeah, and they had no clothes on.
It didn't say that in the video, did it?
Yeah, he did. He said no clothes on. He said they're standing there with no clothes. And he also said that there were no men in there. He also said that he's getting away with it. So what are your thoughts on this?
I don't know.
well, if your thoughts aren't okay, I can't be a Trump supporter anymore, then you actually lied to Parker when you told Parker that you would stop supporting Trump if there was hard, undeniable, irrefutable evidence of him engaging in sexual violence. So obviously, the next question would be: well, why did you lie?
How do you know it was the teen pageant, though? Wasn't it the adult pageant?
Oh, wait! Nobody's claimed teens. Now, do I claim that this happened to teens in typical when running my lives? Yes. Am I claiming that right now? No, because age is completely irrelevant. At the end of the day, regardless if he did it to women and girls or just women, it's still sexual exploitation, and this is still our damning evidence of therefore sexual violence. So we're not going to go over the additional evidence to demonstrate that it happened to the girls, which would be their testimony, because that might give you an easy avenue out to deny it's hard evidence because it's just the testimony of the victim, which we already know you dispute as non-hard evidence due to the conversation we just had about E. Jean Carroll. So don't even mention their age. Have we provided you hard evidence that he sexually exploited anybody, regardless of their age?
Yeah.
So why don't you stop supporting Trump? You said that if there was hard evidence of this, you would stop supporting him. We've provided you hard evidence of it. Now can you acknowledge that you don't support Trump?
No, because he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck, dude.
Dean, he said earlier that I'm not a patriot and I hate this country, and people like me and you just spread propaganda to the masses and lies because we want murderers to be brought into our country to kill women and children.
Ironic.
No, I said you guys expressed disrespect and hate.
That too.
Dude, yeah, your president threatened to genocide 90 million people, praised Allah, attacked the Pope, and then today claimed to be God. Like, what the hell? What the hell?
Dean, he also said, fuck, what did he say? Shit, I literally just lost it. Oh my god. He also said we should be sued for the fact that we are defaming Trump, or defamating Trump.
Oh, cute. I assume you brought up that that's already happened and failed.
Yeah, technically, Trump already lost the defamation case. So, I said, take it against me, I'll win. Because he technically already lost it.
I would love for Trump to sue me for defamation. It'd just give me so much more notoriety, and then I'd be able to, influence the opinions of so many people. And then ultimately, I'd win the lawsuit. How many people can say that they've won a lawsuit against Donald Trump? That's awesome, man. I wish he'd sue me.
What'd you say?
Can you both? Okay, actions speak louder than words, and I don't think either one of you are a patriot. And I want you, or can you explain how you guys think you both are, considering what do you guys do that actually benefits society? So
I've already explained this one to you, Dean. If you want to go for it.
I fight for this country and the people in it on a daily basis.
By spreading disrespect and hate, you think that's helpful? That's not dividing?
By spreading reasonable, critical thought, which in many scenarios concludes that we should hold contempt towards a hateful man.
I think, Dean, you're definitely probably the most disrespectful one out of all of them, and the amount of disrespect and hate that you spread.
Okay, quite frankly, cry about it.
Well, what do you actually do for society? What do
I
you
already
do
told you
for
this. We get
society?
people to critically think. We get people to be politically engaged. We get people to have conversations and discussions, right? We get people to gain more knowledge about these topics. And through that involvement, it creates a better society because we have more people that are going to be involved in politics that are genuinely trying to find the truth and genuinely going to understand things to a greater extent than what would have existed otherwise if we didn't engage in this. Literally
Well, I
thousands
think
of people every single day. There's over 12,000 people listening to the stream right now on TikTok and YouTube. We're influencing people to the tunes of tens of thousands at every single concurrent moment, every single day on our live stream. Of course that's going to be positive. Of course that's going to be beneficial at making society a better place. You claim that you only see the disrespect and the hate, but have you really even seen much of this disrespect and much of hate? You can't even give me specific examples. There are a lot more examples of me specifically giving you better arguments, good reasoning, right, and explanations than there is me being disrespectful. And if you're going to hyperfixate on me being disrespectful to say that I don't actually have any positive benefit on society, that's going to tell me that you're immature, that you're unable to acknowledge the gains that other people get just because they politically disagree with you. And you would, by the way, be able to acknowledge it if I agreed with you. If I was a Republican, if I was a Trump supporter, you'd be on my fucking live stream agreeing with me and being so happy I'm in that position. Why do you think that you say that about Charlie Kirk? Why do you think that you say that about all those other Republicans that are disrespectful, have said disrespectful things? And if you specifically branded them by the most disrespectful moments in which they would be specifically engaging in, well, then clearly you could say that that's true about them as well.
if you're a Republican and if you depicted yourself the way you do now, I would not support you.
What
Yes,
if I
you would.
What if I depicted myself to be God? How about that, buddy?
He'd still keep supporting them.
Buddy. If I literally depicted myself to be God and I was a Republican, would you continue to support me?
He's Jesus. He's actually Jesus.
No. Not even Jesus. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
No, not Jesus. Jesus. I'm talking straight from the Christian Bible. If I claim to be Jesus Christ, would you stop supporting me?
You guys are just twisting it. It's just
Can you answer my
artistic
question? Quite
expression.
frankly.
You haven't answered my question yet about how you guys are actually beneficial to society, because I've provided my argument where you guys just spread hate and disrespect, and that's proof and on video. And I think if you guys want more people,
Thank you. Now, can you answer my question? If I was a Republican and I claimed to be Jesus Christ, would you continue to support me?
If you actually want to have people follow you and get a lot of good people, then you need to do it better, I think. You need to not
Okay.
be so
Thank you for the
disrespectful.
input. Now, if I was a Republican and I claimed to be Jesus Christ, would you continue to support me?
If it wasn't in a way to express divinity or to deceive. So
Wait, by the way, if it wasn't to express divinity, by the way, that's what Trump was doing. Also, yeah, by the way, this is Dean. This is what he said earlier. He said it's artistic expression.
Yeah, artistic expression of what?
So historically, people can do an artistic expression picture of Jesus.
What is it an
different ways.
artistic expression of?
What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean. You're saying that it's an artistic expression. Well, artistic expressions are supposed to express something, right? So what is it artistically expressing?
So I think what he's artistically expressing on it is like a way for faith. You know, like people might believe in him, people might something like that. It's not like
you understand that this is textbook blasphemy. Then he is artistically expressing divinity and faith in God.
Actually,
by putting
Dean,
his face on God's.
Actually, Dean, he's actually a Red Cross member, healing a sick person. Did you know that? Did you see that? That's the justification that he came out with.
Yeah, I just sat down with Stephen Smith on his show again, and we talked about.
Can you at least acknowledge that that Jesus can be used in an artistic expression in all different ways, and people do it?
Buddy, but what you're confusing here is that's not Jesus. That's Donald Trump. So you are accepting that Donald Trump is mocking Jesus by claiming to be Jesus in an artistic expression. No one mocks God. In fact, claiming to possess the divinity of God even if it is a quote unquote artistic expression, is still by definition blasphemy due to the fact in which it is another human claiming perfection through said expression, claiming divinity through said expression, and claiming to be God through said expression. In accordance with Christian theology, there is not one scenario where it is ever okay to claim yourself to be God.
My argument on it, but maybe he just did it to make all you guys mad. Think of that too. I bet
Okay,
that's what
yeah,
did.
so he trolled the liberals by committing blasphemy.
Sure.
Right?
Yes, yes.
He trolled the liberals by committing blasphemy, right?
I was like, that only makes sense if it's like a content creator or someone like me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense saying it's the Christian president of the United States. Trolled Trump, trolled liberal atheists, by the way, by committing blasphemy. Like, we give a shit, by the way. Think of the
Parker,
galaxy.
if you were a Christian and you did that, you would still be committing blasphemy. Just like that is actually like if you affirm the Christian worldview, you cannot look at that as anything other than blasphemy.
Literally.
You guys are not actually giving me a good reason of why you both think you're a patriot and why you think you're
Because I
beneficial
don't
to
commit
society.
blasphemy.
Okay,
I
so
don't commit the one unforgivable
You
sin.
guys, okay. So over that, then the amount of disrespect
Over
and
the
hate,
one unforgivable sin.
the amount of disrespect and hate you guys spew to fucking thousands of
Are
people
all
every
of those
day.
wait, but all of our
How is
sins that
that
we've
actually
engaged in are
beneficial to
forgivable,
society?
though, right? So, like, I mean, at least it's better than an unforgivable sin that Trump committed, right?
So, okay, have both of
You can at least forgive us, right?
have both of you at least worked in a job that benefits society? Or
Yes,
you guys
I'm doing it right now.
Oh
no,
my
not
God.
this. This doesn't count because you guys
Yeah, it doesn't count,
disrespect
buddy.
and spread
This
hate.
is a job that benefits society. What are you talking about? I'm currently fulfilling the job right now.
Well, with the way you guys are doing
If
it
you
now,
think
that's why
what Dean and I do is a job that benefits society, type 3 in the comment section. And while you do so, Peter, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Peter. Can we get some W's for Peter in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, he literally said it was a lot of phony stuff in there, right? Demi as well, thank you for the dollar. Kai, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Thank you very much. Teresa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Captain, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for me manipulating you into sending me money and propagandizing you into sending me money. Thank you very much.
Everybody in the chat, write down what they do for society. Put what employment they do that
Wait,
benefits.
I do that. This is what. Wait, I already told you. I do this, and this benefits society, right?
I disagree with the way.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for the $5 for benefiting society. Thank you so much.
The way you.
Poopa, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the galaxy. You think
beneficial,
every once in a while I'm disrespectful does not mean I'm not beneficial for society.
You guys are disrespectful every single day, 24/7.
Okay, 24/7. So everything I say is disrespectful.
That's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean.
Okay. I have a question. Have you ever done anything disrespectful before?
Not that I can think of.
Bro, you just defended blasphemy. Well, I guess, have you clarified that he's a Christian?
So you guys just like trapping people in this stupid shit.
Wait. Are you a Christian?
You can't think of anything disrespectful he's ever done.
Well, I mean, like, arguably.
Hold on, this is another example of what I'm going to explain to you. This is an exact
When you just
scenario
interrupted
guys
Parker,
do.
that was disrespectful. Was that the first
No, it's not because I'm a liberal, Dean. You forgot that part of You didn't actually hear that part of the conversation. He said it was justified for Donald Trump to engage in disrespect because they're liberals that he's disrespecting.
Dude, where the fuck did you find this guy? What rock does he live in?
This
Holy
is
shit.
an example of what you guys do to people. You dehumanize them. You know, you try to make
Dude,
them
how
feel
are we?
dumb.
Dude, we're just calling you an idiot. Listen, calling you an idiot isn't dehumanizing you. It's just calling you an idiot. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you guys are so disrespectful and rude about it, so that's what I don't like. I think you guys.
Okay.
You know,
So we're rude about calling you an idiot. So I mean,
Yeah, we're
unless
so
you consider
rude.
an idiot in of itself to be calling someone or to be rude, then you can't say that. How do you feel about Donald Trump calling Tim Walz and Kamala Harris the arsler?
I think the rude part about it is how you guys depict it and trap people into.
Wait, what?
Like,
Wait. How do you feel about Donald Trump calling Kamala Harris and Tim Walz the arsler?
Hold on, I ain't done yet. You guys trap people into.
He's just not
Freaking-
answering. Man, come on.
You trap people in hypotheticals and anecdotes all the time, and you try to dehumanize people. And it's
Unreal, bro. Answer his question.
You guys are unreal. You don't want to have. You don't want to have an actual like.
We don't want to have a conversation. So how do you feel about Donald Trump calling Kamala Harris and Tim Walz the arsler?
Calling them the what?
The arsler.
I don't know about that.
Well, he did that. So given that he's done that, do you think that he's disrespectful and you shouldn't support him?
When did he do that? Where's
This was like literally like 2 months ago, dude.
Is it on video or is it like a post?
Video, on video, yeah.
Well, can you guys at least acknowledge that I'm exposing both of you with how the way you guys...
No, you're not exposing us. Now, can you engage with this point? Okay? How do you feel about Donald Trump calling them the arsler? Are you going to stop supporting him because of this? Because he's so disrespectful and that's what he's doing with what he's showing to society?
Call him the arsler.
Yeah, he called them the arsler. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't heard of that. I'll have to look into that.
So given that it's true that he has done this, would you stop supporting him?
Well, I don't know if it's true. I have to go look into it.
No, given that you did know that it was true, would you stop supporting him?
Well, I won't concede on it because I don't know.
If I played the clip of him saying it right now, would you stop supporting him?
No.
Okay, so do you see what I mean? You see how it's such a double standard? How, again, you will apply this standard to us. But if Donald Trump does worse, you're okay with it. No big deal. You still support him.
I think Donald Trump's actions speak louder than words, and I think he's actually doing better stuff for the country than both of you two.
So his actions, you know, he's made fun of a disabled reporter, right? Natalie, think of the galaxy.
And you guys just... I can't do it. You guys are just...
Are you going to run away now?
No, I ain't gonna run away. I'm gonna respectfully just tell you my phone's about to die, and I gotta...
Respectfully tell you, now the phone's about to die randomly.
Well, I told you that like 20 minutes ago, didn't I?
And what happened? The phone didn't die?
Well, yeah, it's at 5% now.
Oh, you have plenty of time. Just wait. You have 5%. You're okay.
No.
5% stays there for a while. You said it was. You said. I mean, you said like 30 minutes ago your phone was about to die.
Yeah, 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, so it went from. Now I'm down to 5%.
Yeah, which means if that 5% lasted that long, I think you have some extra time on the stream. Or like, how about this? Plug it in, maybe.
I don't have a charger by me right now.
Okay, well, you still got 5%. Don't worry.
Are you guys gonna acknowledge that what you guys do is completely disrespectful 95% of the time?
No, not 95% of the time. No.
With the way you guys talk to women. You guys.
Why do you keep saying like the way you guys talk to women? You couldn't even give a single example of how we talk to women that you thought was disrespectful or bad.
Examples. I've watched plenty of.
Yeah, like did we call women pigs? Did we say quiet piggy in reference to women? Did we say that, or was that Trump?
And you guys call them much worse, vulgar names.
What did we say? Yeah, what did we say?
You guys call them verbal language. That's all I'll say.
Such as?
There's video evidence of that.
Such as?
Well, I'm not gonna get your TikTok banned or me.
You won't get our TikTok banned by saying it.
Go back and watch your videos. And
No, what did we say? Like, tell me, what specifically did we say? What verbal language?
Just the way you guys curse and.
We cursed. We used a swear word, actually, chat. We said fuck. Fuck.
No, you say much worse stuff than just.
What did we say then? What did we say?
I'll let you go figure it out yourself because you know.
Dude, I was there. I literally am the person who did it, apparently. So tell me.
Yeah. Well, maybe not you, but.
Do I need to put some money in the swear jar or something?
So you guys will talk to women like that behind the screen.
What did we say? I don't even know what we said.
You guys are disrespectful to women all the time.
What did we say? What did we say?
Go back and look at your guys'
Be
videos.
specific. Give me one example.
I can't give you an example right now because I have to go look through the shit, but you guys probably...
Hey, Dean, we're so disrespectful, but I can't give you a single example. of you being so disrespectful. I can't even give you one specific example, not a single one.
I'm sure if anybody in the chat that is not on your side, they could probably give some examples too.
Okay, so like the most example you could
People
give
that
is
watch
like maybe me or a Dean calling someone stupid.
No, much worse than that. You guys say much
Much
worse.
worse? I don't think we say much worse than that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I don't want. What are you talking about?
You're
Give me an
lying right
example.
now.
What is
Yeah,
the most?
I just came back. The examples that you could point to of us saying much worse than that is when we're like legit talking to like a Nazi rapist sympathizer that argues it's okay to like prey on women and kids. And I don't think that it's wrong to say worse than that to Nazi rapist sympathizers who argue it's okay to prey on women and
There
kids.
was one panel where you had a woman up, and she was trying to be nice to you guys. You guys just completely dehumanized her and was completely disrespectful, calling her vulgar
Calling her
names,
what?
calling her vulgar names.
Vulgar names. I don't know what these vulgar
Yeah.
names are. What did we say?
You guys said bad words to her for no reason. She was
We
trying to
said
be
bad
nice.
words, so we use swear words.
Oh wait,
Yes,
I stepped
you
away.
used it. You
I
used
stepped
it in
away.
a-
I'm picking up on like on context
Hold
clues
on.
here. Is he trying to argue that we're misogynistic?
No, he's just saying that we're disrespectful to women and that we say vulgar words. He first started with verbal language. We say verbal language to women.
Yes, you're gonna argue and say, "Oh,
Yep.
well, we say
Verbal language,
vulgar
Dean.
language," but the way you guys
You should
depict
play the
yourself-
Access Hollywood tapes.
the
Yeah,
way you
like we
depict
actually should.
yourselves in that way,
You know,
too, is
he
what's
said it's
wrong.
okay for Trump to do it though.
Is it okay for Donald Trump to disrespect women?
Yep. He's gonna say yes. Watch.
Well, who did he call a pig?
What's the context?
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's nuts. Listen, Parker, I appreciate you so much for having me up. I'm gonna go ahead and start my live. Feel
Appreciate
free
you,
to
man.
join if you want.
Yeah, I probably will here in a bit.
All right. Thank you
Hold
for
on,
having me
Dean.
up.
You didn't tell me why you think you benefit society.
Yeah, Dean, you don't benefit society at all. What the fuck, man?
I feel like it'd be exhausting. It'd take my energy, and ultimately it would be tedious and useless
So,
because you won't listen to a
all
damn
right.
word I say.
You think you depicting hate and disrespect
Holy shit, bro.
in this way of your in this way of your employment that you claim is beneficial to society? You think that's
Yes.
helpful to people?
Yes.
Okay, so how? I
How?
disagree.
Yeah, because it leads people to hold in better political opinions, be more like virtuous, upholding human rights, advocating for a greater tomorrow. When yesterday
But-
they did it because they didn't know that.
Whenever you guys do it the way you do, though, it doesn't look good for your side if you compare to Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk was respectful in debates. And if you look at how your guys' side celebrated his unalivement, that doesn't look good also.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna go start my live. Appreciate you for having me up, Parker. This guy's nuts.
Alrighty, man. I'll see you,
I'm
bro.
nuts.
Have a good
Take a look in the
stream.
mirror.
Yeah, look in a mirror, Dean. What the fuck, Dean? Look in a mirror. Ben, thank you so much for the $18. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much on PayPal. They said, did this caller really say that you and Dean were disrespectful to women and he voted for the rapist? Yeah, literally. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Anastasio, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much for sending disrespect to the snowflake guest. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rebel, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much for
guys-
throwing some verbal at you. Well, thank you so much.
You guys
Demi, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
American citizens,
As well as
women and
Steven, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Steven in the comment section right now for the $50? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said that they lay rebar that goes under the concrete for roads he drives on. I work harder in 1 hour than he ever has. Yet I recognize that the job Parker works is still incredibly difficult. Well, thank you so much, Steven. Can we get some fucking W's for Steven in the comment section right now? Carolina, thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the greeting. Thank you very much. Tori, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. We said this so many times, but still won't respond to the Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. Literally, he'll look over all the disrespect, all the sexual exploitation, all of the literal sexual assault that Donald Trump's engaged in, but apparently Dean and Parker saying that someone's stupid is the end of the world, everybody. Ninja, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much for, can you please stop all the verbal language? I know, it's hurting your fifis. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's not all you do. You're lying right now. But anyway, I'll leave with this. But you guys say you claim that you protect women and children. That's incorrect because your guys' party of the last from 2020 to 2024 allowed millions of immigrants to come in, including the criminals to come.
Yeah. Again, you just like
our
repeat the
innocent
same
women and
bullshit you
children.
said earlier. Like you're gonna repeat the same. You're literally a broken record. Like
That's
genuinely.
factual.
You're a broken record. You keep repeating the same thing over and over again. We've already deported individuals that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. We agree with doing so. We want to do so. And the argument that we don't want to like, or that we want to like let murderers go into the country is ridiculous. When you literally want a rapist to be in the Oval Office.
Your guys.
You want a literal rapist, war criminal in the Oval Office.
Your guys' president allowed them all to come in. Donald Trump's getting them out, plain and simple. You guys are ridiculous. Have
You
a
are.
good
You should get sued for defamation, right? Based upon your own argument.
Yeah, you should.
Or defamated. Defamated. You're gonna get defamated.
Defamation.
You're gonna actually get a defamated charge, okay? A defamated charge, okay? You're getting that one, Ryan. Thank you for the $10, by the way. Yeah, and by the way, dude, you're gonna constantly spread propaganda, misinformation, and lies because they make you feel better, and because literally acknowledging that you're wrong is going to hurt your fifis and your tum tum.
Believe whatever you want, man.
And run away. Believe whatever you want. You're the one that has to sell yourself on
You're the one that
delusional
wants to
bullshit
challenge
in order to
You're
keep
the
yourself in your ideological beliefs. I can actually acknowledge truth. I can actually use evidence. I can actually, believe things that are in accordance with reality, You don't believe things in accordance with reality. You have to make up all these propagandistic narratives in order to be able to actually hold to what you believe in. You literally had to say that Donald Trump was engaging in artistic expression when engaging in blasphemy. To try to act like it's okay as a Christian yourself.
You're the one that won't acknowledge that you're not beneficial to society.
I am beneficial to society, and I've already explained how. All you've done up here on my live stream is just repeatedly say, oh my god, you're disrespectful, you've been engaging in verbal dialogue, in language. Okay, Parker, how horrible, that's so bad for this country that you're engaging in conversations. Actually, please stop.
You spreading disrespect and hate every day.
Rob, thank you for the $7. Thank you. This is Fish Girl and Phil's lawyer. Very true. I don't know what disrespect and hate you're talking about. And even so, you know what? I'm okay with it.
Go watch your
You
video.
think you think that disrespect and hate's so bad, but then you think it's totally justified to do it towards liberals. So you know what? How about Uno reverse card? We do it back to you, and then it's justified. You know? Uno reverse card. Like I'm just like that's all I'm doing is hitting that Uno reverse card.
Why don't you go get an actual job that benefits?
This is an actual job. Why don't you acknowledge that? Can you define a job, actually? What is a job?
Being employed for something that helps.
I am employed.
Society.
I'm self-employed. Did you know that? I have a successful business.
Right, in the wrong way. Disrespecting and hating on everybody.
Wait, so it is a job. So you said get a real job. This is a real job. Amir, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Not a single person, actually. Not a single person.
You literally have the
Anastasio, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Saving this app for you to make money on right now and complain.
Yeah, so do you think I'm a grifter too?
Yep.
Yep, so I'm dishonest. So you actually think I'm a Trump supporter? What? Corny, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he just keeps repeating the same thing. Jacob, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. By the way, thank you everyone for supporting the fake job. I wouldn't be able to come in here every single day and do this without everyone supporting my fake job. Actually, I love being unemployed. I love getting those unemployment checks. You know what I mean? We get those unemployment checks all the time. Like Rachel, thank you so much for the $5 for the unemployment check. Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for the unemployment check. Thank you so much. I have no clue. My box, apparently. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the unemployment check. Thank you.
Hello.
Courtney, thank you for the $5 for the unemployment check. Can you thank them for the unemployment checks, actually?
There's a difference between making valuable content that people enjoy versus spreading disrespect and hate and division in the country. So therefore, you're not beneficial.
Yeah, there is a difference, and I'm benefiting this country. Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Just like how thank you for the $5 for please ask him what does he contribute to society. Very true.
I actually do a job that benefits society.
What do you do?
Believe it or not, I'm involved in moving freight. Runs the country.
People who move freight do nothing for society. Absolutely nothing, actually. Get a real job, buddy, actually. You move freight, that's nothing, actually. Absolutely nothing. If you're not doing anything other than freight, then you're not doing anything, actually. Freight people who work on the freight, they have no job. Fake job. Not a real job, actually. How about you go get a real job, buddy? Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $1. Yeah, it's never gonna die. Jay, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. Moobu, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 for you grifted this out of me this time. Thank you so much. I love
Hey.
grifting it out of you.
Where did you get that shirt from? The chair? The headphones you're wearing?
I've had this since high school. My mom probably got it for me, like as a kid.
Okay, well, something that you bought. Where'd you go get it from?
Yeah. Where did I get it from? The store?
Yeah. Yeah, where'd you get it from? What store? Or where did you buy it online?
Like I went to what are they fucking called? Radio Center. Oh fuck, I can't even remember the name of the company.
How do you think it got there before you disrespect the freight or me moving freight?
Oh, dude, it didn't come through freight. It teleported.
Oh, sure thing. So before you disrespect the people that move freight, I want you to think about that, because what if all the truckers just shut down for one day? You know how big of a
Everything would
crisis
just
that would be?
teleport there. What are you talking about?
No. See, that's ridiculous, dude.
No, dude, dude, it would just teleport there. What are you talking about? Like, you think that it wouldn't get there? It would still get there.
No,
You don't need trucks. You don't need roads. You don't need cars. You don't need to transport anything. We have technology, dude. We can just teleport things.
Yeah, sure thing. In your friggin' fantasy world.
No, dude, this is real life, man. The more that you deny it, the more that it's gonna be true. Okay, Sandy, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Actually, everything, dude, it just teleports. Did you know that?
Okay, compare then.
You do nothing for society. It just teleports.
What you do for society is nothing compared to the hardworking people that move freight and benefit this country directly.
No, it teleports there either way. You're not doing anything.
How do you think it got there, realistically?
It teleported.
Don't quit with the stupid anecdotal and hypothetical bullshit.
The anecdotal, yeah. Anecdotally, I know that it teleported.
No, you're fucking ridiculous.
Jacob, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you for grifting it out of you. Thank you very much. How am I ridiculous? All I've done is demonstrate facts to you, and you won't accept the truth.
No, what I just did to you just now is a clear example of how ungrateful you are. You're willing to disrespect people that move freight for you for the very shirt.
No, you do nothing. You do absolutely nothing. Okay? It just teleports there. You know that you do nothing. Just admit it. This whole global conspiracy talking about how freight actually does things for people. This is ridiculous. All you do is go up on my live and spread bullshit, disrespect, and then you do literally nothing for our society. It teleports anyway, buddy.
I don't even know why you're laughing about that. It's not even funny.
I'm crying, bro. I'm crying. Oh my god, bro. Do you hear yourself? Like, you literally came on my live saying I don't have a real job. I'm trying to run it back on you, and you don't even realize, bro. I'm literally trying to run the whole thing back on you. Obviously, I believe people who do freight do stuff. And obviously, I believe truck drivers do shit. Holy fuck. Obviously, it doesn't fucking teleport there. Are you serious?
Well, yeah. Okay.
Come on, man.
That, but just the fact that you're doing that is totally disrespectful, and the fact that you do it is wrong. Now, hold on a second. You are not beneficial to society because you're sitting on your ass all day, dividing and disrespecting people.
I am not dividing this country. I'm not disrespecting this country. I'm making this country a better place. I'm getting people to critically think more. I'm getting people to engage more and educate themselves more. I know it's impossible with you, but you cannot project the fact that you can't learn on everyone else.
Do it in a better way then, because
So it's you saying it doesn't do anything for you is not evidence it doesn't do anything for anyone else. Now, for the people in the comment section, if this live stream has educated you more, has involved yourself more, has gotten you involved more, has inspired you more as a person, type a 3 in the comment section. If this live stream has added to your life in any meaningful way, type a 3 in the comment section. And then sit there and, by the way, tell me that it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't benefit anyone. Look at the chat. You got 7,000 people here on TikTok, and you've got almost 4,000 people on YouTube spamming 3 in the comment section talking about how this does meaningfully impact their life. The argument that people make that this isn't meaningfully impactful is simply just a projection based upon their own life or their own experiences with it. And just because you have an experience with it that isn't positive or beneficial doesn't mean everyone else has that exact same experience. What?
People in the wrong, disrespectful way.
But I'm not being okay. So you just keep bringing up this claim. I'm like, you're disrespectful, Parker. You're disrespectful, Parker. You're so disrespectful. You don't care about disrespect. We showed you how you don't. You don't call it out with your own administration. And Melanie, thank you for the $5 for the 5% battery life that's going to last forever. Jacob, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And for the $5, thank you very much.
Sitting here
You know, actually, I
expressing
think the
disrespect
donations
for
are
people
creating
that are great.
infinite battery storage. That's what it is, actually. You know, the grift, like, actually just increases the battery, you know? Like, Maria, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for every time the guest says disrespectful is a shot I fake, or a shot I take. Well, that's absolutely diabolical. Mr. James Bond, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Middle Age, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I know it never lasts that long, right? You gonna call me disrespectful again? You gonna say I should be sued?
He was disrespectful. About
Did Charlie Kirk have a real job?
Yeah, he had a real job because he did it in a positive way, not a disrespectful way like you.
So you're saying that people that do exactly what Charlie Kirk does, but in a disrespectful way, means they don't have a job? What?
That you're not,
I have a
you're
question.
not actually
I have a question.
beneficial
Can
to
you be?
society. That's why
Are
you're
there
trying to
any
look good.
disrespectful? Wait, I have a question. Are there any disrespectful people with jobs?
Oh yeah, I'm sure all the liberals and Democrats.
Okay, so all the liberals and every single one. So
But
you're
if you
saying
notice now there's a trend of
if
most
someone
of
is
them
a
becoming
hold
unemployed
up,
and
hold up,
coming on here and
hold
making
up.
money.
The argument that you were making was that I don't have a job because I'm disrespectful. But you just said there's a bunch of disrespectful people that have jobs, so I can have a job and be disrespectful, right?
Right, but the difference is you're self-employed and you're sitting here doing it the wrong way, and it's just going to keep happening.
So
But
I am
you work
employed.
for
Thank
an
you very much.
employer.
He just
If you
conceded
work
everybody.
for-
He said I'm self-employed. Can we get some W's in the comment section? The guest has acknowledged that Parker get a job actually has a real job, actually runs a business and is self-employed. Look at that, everybody. He's acknowledged the truth.
Yes, self-employed, but you're not.
So I'm employed?
being beneficial to society with it. There's a difference.
Oh,
between
okay, let's
making
go.
valuable
So, chat, we
content
have moved up in this
what you're
world.
doing.
We're employed now. We are employed now. You've heard it here first, folks. Parker Get a Job has finally got a job. Let's go. Parker Get a Job has got a job. Let's go, chat. Let's go. You heard it here first, folks. We got a job. Let's go. We're employed. You heard it here first, folks. Let's go.
He tries to make himself look so good by doing this. But let's say you go get employed with like an employer that's reasonable and you act this way. You think you're not going to get fired? Huh?
No, dude, I'm not gonna get fired. Are you kidding me, dude? I'm my boss. I'm talking to my boss right now. Okay, my boss hears everything that I'm saying, and my boss is not going to fire me at all. Okay?
All right, go get a job at like Walmart.